The seas still whisper of gods and monsters. It has been far too long since the legends of Age of Mythology have battled. Once again, armies gather, and titans wake from their slumber. The heavens crack, the ground splits, and only the worthy will stand. Mighty civilizations, each commanding myth and mortal alike, each calling for glory.
What's happening, y'all? Another day, another you, another me. And today we are going to be enjoying Hell's Ravage versus Tiger Boss to kick the day off. I do want to play some games today as well. It's Wednesday. I didn't get to play any games yesterday because I wasn't playing. I technically took the day off. Because I had things to do, too many things to do. But today we are going to be watching these games. We've got the qualifier number 2 happening this weekend as well to see who the next 4 are going to be making their way into the Champions League. If you didn't catch up on that, I don't know where you've been, but it's a thing. So yeah. Let me quickly get us all sorted out. You'd think I'd have done this beforehand, but well, look, you can't do everything perfectly, okay? And I am someone who does very little perfectly. Alrighty, so we're going to be checking out today Hell's Ravage versus Tiger Boss, which was a very, very interesting matchup. Where is it? All right, let's get these open. We'll talk about the drafts. And get into it. I mean, it's gonna be a thing. We got Avely. You've got a question. Please feel free to ask any and all questions. I will give you answers if I have them. If I do not have them, I will not give you an answer. Maybe I will give you an answer even if I don't know. Why does the China Axe cart have 30% hack armor and 500 HP? Well, let me tell you one thing about the Chinese civilization, Avely. Good sir. Good, amazing friend of mine. Let me tell you one thing about China. One thing. Actually, three things. DLC. DLC. Actually, let's have a quick little comparison here. Let's give it a quick little comparison. We've got a couple of units to compare. The Chinese Axe Cart 2. Before we jump into it, I'll compare it. Go on. So we've got the Heliopolis, which is technically a similar unit to the Axe Cart. The Heliopolis is doing 75 crush damage per second, 15 pierce damage per second, has 684 pierce. I'm going to ignore effective hack armor, effective hack HP. I'll ignore the other parts of the unit, right? Like the pierce and crush armor doesn't really mean anything in this circumstance, right? And so that's that one. So it's let me just go again. It was 684. Okay, so another unit that would be similar to that would be the Fire Siphon, I think. The Fire Siphon could probably be compared to that unit. This has got 421 effective hack HP, so not very much. Has 11.8 pierce DPS, so not as much as the Heliopolis. So it's in all ways, the Fire Siphon is less effective, but it does come with a hefty amount of range. So that does help. And then obviously the next comparable unit is probably going to be the Axe Cart. I don't think there's anything else to compare apart from said Axe Cart. So let's have a little look-see at the effective HP there. It's got 714. So it's only a little bit more than the Heliopolis. It's only a little bit more than the Heliopolis, which is at 684. So 684 versus, where was it? 684 versus 714. So, yeah. And plus, it doesn't have any range, whereas the Heliopolis has got how much range? So you have to take that into account. It has 10 range, so it can have a little bit of safety there. Not much, but a little bit. So that's that. It is, however, doing 14.3 hack DPS. It's quite a lot. 14.3 hack DPS. Which is less than the pierce damage that the Heliopolis is doing, but pierce is maybe it's more valuable, maybe it's less valuable. I don't really know. It's 500 resources for the Heliopolis, and it's 400 resources for the Axe Cart. Okay, well, first and foremost, that is too cheap. I think we can both agree that the Axe Cart there, considering everything that we just went through, is probably too cheap. It does have less pierce, less crush armor, or less effective HP on those areas than the Heliopolis. It probably doesn't need to be 500. Maybe it needs to be 450 or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think you're right that this unit is incredibly effective to add into your army, especially if you get that siege population reduction relic to take it down to 3 pop. For a 4 pop unit, I don't think this is better than having like 2 DAOs, like fully upgraded DAOs in your army. Maybe it is. The engineer's tech doesn't really help it at all. It just gives more crush damage. Doesn't give more hack damage. But it's pretty this axe card is pretty good. I think part of before we jump into this game, maybe I'll finish the thought on it's I haven't thought about the design very much on the siege ever, but a siege weapon that is also a melee, like sort of a melee weapon, is probably not super healthy. Just on the fact that the things that counter the axe card are melee units. So you need to be thinking, well, it should be like cavalry take out this, but I guess maybe infantry is your answer against the axe cart. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. Good point, Mr. Avely. Go and abuse it. It's all up to you. I have not seen the 2019 Nijar movie. No, I have not. Write it down to watch it? Okay. I'm really not sure if it... Look, in terms of the late game for China, I don't know what's busted, because it's just like, you look at it, you look at the late game for China and you go, okay, so they got the best fully upgraded infantry army in the game. Well, not the best, but I guess the samurai is better now, but it was the best. Better than the Murmillo for sure, right? In the late game. And then they have the best counter archer in the game. And then they also have the best cavalry in the game, in the Tiger Cav. Maybe the Hatairo is better, but that doesn't really come into play. Then they have the best late game heroes in the game. So there's this like, and then you say, well, okay, well the siege is also quite good. So it's like, what point, what thing there do you just need to take back? I don't really know. I've got no idea. I'm not here to make any comments about that. I think we got off on the wrong foot today. We're watching some Gimme games today. So let's jump over to the thingamajiggy and check it out. We're going to be watching Hell's Ravage versus Tiger Boss. They played a series, and it doesn't go out of sync. So I'm going to watch it. Are you getting over that stinger yet? I think I'm using it maybe too much. I don't know. Anyways, here we go. We are jumping into a cheeky little draft Rooney. Let me just double check who's on which side here. I believe I've got this the wrong way around. And it is going to be Tiger Boss on the left and Hells on the right. Any chance I'm going to watch Izamata versus AC? I haven't downloaded it. If you want to download it and let me know if it goes out of sync or not. If it doesn't go out of sync, I'll check it out. Maybe that can be my second series. I know Outer Person wants me to watch his Susanoo game, but I don't know if I want to watch it. Got to be mean. Treat him mean, keep him keen type thing. Alrighty. So let's talk about the draft first before we get into game number 1. So we got Tiger Boss ace picking Mirage, Hell's Ravage ace picking Marsh. Not exactly surprised to see the ace pick Mirage from Hells. He picks Odin. He picks the Norse gods quite a lot. He's probably going to be happy to play Odin on Marsh, Tundra. Probably be happy to play Loki on Marsh, Tundra as well. Probably happy to play Zeus on Mirage. Probably happy to play, Amaterasu on Blue Lagoon or on Ghost Lake. And Fushi can go anywhere as well. So he's got a lot of flex picks there, so to speak. I am genuinely shook that Tiger Boss didn't take Isis in this series. It doesn't make... I know, Tiger Boss has a mean Isis. It's very, very good. It might be somewhat one-dimensional, but it's very, very good. Yeah, I've got no idea on this. Why is Tiger Boss banning Uranus? Does he think Hells plays Uranus? This is the biggest question mark. I understand why Hells is banning Kronos. Tiger Boss does have a history of being an Atlantean player. He did change that up in Retold in recent months. He used to, at the start of Retold, he was able to get banned out by people banning out his Atlantean. But now, come into this era of Retold, he's no longer an Atlantean player. I don't even know if he plays Atlantean anymore. Obviously, he could pick it up and play it no problems because he's got so much experience. But he is definitely, he plays the Egyptians, he plays the Chinese. I don't know if he plays much Norse, but he plays Egyptian, he plays Chinese. Obviously, got Freyr there. He does play Freyr as well. And I don't know about the Greeks very much. He has a Greek in his draft here, and he's obviously been working on the Japanese as well since it's come out. But the entirety of this draft is the biggest head scratch I think I've ever seen in my life from these two. I think from Hells' perspective, I'm sort of getting it. He grabs the Amaterasu straight up, means that if Tiger Boss doesn't grab it, then he's not allowed to have it. And then obviously he's going to take his Odin, which he's very good with. Probably he sees the double Chinese pick from Tiger Boss. So Tiger Boss goes Noir into Shenong. That sort of then says, well, okay, if I can take away the Fushi, then obviously Tiger Boss can't get that one. At least he only gets one of the Chiyo Chinese. And then from there, the Loki pick from Hells is strange. I think he's good with Loki, but he's been playing a lot of it, and that's probably why he's picking it. Actually, I kind of understand where Hells is coming from. I think what Hells is doing here is he's not really going for a tier list based approach to the draft. He's going for I'm going to practice these gods, and they're probably not the highest on the tier list, which means that if he gets into a position where he's playing against someone who is playing a tier list draft, his picks aren't going to be getting taken, which means he's going to be well practiced on all of his gods that he's plays. So that kind of makes some sense. He also grabs the Susanoo, which unfortunately hasn't been doing too well in this tournament. There's a couple of pretty good matchups for Susanoo, but there's a lot of really, really garbage ones. That being said, players like Soup are starting to slowly work out where they can use certain ideas that come in from Susanoo, and there are a couple of ways to go with it, and you have to sort of experiment to see which ones work where. I watched a game the other day where Soup used multiple divine slashes from that Takamikazuchi Major God, and it did actually start to make some sense to me as well. I'm like, oh, okay, so if we literally just, again, specifically against China, if we literally play into what am I trying to say? If we literally play into God powers completely against China, we actually don't need to worry too much about like hitting that China, like being a little bit behind that China in terms of tech. You can just chase it a little bit, get to the Mythic Age, say a minute later than them. And it's not that big of a deal because you're going to be able to kill off their army with the sword or something like that. So there is something there. But I think that, yeah, there's a lot of difficulties with that god. So we'll see how it's going to play in this series. I'm still surprised to see no Isis from Tiger Boss. He grabs the set, which makes perfect sense against what Hells has got. He can snipe the Odin, he can snipe the Loki. Set's good into Fushi, set's good into Amaterasu as well. Obviously good into Susanoo. If you're good into Amaterasu, you're going to be good into Susanoo. And I guess Set versus Zeus is fine as well. So it's a big, strong pick. But yeah, I'm gonna say it one last time. I'm surprised to see no Isis from Tiger Boss. I'm not surprised to see it from Hells. I just know that Tiger Boss plays that Isis really well. And I think he might have just felt like it got banned or something and forgot about it. I don't know. Anyways, let's jump into game number 1, which is going to be on Blue Lagoon and is going to be a Set versus Odin affair. Alrighty, here we go. Game number 1 in the right-hand corner of the map. It is Tiger Boss. He is the Set. And in the left-hand corner, we have Odin for Hell's Ravage. So Odin is probably Hell's most played god at the moment. So he's very well versed in this. He has, I think most Odin players at the top level are having some trouble versus Set, but they do see a way through, and there is ways that the Set players can go wrong. I've seen many Set players struggling in this matchup, simply on the fact that they miss macro, they take a bad fight, and things sort of snowball out of control. But when the good Set players are in control here, it can be very, very tricky for the Odin to make headway. So we'll see what Hells is going to have planned here. There are a couple of very, very important like keys to success for Odin in this specific matchup. For example, having a back food like this, really, really big. If I can get this walled off nice and early with just a handful of walls, then this allows me to avoid having to fight for hunt, which is fantastic. Right? I don't have to fight. I can run around and snipe villages or snipe army reinforcements that is coming up to meet up with the army when I'm under pressure. And then if you can cut off the reinforcements with your raiding cavalry, then you can collapse in onto the army and take it out in one foul swoop. Very, very challenging to make that happen, but the best players can do that. On top of that, the other thing you also want to be hoping for, praying for, is a gold mine that looks exactly like this. In other words, a gold mine where you can wall it off very easily and then you can put a couple of towers down to defend it. Now, this is open on this side, but if you get maybe a tower here and a tower here, if he comes in on this side, then you're going to be somewhat okay if you've got this walled and this walled, and you're going to be able to continue along in the game. And if you can get past all of that, you're still not actually won. You've not won the game. You've just gotten past the early game. Then you have to start worrying about some other stuff like when Horus hits. There's just a lot of landmines, and you have to continue to play well for the entirety of the game, get some good trades in, and all that other good stuff. If we take a look at the upgrades, Hell doesn't grab any upgrades here, and for some reason he is missing his Ox Cart on the palm tree. Looks like he just wants to get a bit of a faster advance time. We'll see if that's going to work out for him. Meanwhile, for Tiger Boss, I haven't really talked much about his map layout. He is advancing a little bit later than I would normally expect. He's actually going to be going 2 villages later than you probably want to here if you're going to be going for early pressure. The later advance, he's gone for double monument, so maybe this is totally fine. But I would still effectively say if I want to play for Anubis and make Anubites, or I want to play for Wadgets and we'll go for Dar and make Wadgets, probably want to make these monuments as I'm going to the classical age rather than beforehand. But nonetheless, Tiger Boss is going to take the later advance. Not that big of a deal, but he might get pressured a little bit here from the early Freya, from the early Valkyrie or something like that. There is another option to go for Heimdall here, which I really don't think is a bad idea. The only thing is, you just got to be really, really smart with your walls. And you don't want to rush out the Riggstooler tech either. You actually want to rush out the Safeguard and then Riggstooler. Reason for that is that you're going to be basically spamming walls for the entirety of the game. And also towers and things like that all over the place to lock your opponent off and just playing a nice defensive game. You don't need to play for the fast Riggstooler. You want to get the second upgrade, and then you can get some more ironry and things like that. Can work, but it is challenging, and it depends on the map as well. Given the map that Hells has, I think it might actually not be a terrible idea. He does have a fairly decent gold mine on this side, even though the wood is here, but he can just literally wall this off and then plant some towers behind it, and that becomes really hard for Tiger Boss to enter in onto. Anyways, we are going to be seeing a Freya versus Anubis affair. This would be probably what I consider to be the meta right now, which means both of these players are taking main lines. I really like making sort of chess analogies in Age of Mythology because, you know, there's like a whole bunch of, well, this build order or this strategy is the strategy which is going to give me a theoretical equal game or a theoretical advantage in the matchup, right? Whereas if you take a sideline, you might still have an advantage, but it might be smaller, or it might be less of an advantage, or it might even be a worse strategy just all up, but because it's taking your opponent hashtag out of book, it could be a good way to go. But nonetheless, both players here are going to be going for what I consider to be the meta, and they're going to be charging at each other with raiding cavalry, and it's going to be all about Hells outplaying with these raiding cavalry. You don't want to throw any away. You want to spot units. You want to snipe units. You want to take no damage while dealing mass damage if you can. As Forest Fire gets dropped down, he is super early from Hells. I can't. This is one thing that I've seen Hells do this a lot, and I just don't. I can't with it. You have to be thinking all the time about the map, where the forests are, where certain problems arise in the matchup, and when the best place to that forest fire could potentially come through in. And it's like 9 times out of 10, it's not in the start of the game. Maybe it's good if you forest fire get a villager pick because of the forest fire. It's super early, but even then, I kind of think it's better to hold on at this point. It's so good versus army. It's been buffed to the 9s, and I think it's one of Odin's super strengths, like hidden strengths that players often screw up with. Nonetheless, Tiger Boss, he is amassing a very large army. Does he have his Anubites coming through as well? Let's have a little cheeky look. He's got no Anubites in just yet. He hasn't got any upgrades. He's got 30 favor, however, so those Anubites can come through very, very quickly. Meanwhile, the raiding cavalry is still scouting everything out. I haven't talked about the relics here, but too much about the matchup. Ankh of Ra on this side with the favor trickle. Over here, we've got the Rhea's Crown, making town centers a little bit cheaper. On this side, we've got the 9 cauldrons, just going to make the castle units, the fortress type units there, be a little bit more effective. And someone did pick up a relic here. It is Trojan Gate Hinge. So wall hit points getting increased here is actually kind of a big deal for Hell's Ravage, as the army making their way through. A little bit of a cheeky attack onto this side. Hells is in a great spot to be denying this. If he just walks forward with his throw and action, he can at least shoot these guys away. Yes, there's slingers there, so you got to be careful, but we'll see how things are going to go. I would say that another thing here from Hells is he probably should have gone forward on the hunt, if I want to be really, really specific about it early on. Because you've got till about probably 7 minutes to be eating this food before the set player can actually do anything versus you. So you could grab that forward hunt and then pull back onto this a little bit later, especially if you've got the walls here, and once the army starts attacking it, then you just go, great, I'll just move to the back hunt, put some more walls down, and then they're going to be completely safe. Anyways, small things, small details. We'll see what Tiger Boss is going to be able to make happen here. He does drop down his vision onto this spot. He's got himself that free vision, so he's going to be using it non-stop if he can. As Tiger Boss charges in. Very, 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 very big army here. He's going to be able to snipe and throw an axeman or two onto this spot as the houses start getting beaten down. Hell's going to swing around onto the right here. Looking for a fight here. This is where you probably want to be looking for reinforcements. You see them all coming along the map here, but Hells now says, let's go and take a fight. Plague of Serpents might get dropped down here, and that's got to be most likely a retreat as the Thrown Axemen shoot and scoot backwards. Nice play there, trying to limit the amount of damage that they're doing, but the Raiding Cavalry are not on top of those Thrown Axemen there, as it's looking like the army of Hells is maybe barely inching through here. Valkyrie's getting pulled back, staying alive. And no more slingers remaining, so these Thrown Axemen should be able to clean everything else up. So Tiger Boss makes the first big move, loses big time on that first fight, as the Elephant is now up in the main base here, or somewhat in the main base. He can come and eat this here if he wants to. And we are going to see more barracks up for Tiger Boss. So a pretty large... I wouldn't say it went badly for Tiger Boss in any stretch. He killed a lot of units. He lost a lot of units. Both players are in a little bit of a hurting position here. And then now Tiger Boss can just spam out some more stuff and go for another fight. But no more Plague of Serpents. No more Forest Fire. As the first of Hell's Ravager's raids to have any real effect coming in. Will he get a villager pick? I feel like he's not going to be able to. Good control from Tiger Boss to pull back there. And Hell's going to be getting back into his side of the base, seeing exactly what he can do. Another vision come down, just so Tiger Boss can see exactly what's going on, as the villagers will make their way over onto this side. Walls coming up, looking for this gold mine. He's finished on the gold mine in his main base here. And the villagers are finished up on that back hunt. So now he's in what I would call a very, very dangerous position. Look right now at what's just happened. Tiger Boss has won. He didn't win the fight at all, but he traded decently enough that now the reinforcements come through, and Hell's Ravage is now going to be in a bit of a tricky position. So we'll see what Hells can do if he can hold on to this position. I think at this point is where I'm thinking maybe getting towers and walls up is going to be your best bet, but he's got a basic plan. He doesn't have to defend this spot. If he just retreats when the army pushes forward, no problems, into the main base, onto the berries or something. But this gold mine over here, there's no retreat away from this position, which is why I don't particularly like it that much unless you're playing for the walls and the tower type situation there. But nonetheless, more Thrown Axemen are coming out as the Raiding Cavalry coming up onto the top position, looking for any amount of damage here. Tiger Boss has got 13 slingers at the moment, which big counter to the amount of Thrown Axemen. But realistically, I think what Hells should be considering here is actually pure berserk for the remainder of this. Take everyone off of wood, everyone over food, and you can make Raiding Cavalry berserk to try and now break through this army, because this is all spearmen. Now the army coming through, Hells has to pull his villagers, not paying attention for the moment there. That's going to be some big damage that he's suffering. Loses the ox cart, 2 villagers down, 3 villagers down. No. 3 villagers down there, and now he says, all right, over onto the right-hand corner here. Looking to snipe a couple of Thrown Axemen as the Raiding Cavalry will come back. There's a lot of Valkyrie in. Tiger Boss on the other side here. 7 priests, 1 pharaoh, and another Plague of Serpents, because why not? Why make a Nubites when you can just spam Plague of Serpents? I heard they got nerfed. Tiger Boss didn't get the memo. He says, I'm going to keep spamming them. Valkyrie on this side, tanking up. Those priests need to get involved here. But there's no units on top of those slingers as the Thrown Axemen attempting to kill off everything, but the army of Hell's Ravage is not enough. He taps out, and Tiger Boss takes the dub with a beautiful second fight here. Hell's, I mean, the first fight went okay for him, but the follow-up was probably where things went as bad as they possibly could. Like, you have to, I don't know how to really put it. You really need to get those defenses down. if you take that, I don't even think he probably should have taken the first fight. He should have been thinking, okay, let's get the defenses up on this spot, deal with this, maybe get the towers up, get watchtowers, play, and just play defensive, because your opponent's spamming units, right? So if you, the best thing you can possibly do versus units is walls and towers. That's like, if you can't figure out a composition to beat it, oftentimes the best composition is going to be walls and towers, because the units can't kill off the walls fast enough. The towers will just get damage done for free. And if they want to come in and break your position, they have to like lose a bunch of units to be able to get in there. And then the towers are still shooting and things keep going on. I don't really see another angle here for Odin. It's definitely a difficult matchup just on that one fact. But I think once you unlock how to get the walls up, how to get the towers up, how to play defense here, it's going to be a good spot for you. Now, obviously, if you put the walls and towers up, you need to be really, really paying attention to what the set player is doing. If the set player then goes, oh, you're going for towers, no worries, I'll drop a town center, then you also need to follow suit and do the same thing. If they're going to keep spamming units, you've got to do the same thing and keep spamming units behind all your stuff and not taking any fights. And if they do go for the town center, now you're going to start looking for raiding pressure and trying to slow them down while you get your own town center up. I mean, these are just ideas, right? This is a difficult matchup. First win for Tiger Boss. He executes really, really nicely, as is to be expected from a player of his caliber. Let's jump into the draft, see what they're going to play next, and see if Hell's Ravage can bring it back. Alrighty. So, first game down as we move into the second one. I believe we're going in onto the map Mirage here. So, Mirage, which gods can work for Tiger Boss? Which gods can work for Hell's Ravage? So, realistically here, if I'm... Okay, we'll just talk about it from the perspective of maybe... We'll talk from the perspective of Tiger Boss and what he's thinking, or what I would... Actually, I'm totally wrong. We're going onto the map Marsh. I thought we were going to Mirage. Anyways, we're going into the map Marsh. So let's go through this. So first and foremost, let's do this. We're gonna go full serious mode on this one. Oopsies, that was wrong. Put a crown on there. Put a death over here. So okay, so Marsh. First and foremost, Tiger Boss's best gods for this map. You've got Freyr. First and foremost, really good here. You've also got Shenong, who I think is fantastic on this map as well. Tsukiyomi could be quite good here. I think that would be a sleeper god that you could like surprise your opponent with on this map. Reason why he'd be so good is because oftentimes this is a nice defensive 2TC map, which allows for 2TC fast heroics, which are very difficult as Tsukiyomi. They are very, very strong when you pull them off. This is probably something that hasn't quite been shown all too much. I don't know why Tsukiyomi players haven't rushed for the horse archers too fast just yet, but they are very, very strong if you can make it happen, especially with New Moon and things like that. But nonetheless, Freyr is probably my pick, Shenong. But if I'm taking a look at what Hell's Ravage has got, I'm thinking, okay, you could go Amaterasu, which Freyr is good into. You could go Fushi, which Freyr is good into. You could go Loki, which is kind of close to equal, if maybe favoring Loki. It's at the very top level, if I had to take a guess, just on the fact that he's got Undermine, or he's got Heimdall. Heimdall is a nice counter to Ulla, and then you can play a nice Boomy game against the cheap upgraded Freyr, and you can actually have a nice game there. Susanoo, not very good here, I don't think. And Zeus, not very good. So it's probably even going to be Amaterasu or Fushi from Hell's Ravage. So yeah, you're probably going to go with Freyr here 9 times out of 10. Shenong, also decent, can take out Amaterasu, can take out Fushi. So let's jump into this game and see what they are going to be going with. I have to hit the button though. Alrighty, so I forgot to hit this as well. Okay, so we do get ourselves a Freyr versus Amaterasu affair here, which is going to be a lot of fun. I think this is a matchup which sort of, it's like I'm making jokes about it. They are just jokes. Not all of the DLC gods are really, really strong. Like, I mean, obviously you've got the Freyr, you've got the You got the Fushi, you got the Shinong, you got the new they're all good. You got the Amaterasu, pretty good. Susanoo, S-tier potential. Tsukiyomi is... You got Tsukiyomi. Apparently this god's not very good. I think he's actually pretty good. Anyways, we got the 2 DLC gods going at it here. I'm making jokes. It is jokes, but we'll see. But of all the gods in the current roster, in this matchup, I think that Freya has to be your pick for probably the best in this matchup. Reason being is, well, you can play a nice defensive game with Freya, which means you can avoid fights against the Amaterasu, which means you're not giving that Amaterasu the fast Bushido tech. And you're going to be so fine doing that with Freya. My basic strategy here with Freya, just to throw it out there, is a town center sacrifice idea where I'm just going to say, okay, if you want to come kill my town center, that's fine. Have it. I'm just going to go build 2 more elsewhere, and just you have to run around just killing town centers all day. If you don't want to also play a boomy game against me, it's fine. And you just have to not lose any villages. Tough, but it's a good way to get through that. And then by the time you get to the heroic age and you get your heavy upgrades in, you're still going to be competing and you should be able to get to champion. And if you can get to champion, then chances are you're going to be okay and you can actually take a win in this specific matchup. Let's have a little cheeky look at the relics here. We got Gugnir, Odin Spear, helping out a little bit there for the hoplites and things like that. We've got Tail Feathers of Heaven, which is going to be making those infantry a little bit stronger. Definitely want to keep that one away from the Amaterasu if you can. As we got the Tearfing, Angantir's Sword, which is going to be lifesteal for units, plus 10% there for the heroes. Always nice for both people involved. Up onto this top side, we got the Blanket of Empress Zoe, which is vulnerability to crush minus 15%. Over onto this side, we got the Staff of Dionysus, which is a regeneration rate plus 1 there for the villagers. I love that relic. It's so nice to have. And finally, the Titan's Treasure. This is a big relic to actually have for Freya. This is like probably... This is one of the best because nearly like obviously it's not that many resources, but it's super, super helpful to like get you to the Mythic Age, which is sort of your whole goal. You want to get there. You want to get there without dying, which is super important. Also, thanks so much for the 4 months, Tim Reiser, you legend. As the Kitsune here for Hell's Ravage, just going to be scouting around. I was talking a lot about what the goal here for Tiger Boss is. Whereas I haven't really touched on the Amaterasu game plan. So Amaterasu here basically just wants to get as many villager picks as she possibly can, not fall behind too much on economy by going too crazy, trying to deny town centers. But also you have to make sure you take good fights here if you do actually end up doing so. You can't realistically go mass samurai in this matchup. You either have to go for samurai plus weasel mass, so you go for like 3 or 4 early Miko, and you get a huge amount of weasels out, and then samurai plus weasel plus maybe also some Yumi archers, not the horse archer, Yumi archers, and that's going to be something that's really, really challenging to actually take fights. And then once the Freya player creeps out of their base, if their town centers are bad enough, which they actually are here, maybe this one is quite nice, but this one over here is quite bad. Then you can put some real big pressure on, and you can sort of catch them out and get a gold staff happening. On top of that, other ideas would be to mix in, say, Naginata Riders with your samurai and do things like that. You just see the Dojo coming down, the Kama Itachi coming through, and the Boshin Boku getting dropped down. Ameno Uzume. They've got a choice there for our Amaterasu player, and Tiger Boss went for Ulla, so no real surprises. The thing is, though, I don't think you can deny any sort of hill fort. So if you're Freya here, if you can basically just spam out the throwing action and the Hersa and deny this early damage that's coming for you from this Kamatachi, and you just come forward, drop the hill fort here, grab the town center. Now you've got a good nice gold mine. Very tough to break through that. So you have to be thinking, well, how do I deal with that? How do I play around that? There's also the late game idea for Amaterasu where you go through Okuninushi and you start making yourself a little bit of burning damage coming from this Hersa. He's grabbed that relic. go for Ukuni Nushi, and you can actually make the Oyumi, which are a very, very difficult to kill unit if you are mixing in the correct counter units. So, for example, if your opponent is making Huskar, you're making Samurai, or if they're making Raiding Cavalry, you're making Yadi Spearmen to hold against them, and then they can kill off everything else. Oh, and we do see one villager down as Hell's Ravage is currently all over Tiger Boss, as Tiger Boss is taking a lot of pressure here. One villager down. Does have that solar shield here, so he just can continue to run rampage around. Now, he does get a whole bunch of favor from this, so this is not all free if you are the Amaterasu player. That's why this isn't super bad, but you really can't be losing villagers. We do see everyone to this side. An attempt at a town center going up as one throwing axeman goes down. The Weasel ends up dying, and Tiger Boss is going to be grabbing not a terrible town center, but not an amazing town center. This one here with the hippopotamus is a little bit meh. Just a little bit. Meanwhile, another Kamatachi going to be looking for a little bit more kamikaze shenanigans here. The solar shield will be back up. He's going to be charging around the base here onto that dwarf line. You've really got to be quick here as the player playing against this unit. The weakness of this unit is the fact that players are sending it without a care in the world, thinking that it's completely fine to do so. It's not. You can't. Oh, does he lose it? He does lose it. You can't actually get. You shouldn't be against really, really high level players. You shouldn't be able to get that Kama Itachi into your opponent's base without being very, very sneaky. So, for example, line of sight. Like, if you have Hersa sitting out or units sitting out on these positions here, then the Kamatachi can't get through. There's a walls coming up on this top side. Just completely block off all of those angles, and the Kamatachi can't get through. There's actually an idea here maybe for Freyr to advance really, really late. Because what's the Amaterasu player going to do, right? You advance really, really late, get a lot of gold early on, maybe a second Berserk, super fast, and you just get the map walled up before the Kamatachi can even get a chance to wander into your base. As the Samurai now charging forward, the thrown axeman not in position. The villagers over here need to make a break for the tower. They do so, and nothing goes down, but idle time forced in a big way. Watchtowers now coming through as well slowly as the Samurai. There's only a handful of thrown axemen here from Tiger Boss. He's really not been producing units. Another longhouse to come down as more Kamatachi going to be making their way into this position. The Kamatachi gets that solar shield. Going to come back up a decent amount of HP. Does it go all the way up to full HP from that? No, surely not. Up to 250. So it gets about 200 HP back during that heal, which is still a lot. Nonetheless, Tiger Boss does have his second town center up. He is attempting to pump out these units pretty quickly. He's getting villagers over onto wood here. I don't think at the moment he needs a huge amount of food, but he does also need to be making Hersa, so Hersa plus thrown axeman. And he has to be playing a nice defensive game, thinking about how he's going to get this gold mine. Meanwhile, Kamatachi coming around onto this side. The villagers here have a nice, easy chance or easy way to just retreat into the town center. No problems, but does take a big amount of damage there as the Samurai pushing in onto this spot. Meanwhile, the Bushi does get sniped by the tower. And so far, so good for Tiger Boss. He's taken a little bit of damage, but he has his second town center. Hasn't really fought the Amaterasu. And at the moment, we're just hitting Bushido tier 2, which is not bad at all in terms of timings. Normally, like I've seen Amaterasu hitting heavy at 9 minutes. So this is not bad for Tiger Boss at all. Drops the Asgardian Hill Fort down. Little bit of a, I don't know if I love this positioning. Definitely closer to this gold mine is where he really needs it. But we'll see if it's going to be enough as the thrown axeman coming through here. And the Kamatachi is looking for some more pressure. There is no favor for that solar shield. So you do have to remember this thing isn't always available. It's 15 favor. The favor needs to be generally going into more Kamatachi. But nonetheless, there's just so many of them. Now, the saving grace here for Tiger Boss is that he does have Gulumbursti, which is an incredible option to deal with these Kamatachi. However, the army coming through, Gulumbursti gets dropped down as Tiger Boss is not in position here. He's getting little bits of damage done. And now the Samurai decide, let's turn around and get some Bushido here. They're getting a lot from actually taking the Gulen Bursty down. And he doesn't even manage to kill off one, or he gets two Weasels there. Excuse me, I was about to say, doesn't manage to get one Samurai. But the Town Center will pick off those low HP units. Sacrificing the Town Center here is totally fine. But does he need to? The differential in military value is pretty close here. The Hearthstone numbers are out in force. The villagers, however, have made a run for it. And I think the more simple answer for Tiger Boss is just to walk over here and drop the Town Center yet again. But nonetheless, he's charging forward. He wants to take the fight. The Kamatachi going straight at the Throwing Axeman. They get a huge amount of damage onto that backline there, all at half HP. However, Town Center will be surviving here, and that's a big bonus there for Tiger Boss. He doesn't get any kills, really. Hells has to pull back. 45 villas to 36. And will we see the Town Center getting repaired back up? Doesn't look like it will be getting repaired anytime soon. Villagers over onto this forward hippopotamus. Now, there is an option to maybe try and grab the gold mine here. The Kamatachi can also make a wander up onto that side, which they are doing immediately here. Hells, he doesn't really know what's going on over here, but he wants to sneak through, and there's no Herser on this side for the time being. We do also see a little cheeky dock from Hells. He wants to put pressure potentially onto this gold mine as the Kamatachi spots the villagers. Maybe a good idea to turn and shank this. I'm not exactly sure, but he's going to be pulling back through the wall there. And the Tiger Boss wall, will it finish? He can pop over onto the wood line here and pull his wood villagers off over onto the pigs in his main base. But nonetheless, he's now starting to push forward. Has the favor for multiple Asgardian Bastions at the moment. Or maybe even better would be an extra temple and a huge amount of Draugr. All of a sudden, what you do versus all those Draugr, the Kamatachi will melt. The Samurai will melt. It's a great resource to use moving forward here, especially with only one on the Musha, which can get sniped really quickly by Throwing Axemen. But the dock now up for Hells. He can get that transport ship in if he needs a bit of a bail from like a Tempest or something. A really, really interesting idea there would be if Tiger Boss gets to the heroic age, you get a cheeky little transport ship garrisoned into the dock. Tempest comes down, pop it out, and then once the Tempest comes in, you just garrison and you just run away, and you say lol 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 lol. But we do have the Wasen coming in, which is an archer ship. This guy, generally speaking, I don't think he's very good in this situation, right? Like if you're using it, he's missing. Like actually, take a look at this. One shot does. Oh, he's paused. One shot does 99 down to 76 damage. It's right in front of the ship. Whereas this guy, as he's very far away, barely getting damage done onto those units. Meanwhile, the Huskar trying to get around onto the backside. We do have that solar shield getting dropped down onto the cavalry. There is heavy through as well, and Tiger Boss is not fighting underneath his Asgardian Bastion. He's getting a little bit of damage done, but the Throwing Axemen are getting carved up here by these Razorwind, Kamatachi, and Tiger Boss needs to pull back now. He's got 202 favor in the bank and one Draugr. Are you kidding me? He needs, imagine if it's spent all of his resources. Maybe he just didn't fight. They just pulled back and he just spent all that favor, put everyone on wood, all that favor on Draugr. All of a sudden, I don't think that Hell's Ravage can make these sorts of attacks here. However, now the Gold Starve has commenced. The Hill Fort cannot defend against units that are sitting underneath it. We see the Draugr now starting to come out. But with heavy in, the problems are going to start arising in a very, very big way for Tiger Boss. 0 gold. He's got the villager advantage by 15, but his villagers are idle. He's got to get back onto resources somewhere. There is a gold mine in the middle of the map. He could potentially try and sneak. He could try and get a hill fort up on there and maybe pray that he can defend or get the hill fort up and defend it. He can obviously eat the hunt in the front of this position. He can sell some resources, but no market just yet. The armory upgrades are starting to come in slowly. With the Samurai pulling back for Hells, he's still one town center. Full send in this position onto the gold mine in the center of the map. There is going to be reinforcements coming through, possibly more Kamatachi, possibly just random Bushi and Yumi archers and things like that there, as the Asgardian Hill Fort will end up falling. Throwing Axeman getting a little bits of damage done. There's 1 or 2 samurai falling, but the middle of the map is what is important here as the villagers pull back. One Hursa coming through to take out the Kama Itachi here. There is no favor there for that 20 favor solar shield, but he's just about to get it. And all of a sudden, no Asgardian Bastion, a Weasel sitting on the gold mine, and there's that WAS in there or a transport ship potential to come back over here and take that out. And Tiger Boss slowly starting to get himself a hefty amount of Draugr here. However, he doesn't have the upgrade. Without the upgrade, I hate to say it, they are a myth unit. They are not that good without the upgrade. Once you get the upgrade, okay, now we're talking. Just for those of you playing at home, this upgrade gives a huge amount of bonus damage in 20%, as well as the more important range for those Draugr. So they can sit way in the back of the fight, away from any sort of danger, and get huge damage done. Nonetheless, Tiger Boss is now staring down a 175 population army as the Razorwind Kama Itachi charges in with Solar Shield. The Samurai behind here smothering the Thrown Axeman. The Draugr not in a good position here to hold on. And Hell's Ravage takes game number 2 in commanding fashion. Tiger Boss had the game here, though. Absolutely had the game. It's hard to know what to do in the moment, especially when you're playing against a Civ as new as Amaterasu. But you play it once, and now you're probably never going to lose this situation again, which is, well, Tiger Boss here had the favor for those Draugr. All you got to do is make him before you take the fight. He's not going to be able to run into you with that amount of Draugr. And if that's the case, then you can just mine this gold mine very, very healthily. The other big problem here for Tiger Boss was that hill fort just not being on top of the gold mine. If it's on the front of the gold mine, all of a sudden the army is taking damage all the way to run in, and you're sitting behind it, able to garrison away from those Kamatachi specials, and you're in a much, 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 much better position than anything else. But I think Tiger Boss here, just a little bit unlucky. I think he had a nice strategy here, just did not execute it perfectly and held too strong in game number 2. Let's move into game number 3 and see if Tiger Boss can bring it back or if Hells will continue his winning ways. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves a little cheeky victory here for the... Which one? Who won? The Freya lost and the Amaterasu did win. Alrighty, so the next, I'm going to guess again. The next map is Mirage, right? Did I get this one right? I know they played one game on Mirage because I checked the games beforehand and I saw Mirage was a pick. It is on Mirage. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be going... Okay, so first of all, before I figure out what's going on here, if we go on to Mirage and we got these gods remaining, let's think about it. I think Noir here is a pretty special pick. I think Noir would be incredibly good on this map. The reason being is you can go for a chillin orientated strategy with the docks, which you can connect up very, very easily early game. You can make multiple docks to make your fishing ships better. You can use that early game creation to help you build it while your early game build order does not suffer at all. Put a couple of villages over onto wood, get your 9 fishing ships out with multiple, with those 2 docks up, which are a huge boost of favor early game into making chillin and a classical army that would probably break most 2 town center ideas, which I think some people think is maybe the quote unquote best way to play on this map. I don't think 2 town center play on this map is necessarily the best. It's definitely up to the matchup and the map spawn. But even if you get a good map spawn and you go 2 TC, then you're facing chillin raids, which is incredibly difficult to defend against. On the other side for Hells, he's got Zeus is obviously a nice pick on this map, just on the fact that it is a water map. Zeus obviously very good there to make hoplites early on. Fushi can do something very similar to Nuwa just a little bit less effective, just on the fact that he doesn't have that creation, he doesn't have that that economy from the hero Qualifier, but he does have access to Najar, so would be able to counter it. And then you're going to probably find the Najar, the Nuwa player having to play a different strategy than the Chillin strategy if you go for the Fushi there. So that could be a nice idea. And I guess Loki as well isn't terrible here, just on the fact that you have a mass amount of Hersa. So there's that one. Thanks so much for the 13 months, or 4 months in a row, but 13 months total flames. Appreciate you, my friend. Let's jump into game number 3 and see how things are going to go. Alrighty, so now we do see a matchup that I'm not exactly surprised to see. I'm not sure this is probably the best idea here from Tiger Boss, but we'll see how it's going to go. We do have ourselves Hades for Tiger Boss, and on the left-hand side of the map, Hell's Ravage does pick his Loki. I like the Loki. I like the Loki just on the fact that if you have safe food with Loki, he always works better. I'll actually take you back to Champions League Season 1. A little bit of history here. There was a player by the name of Sun Tzu. He was the player's favorite. We have this player's favorite award going for the Champions League for quite some time. We're only doing it in the Challengers League for this season, but he won the player's favorite award in Season 1, and he was so entertaining. But one thing that he did in Season 1, you could pick your home map, similar to Champions League Season 4, similar to this Champions League. You could pick your home map, every single map, and he would always pick Tundra Pools, and he would always pick Loki there. And the reason was, well, Tundra Pools did have a lot of hunt on it, but it also had 2 pools of water with 4 to 6 fish in each of them. So you could get a huge amount of early game economy going to mass those Hersa up and get a good amount of advantage there. Now, in Retold, mass Hersa is not as good, but the acceleration of the food means a faster heroic gauge, which means an earlier timing, which means that the actual amount of units your opponent can have out is probably going to be a little bit less than normal, just on the fact that they're probably not going to have as much gold that's being grabbed. They do have more food, but the gold is that bottleneck, so to speak. So you're probably going to be able to get a little bit more advantage there on any sort of timings or aggressive play. That being said, Tiger Boss's map here is absolutely amazing. I screwed up the overlay. Let me fix it. It's fixed now. Sorry about that. This town center here for Tiger Boss is a Hades player's wet dream. Just look at it. He's got backwood. He's got back gold mine. He's got back hunt, and he's got hunt on his front of the town center, which he can push in. This town center is as good as it gets. But you're playing against Loki. Do you want to go for a second town center against Loki, even as Hades? It can work. It can definitely work, especially. Well, I don't know about on this map. I think things are going to be very interesting here. I think you're going to learn a lot about how Mirage plays from this game. Let's check out the relics and see if anything there will be impactful. Anvil of Hephaestus, obviously very, very nice there, making those armory upgrades a little bit cheaper. Blanket of Empress Zoe here, probably a must grab for the Hades player if they want to go for that second town center. Over on this side, there is also the Skulls of Cercipes, a fantastic pickup there for the Loki player early on, or even for the Hades player to help them defend that second town center as it goes up. Down on the bottom here, one final relic, which is Adamantine Shingles, just the house hit points plus 200%. So we'll see how things are going to go. But I think that Hells, he has shown very little willingness to play a slow macro game in thus far. What was the first game? I've already forgotten. I know the second game, Amaterasu, he went full send against that Freya. Yeah, first game it was a full send in terms of like Odin versus Set, but generally that's the way you want to play. But he's not. I haven't seen him really play a whole lot of macro orientated gameplay. So we'll see how it's all going to go. For Tiger Boss, going up through Athena, getting himself the Ajax out. And he's going to be searching around for relics and things of that nature. Meanwhile, Forseti coming through for Hells. No surprises there. I mean, you could potentially make an argument that Heimdall is actually a really nice idea here as well. Just on the fact that if you want to be going one town center, you're going to get yourself a faster heroic age by getting Rigstula just before you advance. And then you can also go for Iron Hari Mountain Giant synergy, which means your Mountain Giants are getting bonus damage against the town center. You can undermine the town center or undermine towers in the main base as well to lock them off that gold mine. Lots of ideas there, but we are seeing the classical age coming through. Our Hades player goes for early Vaults of Erebus. I think this is, if he's going for a town center, this is as wrong as it gets, but he's not. He's actually doing something very, very safe, cautious, and interesting here. He's going for a classical fight, so he's not going to be getting his town center. He's amazing S triple tier plus town center. Holy doc. Hells is not playing around. He's got 3 docks up. He's got 1 on this side. If he wants to get the free Kraken over there, he has to delete these docks. And he's unironically making dragon ships here. I almost want to see Hells. Is he going heroic age as well? Has he got an armory coming up or a market? No. He's just got all the food in the world. Bumping villages for the time being. The dragon ship is coming through. Is that a fishing ship? It's got to be a fake, right? Or it's, I don't even know. The fishing ship's all garrisoning. What's the best call here to defend against this? He doesn't have the docks in. The dragon ship is just going to be getting harassment. It's a lot of resource investment for this harassment, though. But you do force out 1 or 2 Pentacontas on the other side. So I guess it is a win, regardless, because you've got that dock over here. But nonetheless, the army can come up onto that side and start defending it. Meanwhile, Tiger Boss has his Achilles out. He spent a lot of resources here on units thus far. The Minotaur Hoplites coming up onto the top side to take this position out. We see Bragi now coming through. And I think so far, so good. So far, so good for Tiger Boss. He's defended this. I think it's arguably been an equal trade. You forced out 300 resources worth of Pentaconta. Your opponent built a dock and a ram and also a fishing ship. So it's about equal there. Probably is just right on equal. So no harm, no foul. Hells is now in the heroic age. He's through Bragi. He's making a great haul. He's making a longhouse. And he's ready to start spamming units out. Now, I thought that this would be the gold being the bottleneck here in this specific matchup or in this specific situation. But apparently not. Apparently floating 700 gold is the way to go from the side of Tiger Boss. So we'll see if he's going to be able to hold on against this big, fat all-in. He definitely wants to be in the heroic age right now. Or at least going there, but he's overproduced on military units, and now he's going to be having to face up against a flaming weapons, a timing attack from Hell's Ravage without having access to Curse or Underworld to play around, or Paspist or something like that, which does then also mean the follow-up of a lot of Battle Ball is going to be very, very tough to deal with as well. As the units are starting to mass up here, Berserk, Jarl, throwing Axeman, all coming in. Hoplite Toxotes for Tiger Boss. I mean, here's the thing. He's basically got the heroic age in reverse at the moment, right? Food takes a little bit less time to come in than gold. He's at 800 on this side, 200 on this side. I think if you flip those resources around, he'd probably be in the heroic age or at least advancing already here. But nonetheless, maybe he wants to make some Minotaur out, which maybe not a bad idea with that gold. Doesn't have any villages on the favor. just yet, as he's going to charge in, ready to start taking this fight here. Flaming Weapons comes down from Hell's Ravage. No retreat just yet. The healing spring gets dropped on the back there. Restoration as well, but Flaming Weapons for Hell's Ravage has to be good here. Those hoplites melting. No answers to the throw and action on the backline just yet as the Ironry spawns in. And the army charging after their Ajax, charging after the Toxotes. Everything falls for Tiger Boss, but Flaming Weapons is now down. There's 68 favor, though, in the bank for Hell's Ravage, which means Mass Battle Ball or Troll, whichever one he really wants to go for, both are valid, is an option. Personally, I much prefer the Battle Ball at this point, but it looks like Hell's doesn't have the gold for it. The reason why is I don't have to grab an upgrade. I can just go straight into him. No wasted favor. As the Hoplites, Toxotes still coming out for Tiger Boss. One thing I've noticed from Tiger Boss's gameplay a lot is that he does often miss his extra military buildings. But he is starting to add them now, which is fantastic. So he'll be able to get his units back out. And I think one thing that a lot of Greek players will know is that the biggest advantage you can get playing Greek against Norse is basically being equal on military resource value. And at the moment, Tiger Boss is equal on military resource value. The only problem is he doesn't have the answer for these trolls, of which realistically, Hells should have a lot of them. He's just waiting on this troll to come out. He's got the cave trolls coming through as well. Raiding cavalry onto the back there to snipe down those naked Doxotes. Medium is coming through. Does lose one raiding cavalry for it, but more opportunities to take more more Toxotes out there. Doesn't manage to do so as the army simply just pulling back. Going to come around, sit onto this position. Got a great haul coming in. As the cave troll's still not in because he's macroing up a storm here. He's really getting his units out nicely, but it's really, really tough to be retreating with trolls is the problem. Does hit one big boulder onto that back troll there. Cave troll now coming through. But this is what I mean. Look at this army from Tiger Boss. It's doing absolute work at the moment. You've got to be careful with it. Running straight into those thrown axemen does lead to disaster. The Toxotes can sit back. You can shoot pot shots there, but you can't just run in a straight line against the Norse army. And Tiger Boss does seem to know that a little bit here. 4.8 versus 3.7. Can these two heroes, however, deal with everything? The Ajax wanders forward here. Going to be taking out the Ironry. The army slowly starting to melt. But where is all of the army for Tiger Boss? It's starting to move across into this fight, but it's just not here. Armory situation for Tiger Boss is in. Hells doesn't have it himself, but he barely manages to stay alive in this fight. Look at all those low HP units there for Hell's Ravage. And I think that honestly, the difference maker in this fight is the resources in the bank for Tiger Boss versus for Hells. Hells is spending everything and more that he's got. He's right here. These aren't the best, but he's spending everything really, really nicely here. Whereas Tiger Boss, hefty amount of resources in the bank. Probably would have been better for him to just sit back, go heroic age, then take the fight. But nonetheless, we'll see if Hells can take this advantage and run with it, or if Tiger Boss is going to be able to figure out a way to hold and get to his power points. He's currently on this right-hand corner of the map. It is spied. Tiger Boss needs to be careful over there. See raiding cavalry coming around the left, however, as one raiding cavalry does get shanked down. Pulls that one back, but with 4 more coming in, it's going to be a very different story. And we do see that Tiger Boss says, all right, I'm going to get out of here. Let's not risk it. As more units do get intercepted there. This raiding cavalry ends up going down as the granary in the main base coming through. Tiger Boss almost in the heroic age right now. He's got to be careful. He cannot take a fight right now. It's not a good idea. He needs some Peltasts. He needs a Chiron. He needs that curse. He's looking to actually engage over here. I think he should just be thinking about running and delaying into like the back corner into the main base, but he's trying to just delay a little bit. The trolls coming in. There's now heavy raiding cavalry as the attack comes through. Tiger Boss is so close to the heroic age, but it's just maybe too little, too late. The hoplites here, what are they doing? They got to get to work. Toxody's getting the damage done. Kurtz comes down. The heroes, where are they? The Tiger Boss. I don't see a single one here. The Ajax just falls. The Nemean Lion coming through. Gets that big stun off there. But Tiger Boss's army is slowly melting. He's only got 6 military buildings, which is why he's not getting all these units out as fast as he needs to. More villagers coming in. And Hells manages to take game number 3. One too many mistakes from Tiger Boss here. I think he was still okay up until this fight. I think he was in actually a completely winnable position. But he said, I don't want to run my villagers. I'd rather take the fight than wait. If he ran the villagers, waited for the Nemean Lion, waited for the heroic age, and more importantly, maybe waited for a couple of rounds of Peltas to come through such that he can erase those thrown axemen much easier, and a Chiron as well, maybe things would be very, very different. The thing is, right, this is how you do these these maneuvers where you're like, I need to bide some time. How do you do it? Okay, so grab these villagers, 30 villagers, pull them back in onto herdables. Hopefully you have some, or onto chickens, or onto a wood line in your main base. Whereas the rest of your villagers, you send them over to the top side to get onto this gold mine. That's the tricky move. You've got to do a double villager movement there. And you can even send your army up to the top side to be defending if your opponent's up there, while this army is running after the villagers that are running into the main base, or at least you can sit in the main base and defend that. There's a lot of ways around that, but well played there from Hell's Ravage. Unfortunately, I didn't get to learn all too much about this 2TC versus 1TC dynamic that I've been hearing about. I think this town center here is so good for Tiger Boss to go 2TC, and even against a Loki, you have to be thinking, surely we can make a stand here and hold with the gold mine that good, or at the very least, we can sack the town center, run around the back, get in onto the main gold and be mining the home-based gold mine on one town center with like plus 10 villages or something when the attack comes through. But nonetheless, well played there for Hells. We'll get into game number 4 and see if Tiger Boss can bring it back. Alrighty, so Hells is now... He's actually the underdog in this matchup. Tiger Boss has had some incredible tournament showings of late, often always in the like top 16-ish. So yeah, he's a very formidable opponent, but Hell's playing incredibly well. Hell's Tiger Boss game 4, right? Okay. So we're now going in onto the map Ghost Lake with both Loki and Hades off here. That leaves Tsukiyomi, Shinong, Nuwa for Tiger Boss, Fushi, Susanoo, and Zeus for Hells. Okay, so you could gamble here as Tsukiyomi, roll the dice. I think Tsukiyomi is really probably pretty good on a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, but it is a bit of a gamble. Reason why is you've got potentials for, doesn't really matter what your second town center is like for the second gold mine. You can just go for the fast heroic and it's fine off of 2TC. On the side of Hell's Ravage, I think you really only have one choice here. You have to go... Oh, Zeus works here, I think. But I think Fushi is your best bet. But then you're playing Fushi into Shinong or Fushi into Nuwa. Obviously, Fushi into Tsukiyomi is totally fine. So that probably does mean that Tiger Boss has to cancel out that Tsukiyomi. I say that because I think the Chinese are very, very good against the Japanese, period. Even Amaterasu has some trouble against the Chinese. But yeah, maybe like a Shenong, maybe a Nuwa. Probably Nuwa. This is your game point. Maybe going Shenong here is your best bet, but we'll have to wait. We'll have to jump in and have a look at it. So moving into game number 4. Let's have a look. The game is paused. Oh no. Wait, did I do this? I don't think I did this either. And we do see Tiger Boss. He does pick his Nuwa, and Hells grabs a little cheeky Fushi for game number 4. I'm not surprised to see the Fushi from Hells. Makes a lot of sense considering what else he had in his pool. That being said, strategy-wise here, this really, really depends. This depends on town center spawn. This depends on gold mine spawn. This depends on the fighting spirit of the Fushi player. There are many routes through this matchup, and to be completely honest, I think at top level, I think this is probably one of the least understood matchups in the entirety of Age of Mythology. The reason being is for the launch of China all the way up until now, there's been a certain strategy or a certain like approach to this god, which has just been head and shoulders above every other approach. But then the changes happen and things get changed, and you have to start actually actively exploring other avenues. Someone like 3DB is a fantastic example of what of different approaches for China, which work really, really well. So there's lots of different avenues to go for in this matchup from both sides, to be honest. But oftentimes we see the Nuwa player say, I'm going to go for a nice quick Classical Age into a second Talent Center. I'm going to drop my Earth Wall down. I'm going to play defense. I'm going to get to the Mythic Age, and we'll play in the Mythic Age, right? That's the big, strong play from the Nuwa. And on the other side, the Fushi player might say, well, I've got myself Peach Blossom Spring. So if you're going to do that, and you want to play defense, no worries. I'll take the delayed second Town Center slightly. I'll get my Najjar out. I'll start poking you and I'll start harassing you with that. I'll start harassing you with my Yahtzer and things like that. And I'll grab my second Town Center as fast as I can, but slightly delayed. And then I'll utilize my Peach Blossom Spring such that I'm going to be hitting the Mythic Age at a similar point, and I'm going to use my heroes and my powerful late game to match you or take me in front of you. Right? You can go for Hao Tu. Sorry, not Hao Tu. You can go for Huang Di, or you can also go for a similar Gong Gong idea. But I think that in this specific matchup, going for the Huang Di is probably slightly better. But we'll see what Hells is going to do. I haven't seen him. Like we talked about it last game. I haven't seen him one game in this series thus far say, I want to play a macro game. I want to play a slow game. He says it's pedal to the metal no matter what. One thing I will say is, this habit, if Hells is out there and he's watching, this habit needs to be broken yesterday. I made the same mistake myself the other day. Whenever you cancel a villager, he does pull it back on, that's good. Whenever you cancel a villager to age up, your next action after you age up needs to be restart auto queue. That's the habit you have to make. That's the habit. Every single time. Nonetheless. And he's yet again done exactly the same thing where he's cancelled the auto queue and he started a Qualifier. As soon as you cancel it, the next action needs to be to put it back on. Nonetheless, Hal 2 coming through for Tiger Boss. He's moving over onto this side. There is... Ooh, let's have a look-see here. If Tiger Boss just builds the town center, realistically, you probably want... Like, if he drops this here, it's not good enough. He probably wants to drop an earth wall over here such that his hero Qualifier can be on this gold mine and his villagers can be over there, and then he can start working towards a defense here. Meanwhile, the Machine Workshop coming through for Hells, and we are seeing the Najjar. So this does end up... Ooh, random Yahtzee in the base here now. This does actually end up being something different from Hells. So what I was talking about is a slightly delayed second town center for the Fushi player, which is totally fine, into a second town center, like sort of fast mythic or macro orientated game. You don't drop a machine workshop when you're doing that. This machine workshop basically means from Hells, he says, I'm playing aggro. And this Tiger Boss Earth Wall is going to allow a lot of effectiveness here. A lot of effectiveness. Reason being, well, I guess the walls coming up here is a nice idea from Tiger Boss. But the reason being is that it doesn't defend the food, it doesn't defend the gold. There's one gold mine in the main base, which isn't that much. We should see a machine workshop coming down for Tiger Boss. He hasn't really scouted out the map yet, though he does have himself a Cheongchi that can go and get a lot of information in. And we'll see how things will go. Question in the chat is, how do I feel about the randomness of gold mine locations? For this example, the gold mine spawning topside means it's easier for Eldrave to grab that TC to the north of his base. I don't think it matters. I think that you just have to be able to read where the gold mines are, where the town centers are, where the hunt is, and if things are different for each different player, then different strategies are going to be better for them or worse for them. And that's part of the fun, I think, of Age Mythology. Nonetheless, a little bit of pressure coming in. The wall does not get completed here. We do see a cheeky little Wuzu Javelineer as he's going to try and snipe these units down. That Yahtzee there with 33 HP. Looking very, very tasty. The problem for Tiger Boss here inside of what he's trying to do, which is spam out Javelineer, is he doesn't have a fantastic answer for the Najar, which is big, high DPS unit with decent HP pool. The only real way to kill off this unit effectively is either with some really nice damage pierce units like the Chuko Nu, or some Dao Swordsman, which can tank a lot of that DPS while also dishing it back out. Meanwhile, the Cheongchi just scouting out, trying to see what's coming his way. And I think if I played this exact matchup. I did. I played this exact, well, maybe it was Shenong. Played this exact matchup versus B, I want to say. I played new, and it was on Arena. So I had the Earth Wall very similar to how this is shaping up for Tiger Boss. And my memory of this was, if I can, my thought process in the moment was, if I can get to the heroic age, then I'm going to have a lot more answers to what's coming my way. Things like the Jiang Xia, things like the Chuko Nu, things like the Sage and all that stuff, right? But the more I think about it, maybe the best option here for Tiger Boss is to stay in the classical age and basically spam towers and things over here, like buildings, units. Make sure that he gets that position on under lock. Or maybe it's actually just to try and get to the mythic age straight away. Sitting in your base on one town center. I don't think you can get there with the gold though. Anyways. Meanwhile, Cheongchi sniping a villager over here. Little bits of raids. We do have the old Pioneer on the back. Going to get a couple of shots off, trying to prevent this damage from coming in. When you're playing 1 TC versus 2 TC, oftentimes one villager pick feels like 4. It's like, it's a gigantic swing, right? Because you're constantly getting one villager in front of your opponent. If you pick off one, then it's like that. Yeah, anyways, you get what I'm saying. Anyways, the Cheongchi popping down over here as the Peach Blossom Spring is actually getting grabbed. That's another villager pick there before the Cheongchi does end up falling. And we are actually going to be seeing Gol Mang coming through pretty quickly here from Hells, which effectively means he's stopped putting pressure on. He's trying to get a wall up over here, but there's no units onto this spot just yet. Tiger Boss is not taking his advantage of this fact. He doesn't obviously doesn't know that Gol Mang is coming in from Hells, which I still think that, like, I know what everyone else thinks as well. I still think there should be like a little bit of a way to scout what's going on in terms of age ups. Like, Age of Empires 4 had the landmark getting built. I think you should just have like little mini animations running through on this, or like each one of these corners gets an extra minor god statue or something that starts getting built just automatically on all of the town centers you own. So you can scout if a heroic age or a mythic age is coming, a classical age, what classical age, etc. Nonetheless, ballet coming through, machine workshop coming in. But what that would mean is if he could scout that out, he would say, all right, I'll just move over onto my gold mine immediately and be mining that, leave this gold mine for later, and give himself even more time to get a defense together and let his economy give him enough of a military resource advantage. There's a machine workshop now coming up for Hells. Yeah, there's a gigantic military differential here. But Hells is getting very, very close here to some serious damage. You see a ballet coming up for Tiger Boss very, very quickly. Huge advantage for the Chinese is the speed at which they build this ballet, especially with the Qualifier hero. But nonetheless, it will come up and there will be access to a defensive forest protection. Now, unfortunately for Tiger Boss, he doesn't have out any halberdier here to deal with these White Horse cavalry, as we do have a little cheeky a silo coming up. Is he going for his... Surely he... Well, that's one idea there. He drops the forest protection down on a silo on the front, such that now it's really tough for Tiger Boss to break out of his base and push through this. Meanwhile, the Tao Wu comes through, gonna be bashing down this ballet. More White Horse cavalry coming through. We're seeing also the halberdiers coming in. Tiger Boss needs to spend his resources, though. He's got a lot of resources in the bank. His military is behind at the moment. And now it's actually a weird position where you're like, wait, where can I actually go here? Can I attack in? Or like, how far? Where does this go? Because I can't tell. Both of the forest protections looking very, very similar here, as the siege crossbow to come through. That will be taking out Hell's Ravager's silo idea, as the lightning weapons coming through. Tiger Boss needs to pull back from this, but he does get himself out. The Terracotta Riders to come through. The Valet almost down, as the siege crossbows rolling through here. Lightning weapons finishes up. The population here for Hells does seem to be dropping here. Can Tiger Boss hold this position or no? Answer is no. The Tao Wu breaks the ballet. That makes the forest protection dissipate here, as the Quaofu villagers also started to get involved. Tiger Boss gets himself another Terracotta Rider out of his main base there to try and get over here. He's not making units. He has one military camp, 2 machine workshops, and no ability to get these resources spent. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage, while being behind on economy, while having less military, he is in front on military. He has a gold staff. He's got siege out as well to start breaking down this town center too. If he wants to, he can walk forward and maybe even drop a ballet onto this side. Over here, we see Tiger Boss, smart play, get to the other side of the map, get this gold mine, make another ballet, sure, no problems, but send even more villagers over here. This is where you make the final stand. Get more military buildings down as well. He's going for more ballets. It looks like he wants to be building out more of those White Horse cavalry. I don't blame him for wanting to, but realistically, halberdier make perfect sense because they cost not that much gold. The White Horse cavalry is costing 85 gold. You don't need quality right now. You need quantity of army. As the ballet will be finishing up, we've got those White Horse cavalry spotted immediately here. As the villagers will start shanking down, we'll be losing 1 or 2 of them, but trading a villager for a unit here is great value. That being said, 1 ballet is not going to be enough to deal with 4K of unit on the side of Hell's Ravage. Hell's Ravage needs a lot more military here. Up onto this side. Oh, sorry, not Hell's Ravage. Tiger Boss needs a lot more military here. As the White Horse Cavalry are going to be breaking down these houses, getting a little bits of value in. But still, Tiger Boss here, he's trying to get himself out upgrades. I mean, I can see the thought process. He's got a lot of resources in the bank, but he does not need upgrades. He needs units. I mean, how much does the Tao Wu cost again? Is it food? I can never remember. It is food. It might be worth it to just get the Tao Wu out. Just on the fact that you can use it to take out enemy siege. That'll help you hold this position for a little bit longer. Nonetheless, the army starting to accrue on this right-hand corner. More White Horse Cavalry coming in. Selling wood. He's already sold all the wood he can possibly sell here. He's going to have to start spamming out farms. Does not need this wood unless he's planning on, I don't know, mass tower. That's an idea. The towers do cost a little bit less gold than a ballet, so if you spam those out, you can sort of get the wood out. You have to send those villages over. You could go ahead and make a creation at the moment to get those towers up. That's not a terrible idea. But he drops the earth wall and immediately gets killed. How many times are we going to be seeing earth wall used like that in this? I've seen it like 3 times recently. You can't use earth wall if there's an army nearby, because it takes time to build, so it gets denied immediately there by Hell's Ravage. And now Hell's Ravage has got the siege crossbows targeting down the ballet. There's no defensive point here, though, for Hell's Ravage to run to. He has to play defense around these siege crossbows to keep them alive. The Qualifiers coming in, trying to snipe the Tao Wu, will be able to do so. The White Horse Cavalry, they've got that extra HP on top of them, but the Hell's Ravage ones have got more armory upgrades. At the moment, the ballet does end up falling here, but Hell's has got still more military resource value. The siege crossbows here, they're not useless either. They're actually getting damage done. They've got themselves 13.3 pierce damage per second, which is more than the Wuzu Javelin here, more than the Fire Archer is doing per pop at this point in the game. Obviously, the Fire Archer does more per pop against infantry units, but that's neither here nor there. As the ballet is back up, but immediately gets taken down. The differential here is so small. It's mostly all just these siege crossbows inflating the military resource difference here. I think if Tiger Boss just grabbed those villages in the middle of that fight and sent them in to actually fight, this game probably would be in his favor right now. But now he's out of gold. He's moving back over onto the left side, trying to do a little bit of the let's go left, let's go right shenanigans. But he's still got huge amounts of wood stockpiles. The White Horse Cavalry ready to come through. Fire Archer Horse Cavalry from Tiger Boss. We'll see if this is going to work or not. As the villagers getting sniped down. Tiger Boss does then decide, okay, time to turn around. Let's at least start shanking here. The army coming back up onto the top side. A ballet for Hell's Ravage. I mean, the villager differential is so big, but the military differential is bigger. As Hell's is trying to get up here with these units. Where are the siege crossbows? They're so slow to make this happen. In fact, Tiger Boss should probably just head back over onto this gold mine yet again. And yes, there's a siege crossbow there, but just get over there. As now Tiger Boss says, last-ditch effort to some degree. He's sending villagers in, and all of a sudden the villager differential is going to get very, very close here. And Tiger Boss falls to Hell's Ravage's aggressive ways here. Somehow, some way, the aggression from Hell's Ravage is enough, and Tiger Boss cannot hold on. Mistakes are plenty here from the side of Tiger Boss. Hell's Ravage an interesting approach going in for these White Horse cavalry and things like that. But realistically, Tiger Boss should have gone in for infantry. The halberdier would have been huge to help him out. But even so, on this side, if he just took his villagers off of the gold mine, used them in the fight, grabbed this tech, survival techniques beforehand, charges in, sends an extra 20 villagers from his main base off of wood onto gold. He doesn't need any wood at all. And it'd be okay. I think he'd be able to defend there. And then the game continues. Maybe he loses some villagers and the game continues, but he would be in a good position, I think. But nonetheless, a well-played game from Hells, a well-played series from Hells. He goes on to the next round. I think he's had a really, really tough, seeding situation just on the fact that he hasn't played in any tournaments yet. But Hells is definitely one of those players to look out for. So we'll see how he goes in the next one. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed. Congrats to Hells. Alrighty. I don't have any plans for the next series. I did hear someone say... there was an Isomado game that's worth watching. But I don't know if it goes out of sync or not. So let me have a quick little look-see. What was it? Isomado versus Hells? No. Surely it wasn't that one. We just watched Hells. I don't want to watch Hells again. Is there a different Isomado game? No one would tell me to watch... Oh, there it is. Isomado versus AC. That's the one. So AC, another guy who's come back. He was a real big contender early on. I think he played in Wrath of the Gods and qualified from memory for the main event. Let's see if I can get this shenanigans working. Unfortunately, I wanted to watch the Nyan versus Ulysses game, but unfortunately that one goes out of sync. They didn't title it correctly. How am I supposed to know which game was first? How am I supposed to know? All right. If you guys give me a little moment, we can chat for the next 5-10 minutes while I work out if any of these games go out of sync. But it'll take me a little hot minute. Just told all my friends about Japan. We are doing blind free-for-all. We have no clue what the civs do. In-houses tonight to learn the civ. What god do you recommend to give me the edge? That's cheating. You're all blind. I shouldn't tell you. There is a god. There is one god that will give you a big edge, I think, in that situation. It's the god that likes to build samurai. I think you'll have an advantage against most people if you just sit there spamming samurai with that god in your free-for-all. But you did cheat. So just know that you cheated. Everyone else played by the rules. You didn't. You went out and did homework. You're not allowed to do your homework. What if your opponent builds anti-infantry? You just make myth unit. I watch Bold Streamer. They do not. True. Advantage. Advantage. Okay. How do I figure out what order? I guess I can figure it out over here a little bit. Izamato versus AC the Great. Chat. Looks like the first map is going to be on Ghost Lake. At the moment, I haven't had any out of syncs. Still have a couple games to get through. What if he goes heroes against your myth units? You've got your samurai to kill off the myth unit, to kill off the heroes. Look, I'm also saying this with the knowledge that our friend who is asking is playing against other people who also have got no idea what they're doing. So I'm giving a strategy which most likely would lose to people who know what they're doing. But people who don't know what they're doing, most likely it would win. See? You shouldn't have won the last game, but I think it was stressing you out with the pressure. I mean, that the way that these one town center versus 2 TC games are going, I think it's apparent to me, at the very least, that you have to play an incredibly good defense to win on 2 TC. I think that at the ultimate top level, we're going to see a very different meta than we're seeing at even top 16. Like, I think someone like the Mr. Kovoth, Recon. Actually, I don't even know if Recon, maybe Recon. I'm not sure. I don't even know if they will actually be able to hold the craziness, because there's so much that can go wrong now. That's the thing. Like, if you want to play that defensive 2TC approach, obviously, like, players like Mister will pick the right strategy regardless. But even just picking the right strategy is not really enough. Because these 1TC all-ins are scary, man. They are very, very scary. You are 700 Elo. I hope that explains your line of questioning. You are... No, you can. Your elo does not mean anything to me. You're the best of the best of the best, with honors, sir, with honors. What's made the 1TC stronger? The villager train time. The villager train time effectively gave the one town center play more actual time. So you basically okay, how do I explain this? There is no difference in what, like, the strategy, right? But there is a difference in the amount of time you can use the things that you make. With the 15-second villager train time, like, it would take somewhere in the vicinity of 5 minutes to pay off a town center, right, before you start seeing any gains. And then obviously you're going to start finding your advantage. In the 18-second villager train time, it's more like 6 minutes and a half. I can't exactly remember what the math is off the top of my head, but my guess is around that. And what that actually ends up meaning is I'm going to have less stuff myself for that time, but I'm going to be able to do more with it, which means if I can pick off a villager, that's big value. If I can idle economy, that's also big value. So long as I don't throw away my units too badly and I'm actually doing good stuff with it, then there's a lot that can happen, right? Young Oath. Are you blaming me yet again for the Cyclops that is still really good? Do I have to show you? I already put a very, very specific screenshot. Actually, I'm going to show you. Screw it. Screw it. Hang on. I need to. No, I don't. We're gonna go like this. I'm gonna set it up, and then we're gonna watch this AC versus Isamaru game. I've had enough of this shenanigans. Do you want to see how absolutely busted broken the Cyclops is? I'll show you guys. These guys saying this Cyclops isn't busted broken. Go on, yeah. I'm going on. I'm going on. You watch and learn, Mr. Cyclops isn't broken. Bloody these people in there. Bloody doing stupid strats, them failing, and then they calling stuff bad. I've had enough of it. Just give me a second. I'm setting it up. I don't want you guys to. I don't want you guys to see what's happening behind the scenes here. We're gonna show you it, and then we're gonna get into the next game. Okay, you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I rest my case. My case is rested. It couldn't rest it any more than that. You're telling me, okay? You're telling me this isn't busted. All right? You're telling me, all right, I'll one up you. All right? I'll one up you. Just micro, he says, all right? Okay. All right. I'll one up you. Give me a second. Give me a second to one up you. All right, let's see how this works. Mr. No Micro, Cyclops, terrible. I missed Micro. Let me try again. Cyclops are hard to use. Cyclops are hard to use. Look at them all dead. Half the army. Look at them all. Look at how many they are. Okay, these units are hard to use. What can I say? Cyclops OP. Just wait for the next throw. It's going to be all over for these bloody Toxotes. Just wait for it. Okay, this guy has a mind of his own. Look at how many they killed. All by themselves. You can't move out of the way. These units don't have that ability to move out of the way. It's impossible. All right, let me come back over here. Now, mind you, that was about 500 Toxotes versus 3 Cyclops. Seems like they're pretty fucking good. Your only issue with this is no one builds Toxote. I watched a game of certain. I watched a game of He Who Must Not Be Known. Named. He Who Must Not Be Named. Making Cyclops. His opponent made Hippias and Toxotes. Do you want to know what he aimed the Hippias at? Are the Hippias. There were Toxotes. He could have one banged him. No. Aim to at the Hippias. Yep. Cyclops are terrible. End stream. Any plans for low elo casting? Not today. I've got so many casts to get through that I don't know. I think like the low elo legends thing is just something that happens one in a blue moon. It's not going to be something that I make very, very often. Discord going crazy about buffing Greek. What's wrong with Greek? I watched a game. I watched a game today, which should have gone. Which should have gone the Greek player's way, but the Greek player didn't play well, so he lost. All right, let's get this next thing on the road. I think I have it set up. Let's see. AC versus Izamato. Did I update my title? I think I did. All right. Isomato versus AC. Alrighty. Let's take a look at this one. So our first map is going to be on Ghost Lake. Let's jump into game number 1. I think we might play some games after this. I have a hankering for some gimme games on the map Ghost Lake. All right, let's go. Alrighty, so we got ourselves another game from the qualifier day 1, which had a butt ton of games in it. That is a metric number of butt tons. So in the left-hand corner of the map, it is AC playing as Gaia, and in the right-hand corner of the map playing as Shinong, it is Izumato. As the die-hard fans of this tournament are hanging out with me right now, middle of the week at 10:27 p.m. Perth time. It is my great pleasure to remind you that we're going to be doing this all again this Saturday and Sunday. We're going to do another cheeky little qualifier with a whole bunch of different games. And obviously the qualifier on day 2 is the big important one. But the other big thing is what's going to happen on day 2 this week is a little bit special. So basically we send out... we're basically going to ask every player that gets through to the round of 8 on Saturday if they do indeed want to participate in Challengers League if they don't make it into Champions League. I imagine most players are going to say yes. There is $1,000 prize pool there, and the quality of player is quite high, so it is well worth their time to participate, as well as eternal glory on the line. But beyond all of that, there's only going to be from a maximum, right, of like 8 players that get a straight ticket into Challengers League, right? So if they lose, so for example, right now, I believe Hell's Ravage, Adapesu, I can't remember the other 2 players off the top of my head. Brain's not functioning. Not functioning. No, I can't remember. There's 4 players that currently got a ticket without they just have a ticket to come in, right? There's going to be another 4 players. It could potentially be exactly the same players. It could be 4 different players. And also one or 2 or 3 or 4 of those players could make it into Champions League, which then relinquishes their ticket into Challengers League. So the players that do get a ticket into, or a chance, are the players that got to the round of 16. So every player that got to the round of 16 have a chance. Now, there's 3 different sort of variables that come into this, where it's either, it's probably 2 different variables. Basically, either there's going to be 16 exactly, or there's going to be more than 16. If there's more than 16, then there's going to be some games getting played on the side on the Sunday for those players whenever they're actually able to on that Sunday. Hopefully their schedules will line up, but it's possible they'll play their games to see if they're in Challengers League or not. So that's the Sunday situation. So we'll see how it's all going to go, but it should be some fun there. It should be some fun. To remind you guys on who the players are, AC here. This is a player from, I think he did really well in Wrath of the Gods. He was a top 16 player from memory in Wrath of the Gods. Did he get in? I think he did. I think he did get into that tournament. I don't think he participated in Clash of Immortals. I don't think he participated in Mythic Wars. But he's definitely a really, really strong player, but he's going to be a little bit rusty coming into this tournament. On the other side here, Izamato, he is really coming into his own. I believe he started playing Age of Mythology with Retold, and we are now getting into that point in Retold's career, in the Retold time span, where these players that just started playing, there's going to be a handful which are going to basically get to that top level, get to that top 16 level. Getting into the top 4, that's really hard. That's years of work, right? But getting into the top 16, I think it's possible. I think that there's a lot of players that stop trying to get to that super high level, that are just relying on years and years of experience, right? But you can definitely get to a point that's going to be able to take those guys out. And I think that players like Izamato, we've also seen players like Arapesu get to that sort of point, and it's very exciting to see these up-and-comers showing what they're made of. Now, AC here, he's playing some guy, he's getting his stuff out. We do have the Yatsa coming through, and they're going to be pushing off this position. There are 5 hero citizens here, however, so a little bit dangerous for Izamato, as the villagers will just turn around and start shanking, and he doesn't quite get the kill there, but nonetheless, we do see a mana coming up, and the game will continue with no problems here for AC just yet. Yeah, let's talk about this. So there is currently a bug with the Pioneer, which allows him to pass through impassable terrain by issuing a command and using the Sky Lantern in tandem. I think the way to get him out of this, and I could be wrong, I haven't tested it, is to click somewhere off the screen and then right click, spam right click, and then immediately Q click with the lantern to get out of there. I think it's possible to do so, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Nonetheless, we do see AC completely safe here from this early pressure. Did he wow, he did heroize nearly everything. He's not heroizing every citizen, but all the citizens on the front, they are very, very tanky, as the army here for Izamato continuing to charge in onto this position. The citizens turning around, going to start shanking. It's not a safe place for Izamato at all, but he does cause a little bit of idle time before retreating. The problem here, though, for Izamato is that all the damage, little bits of damage he does, if he doesn't actually kill the unit, is going to come back. And AC has got his Caladria out, and that's going to help out as well, healing everyone up, keeping everyone nice and safe. Military barracks coming down as well for AC as Izamato continues his pressure. He's got a handful of fire archers. He's got a handful of those scary Dao swordsmen as well. As another military barracks coming down for AC. For some reason, building out a catapulti there. Not exactly the unit he wants right at this stage. There's no cavalry available for the classical age Shenong. Meanwhile, the Yatsa going to be running around the map searching for some stuff. Maybe picking off an oracle. Maybe picking off a citizen. There's not really a lot of options apart from the non-heroes underneath the town center here. There's one on the gold mine for the time being. But it's going to be a challenge for Eisenmeister to really make anything happen there. As the villagers have now moved up onto the berry bush. AC is getting a lot of resources with these villagers. But you do have to remember he spent a lot on them here. I like the idea. These guys do gather very, very quickly here. As the army, however, does start to charge through. And lightning weapons comes down. Carnivora does get dropped. It's generally inadvisable to take these types of fights against the lightning weapons, but it looks like AC feels confident here. Sniping down the fire archers nicely. The pioneers on the top going down. Good control from Aizumato, running with those fire archers non-stop, but it does look like in the end of everything here, AC does manage to hold on against that god power. He does not need to chase away, get those units healed back up, keep pumping stuff. He's going to get himself out another Caladria to heal his dudes. But so far, so good. But we do see on this bottom side, double yards are coming through. I don't think any citizen got picked off here. But nonetheless, the game to continue. We will be seeing a rush ult on the way. AC, so far, has played a really, really nice opening. He's defended. He's got boosted economy from all these hero citizens. Now, he is obviously missing the Theft of Fire tech, which you get from Prometheus. But they're still going to be giving him bonus resources in nonetheless. And now we start seeing some more heroes coming through. Ankh of Ra has come in for Aizumato. He's got all these relics. He's got Head of Orpheus, System of Bars, making his villages cheaper. Ankh of Ra, giving him extra favor. This one gives him extra building line of sight. And Aizumato just pulls back, and he's going to try and get a heroic agent. No, he's still pumping units. So the heroic age is a bait. He's baiting me mostly. No one else, just me. And now AC looking to approach in onto this position. The villagers trying to get their military camp up, but this one does not look all too useful here. The problem for AC is he needs these Terma to be sniping fire archers, and it's hard to micro this fight. You don't need to care too much about the Javelineers, but if the fire archers all go down, you're going to be in a good spot. But it doesn't look like that's what's happening here. AC charges forward, loses all of his army there, and now he has to pull all the way back, and all of a sudden, Aizumato is back in the driver's seat. And AC has got some trouble. He's going to continue to get these Terma out. Maybe a couple of extra Terma to come through from the double counter barracks wouldn't go astray. What's he got? He's got 2 of those. He is pumping them out, and we do see a little bit of a raid into the main base. Still don't think that AC has really lost all too many citizens here. Maybe I'm wrong on that, because the villager numbers are a little bit low on the side of the Gaia here. But nonetheless, the army coming back up, it might be worthwhile to... Does he have the tech? He does have the survival equipment tech, so it might be not a terrible idea to bring those down to join in on the fight and just delay as much as you possibly can beforehand. That's this Dao Swordsman. Will it go down? Nope. It's a little bit scary there for Aizumato to take a big fight. He doesn't have access to the lightning weapons. He doesn't have any prosperous farms up just yet. He does have a hefty amount of Qualifier, though. He's up to 7 Qualifier in this game. 7! 7! How many do you want? Nonetheless, AC now has to jump onto his goats. And the good thing here for AC is he does have access to plow and irrigation. So he can go up to irrigation while staying in the classical age. I don't necessarily think he should stay in the classical age here. All of the advantage against this army comes from units in the heroic age, like the Arcus, like the Stymphalian Bird, Dryad, Pontarius. All of those units are really Destroyer. All those units are really, really good here against this Shenong army. Wouldn't you always plop down 2 farms right away as Shenong? I personally don't think it's worth it. It's better to get Hunt. Some people do think it's worth it. I don't think it matters enough for it to be worth it. But it probably doesn't matter that. It's probably not that big of a deal if you don't either. Nonetheless, the Izumato army looking very, very strong here. AC with a bit of shoot and scoop micro. Sniping some units, but as he turns around to actually shoot, he loses 2 of them in the process. And yet again, AC is on the back foot. Still doesn't quite have an army that can really beat this. You look at the army and you go, oh my god, imagine if you could just get, I don't know, 5, 10 Qualifiers out in an instant. And things would be really nice for him. He's got a lot of resources in the bank. Military building wise, does not have enough here if he wants to stay in the classical age. This is the hardest part about playing classical fights as Atlantean, it seems, is knowing the amount of military buildings you need. And it's always more than you think. As the Terma charge forward, you cannot win Terma versus Javelineer. It's not it. The answer for the Javelineer in the classical age for Atlantean is going to be the Murmillo. The Fire Archer can get killed by those Terma, but you don't want to shoot and scoot against the Javelineers to try and take out Fire Archers. You want to just charge in and kill off the Fire Archers first, allow your Terma to die, and then allow your Murmillo to dominate with small amounts of Fire Archers being remaining there. Now we've got the Rhea to come through for AC. On the other side, it will be Rashol. There is another idea of going for Dryads, going for Thea here, but Rhea does make sense considering how many Murmillo he's got. But then he does also have to make sure he gets out those Contarius to start tanking up against the archers that are there. A little bit of distraction action from AC as a town center coming down over onto this side. A little bit risky, but I love that he's already up onto the top here with this gold mine. Still has got a lot of gold in his base. 800 here, 1600 here. So if he does end up getting into any sort of trouble, he should be okay. However, right now, Izumato has realized he's got a big amount of advantage at this point. The Terma charging in, trying to snipe some units. Good control there from Izumato to pull back. Revenge fire coming through, but we do see that the units manage to get out of there for the time being, as the villagers need to pull away from this position. They can jump onto the back wood line, no problem. They can drop another Gaia Forest potentially around that hometown center for defense. Not a terrible idea, but AC is still looking for fights here. He can trade the Baihu. He could trade the Tao Wu. The Murmillo on this top side playing a little bit of hide and seek. The upgrades coming through immediately. The big problem for AC is a lack of food. His town center is just about up. He needs farms. He's got 2 villages on farms here. 2. That's not enough, as the Murmillo in. The Tao Wu can use its special here and charge through all these units, but it does immediately get erased before that even comes through. Jiangxia, as well as the Pioneers coming in as well. Izumato is in a fantastic position as AC says, let's take the fight, but there's no heroes in. The Fey Beast gets dropped down on the army. He's trying to run, but he's going to lose everything. Carnivora comes down. Izumato has got a 3k military unit advantage now. AC's town center falling. The Murmillo managed to take down 1 Baihu, but the Fire Archers will clean everything else up. The town center will fall, and AC's hopes in this game look to be crashing down. What can he do? Sack the town center, run the citizens up to the top, try and get himself some units out. He doesn't even want to try it. He says the game is lost, and he taps out. A dramatic mistake there from AC, splitting up his army like that and running from the Fey Beast. You just got to turn around and kill it. They don't have that much HP. Look at him. 83 hack, 100 pierce. Yeah, that's, what is it, 5? 7? There's 7 of them, right? There's 7. So you kill them off really quickly before, and then they don't do very much damage, and you're good to go. But if you just run, then they erase stuff. They absolutely erase stuff. But nonetheless, first game there for Izumato. As we jump back into the drafting screen and see what's going to happen in game number 2. Alrighty. You don't kill him off with Terma though. No, but he's got Murmillos. They were kind of split up, I guess. If we did something different, it might have been different. I don't know. Yeah, you can't run from them. That's the big important thing to remember. Don't run from them. Just kill them off. So first game there does go for the Shenong, right? Let me just have some water, please. Thank you. Ugh. Alrighty. Let's continue. Ben as well. Thanks for the raid, my dude. I missed. Huge dono. Yeah, Hera there. If you keep that up for the next 80 years, I might be able to buy a cup of coffee. Love you, man. Could have just sacrificed the TC, kept the vills, just rebuild the... yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think there's a tiny bit of a... maybe I'm wrong on this, and maybe I'm just wrong on this. But I think there's a little bit of a defeatist attitude in this game, in that you get a little bit of a disadvantage, and you just don't want to play from that position. I definitely think that comebacks are possible in ancient mythology. It's happened way too many times for me to say that it just doesn't work. So I'm surprised to see people not trying. But maybe I mean, AC's probably still got his early days of retold cap on. Like, I know people like to give him crap, but I don't think Magic was necessarily wrong when he said that, you know, buildings needed a bit more survivability, a bit more damage. Right? You know, like, it's not been bad for the game, except for the crazy amount they gave him at the start, right? That was pretty silly. Now they're a good little stopping power. The tower's in a good spot. The castles slow down stuff. They allow you to get your army back up again. So there's, especially as well, you got a lot of distance to travel with the slow Chinese army. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just get some more turnaround. It probably would have been okay. So yeah, there's comeback potential in this game is very, very real. Never resign. I miss TC diving. You can still TC dive. It all still works. It's just less effective. Now, I have no idea which game was played second here. Actually, yes, I can figure it out. Give me a second. I will figure it out. So they played Ghost Lake, and then they picked Blue Lagoon. So we're going in onto Blue Lagoon second. Okay, let's go. Game 2. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves now in the left-hand corner of the map playing as Isis. It is AC. In the right-hand corner, currently up 1-0, playing some Ra, it's Isomarto. Are we getting to see another Ra game? Lots of players have been telling me how weak Ra is. Lots of people have been telling me how weak Ra is, and we're seeing this god coming out from Isomarto. Now, I will say, Isomarto is one of those players that has a pool of gods that he plays, and he very rarely goes outside of that pool. He might add to it. That would be him going outside of it, but when he adds to it, he's adding to it because he's practiced it, right? He's like, so I think a tournament like this, like Champions League, the NEST tournament with the draft format, Isomarto is going to be going for those gods that he knows really, really well. So we'll see how things are going to go here from the Isomarto standpoint. Definitely a good player to learn from if you guys are trying to learn Ra yourself, if you want to enjoy this god. He's a fun god to play. Definitely challenging, but he's going to be showing us how to navigate the Ra versus Isis matchup in this one. As AC here with the Isis, we'll see how he can go. Now, let's talk strategy here. There's a couple of ideas, especially on a map like Blue Lagoon. There's a couple of ideas that are really, really strong. So, for example, idea number one would be if we can deny this specific town center from the Isis by advancing nice and fast, getting our spearmen in, putting pressure on, then all of a sudden this hunt is no longer free. This hunt is no longer free. This gold mine here, not free either. And we can actually go for a classical fight here with spearmen that works really nicely. Obviously, if this town center here gets grabbed, we're not super unhappy about that because we can run around the sides here. We can drop a dock, build a transport ship, get in onto this hunt, attack this gold mine, attack this hunt. So none of that is safe. Yeah, but this left side is really, really good for AC. So we'll see what Isomarto is going to do. Another angle here from the Ra, which Isis can kind of match, but not really, is to go to TC and start making spearmen right off the bat. And one of the big advantages that one of the big things that's changed in the mirror matchup, I would say, is that because now Egyptian doesn't get free towers, you've now all of a sudden got angles to actually attack your opponent in their main base. Whereas you didn't used to have that with spearmen. So if I build some spearmen early out, I get to force out your watchtowers, which costs you 200 resources. Yay. And then I can also potentially get some villager picks, and it's good to like open that way, and then you can go into your own second town center later or go for a big all-in. You can go Bast, you can go for Sphinx, you can go for Dark, for shifting sand shenanigans and Wadgets. Wadgets are a nice counter to early small amounts of chariot archers as well, which your opponent's going to be wanting to build to kill off spearmen. So there's lots of interesting ideas here. There's lots and lots of interesting ideas. So we'll see what's going to happen. As the Dark comes through, we have the Hands of the Pharaoh also coming in, and on the other side of the map, we have AC going for Bast, which does mean he is going for more of that fast heroic angle. He could potentially go for like a whole bunch of Sphinx here as well, which would be a real hard counter to opening to a player opening spearmen. If I like decided here, okay, I've somehow scouted what my opponent's going to do, which is very, very challenging as Egyptian. I've scouted like the barracks or something. You could say, all right, I will not go for the town center. Instead, I will drop 1, 2 monuments, and I'll make a whole bunch of Sphinx, and those spearmen raids will get shut down. They will not work, and you'll have a fantastic game ahead of you. And we are actually seeing Isomarto going for the barracks. If we take a look at his vision here, he sees the town center on the left. He knows how strong that is. So not going to be going for that one. And in the main base here for AC, I could be wrong, but this is looking like he might be doing a 1 town center fast heroic, which I don't necessarily think is a terrible idea in this matchup anymore. It used to be like you go to TC, you fast heroic, you make Camel Rider. I don't think that works like at all at the higher levels now. I don't think that's the way to play. I think you've got the Spearmen are really strong. I think you've got a whole bunch of classical age myth units that are really good. And obviously if your opponent does do that, then it does open up some other ideas like Chariot Archers, like I said, but you have to make sure you get the numbers out and all that other good stuff. Nonetheless, the Priest here for AC getting poked down as he tries to pull himself back to the hometown here. But his life is over as he ascends into the heavens. Apparently. Nonetheless, AC here, getting his armory up, ready to go to the next stage. And we'll see what sort of a fast heroic this is going to be. Does he go for Nephthys, Ancestors Eclipse? Does he go for Sobek for more Migdol spammage? He's going for Nephthys here. And then does he go for Camels or does he go in for Chariot Archers? Because he's just seen his opponent making some Spearmen. So Mass Camels might not be the best idea against this. It's great for raids and picking off the enemy villages, but if your opponent can get around and defend it, then what else have you got? You can't take a fight. You can't defend yourself. Well, you can defend yourself with a Migdol, I guess, but we'll have to wait and see. Nonetheless, only a handful of villages on gold. I'm surprised actually to see AC empowering his food here. Wait, is he going for a fast mythic? One town center fast mythic here is super interesting. He's got the goat. He's got the gold. Yes, he has the gold. I think I'd prefer to see him empowering the gold mine if that's the case. But then he's going to be stuck in his main base and having to sell while he's getting double value out of Valley of the Kings. You have to... Villager's idle at the moment as he's busy focusing on the Sphinx. He's got to get those sorted out, which he has done so now. He's actually moving forward to drop a Migdol stronghold. I don't mind this. Especially, I mean, if he is thinking about one town center fast mythic, get forward here, Migdol, grab the gold mine, grab the stuff, scare your opponent into massing up a whole bunch of spearmen, Meteor the spearman, Phoenix the spearman, etc., etc., etc. Oh, Migdol stronghold coming up as the villagers will spot it. This could be absolute disaster for both players here. As the units are out, the spearmen are attacking over here. The scorpion man is coming in. One villager going down. Shifting sands onto this mission. Ancestors Eclipse coming in, however. He does get a couple of kills, but it looks to me like this is huge for Izamato. He forces out that Ancestors and the Eclipse God power. And all of a sudden, he also doesn't lose the villagers. He gets out with 4. AC is behind by 3 villagers at the moment. Will he get a villager pick? No. Very low HP over here. He's making a move onto this side. Going after the Pharaoh is not a terrible idea. Sniping one of the low HP villagers. Can he get it? He does manage to get the Pharaoh. That's a big... No, he doesn't. What is he doing? He leaves it with 1 HP. The Ancestors trying to get a villager pick. Doesn't manage to do so. The Betsukos is out. Are we seeing units? Yes, we are. That's going to be an elephant. It's going to be a camel rider. It's going to be a siege works. There's lots of resources in the bank for Izamato. He's survived the Ancestors Eclipse. That was a 2 villager, not 2 villager. That was a 2 spearman shifting sands. All right, maybe it was also the Wadjet as well. I don't know. Nonetheless, there is one saving grace here for AC. He still has prosperity. Continuing to pump out Axemen. The other saving grace here, he's got enough favor for another Scorpion Man. These guys are relatively cheap at 24 favor. 1 more favor and you can grab one. And they're amazing against batches of infantry that batch up onto a position. So you can kill off a lot of Spearmen with those.
Into you.
Now the Camel Riders for AC coming through. He will spot the Migdol stronghold. You've got to be super careful. It's getting empowered up by the Pharaoh. It's only a slight boost now. This used to be an insane boost when you empower the monument onto the Migdol stronghold, but now it was a 44.6 versus 34.5. So still like a hefty boost, but it's not crazy. I think it used to go up to something like 60 DPS, or I might be wrong on that. Like maybe like 50 something DPS, but if you empower it fully with the Pharaoh, it's getting a lot more. Nonetheless, the siege works coming through. Marker coming down for Izamato as well. There's the Petsukos zapping down the elephant, all the other good stuff. AC is still sitting, waiting, watching. He doesn't have vision on anything here. Doesn't see the gold. He doesn't see any sort of point to attack. He could be attacking this. The Camel Riders are now out for Izamato. Izamato also has Sobek, so he's going to have Dark Waters, which makes his Camel Riders better. AC is only one villager behind at the moment, which is a big boost considering how many he lost. Still has that prosperity. That's the big god power I want to see him use. I want to see him send all his villagers onto gold, utilize that market to buy some stuff. You can see that, I mean, it still hasn't been touched as the Camel Riders do manage to get at least in onto these villages. They do have themselves that Skin of the Rhino, so not many losses here. Picks off one, decides to take the fight before saying, all right, better run, but he's going to get snared up. These guys only moving at 6 speed, so not the end of the world here for AC, but he will be losing 1 or 2 Camel Riders for 1 villager pick. Good defense from Izamato. AC has to figure out a better way to approach this. Siege Towers coming out. Might be a little bit early on this one. Might be a little bit early. Lots and lots of units in the bank here or resources in the bank here for AC as he puts his Pharaoh back onto the Migdol stronghold, trying to get out as many of those as he possibly can as the Camel Riders getting tracked by these spearmen. Up onto the top side, however, the Camel Riders coming through. There are 2 myth units here, which are a big defense as the Camel Rider versus Spearman angle. Not going to go well for those Camel Riders in the slide as he does split up onto this spot, picks off a couple of villagers here, but still big losses for AC as Izamato is picking him apart piece by piece. The Pharaoh and the Priest going after the Petsukos, but both end up falling as a 75 HP Petsukos is remaining as AC has got very little behind him at the moment. He's still holding on to prosperity and he taps out. He's still holding on to prosperity and he taps out. I don't know what else to say. Izamato, he picked AC apart. He got lucky. He got lucky spotting the Migdol. I can't lie about that, but he forces the Ancestors. He makes a good decision. He's got that Skin of the Rhino. He says, let's start shanking him. Ancestors Eclipse comes out. Doesn't lose that many villagers to it. And then he picks off the Camel Riders piece by piece, doesn't lose any units, and just slowly builds that advantage up. This game is far from over, in my opinion. Look at the amount of units that are here. These guys on the bottom, sure. That's seven spearmen. So what? Over on this side, there's six units versus 3 units. And there's a Migdol here. You ain't getting through this that easily. And you have prosperity. So just drop that. I guess the villagers have to run. But AC taps out. And we're going to have ourselves a game 3 coming through as Izamato is on match point. Alrighty then. So the ace pick for AC is down. And our Ra from Izamato successful. Yeah, AC has 0 production, kind of. He still has a Migdol. That's not 0 production. It's not like he has less production than the Ra player there. Just build another Migdol. It's fine. So the best use of prosperity as you're aging up. The best use of prosperity is when you have the most amount of villages on gold. And it also depends on like your matchup, right? Like how you're playing the matchup. If you're going for a timing, or if you're playing a 1 town center idea, you probably want to use prosperity before you fight, generally. I don't think a siege tower kills off a Migdol when you have villagers nearby. You quit because of the score difference. That's a good point. Yeah, he may have. He may have. I don't think it's a bad shout to just turn the score off at all. I think that would be a perfectly reasonable thing for the devs to do. But I also don't want to be the person to make that shout because people get mad at me. I think one of the reasons why we actually see games go the way they go in like Age of Empires 4 is because the score is off over there. They have no idea what's going on. So they can't use that score to say, oh, I'm in front, let me push my advantage. Oh, I'm behind, let me resign. You know, that sort of stuff. You don't think the score is an issue? It's fine. In AoE 2, it works different than Age of Mythology. You get so much information from score in this game. Like, so much. If you know how to read it, you just gain so much info. Maybe we could role play watching games without the score, and you guys would be like, I think this player is winning, and then we can turn the score on at some point. You'd be like, well, you're wrong. All right, let's get into game number 3 and see how things are going to go. Actually, I'll tell you what's on the map Mirage, and we're watching Hades versus Loki again. Oh, another Hades Loki game. I have to do this again. Alrighty, so another game, another you, another me. This is game number 3, match points. AC needs to get a win here. He's playing on the map Mirage, and he's got his ace. He's got his Hades here, and on the other side of the map, it will be Izamado's Loki. Can we take the score off for this game? Sure. That's the wrong button. That is the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. That's the wrong button too. Okay, I have to take the players off. But that's fine, because you guys know who the players are, because it says it on their names. No score on this game. Let's see if you guys can read it. We'll see if I can read it. Maybe I can't read it. Maybe that's a thing. No player names either. Absolute travesty. No. Do we want to turn the timer off as well? You guys are going to lose track of the time. It's going to be terrible. No, let's leave the timer on. Okay, so Loki versus Hades. We saw this matchup already once. It looked to me like the one town center approach that we saw from Tiger Boss against Hells would have worked had he played it better, right? If he played it at a high level, making sure he's producing his units, taking good fights, making good decisions, I think it would have worked out for him. We didn't see the 2 TC versus 1 TC approach. Now, this situation here for AC isn't so bad. Isn't so bad. Up onto this spot. He's got a pretty back gold mine, but you know, getting some walls up onto this side, defending here, not that bad of an idea. So he could go for it. He's also got these zebra on the front, which you can herd in under the town center and be eating them here. So he could go for it, but I think this is probably going to be another one of the, well, unlike the other game we watched, I think this is probably your better bet here is probably to go for a 1 town center approach if you are the Hades. What do I think about a hidden cup? It's really fun for the players. I don't know if it's so much fun for the viewers, is my experience. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the... Because it's nice to know who's actually playing, because you can be like, I can like get behind that player. But then again, you get the guessing thing going on, which is also kind of fun. So I don't know. It's definitely fun for the players. Definitely. Nonetheless, let's see how the game's going to go. Why is he eating the cows early on? Great question. He probably didn't want to drop a granary for his gazelle, but I think you just drop the granary and you call it a day. It's not that big of a loss. Leave the goats for later, or the herdables for later. Nonetheless, let's check out the relics on the map, see how those are looking. We've got the Scales of Echidna here. Huge relic for the Loki there if he wants to be making any sort of battle boar ideas. Trolls, even maybe Einherry. Over here we've got that Dwarven Calipers thing, making the siege a little bit cheaper. We're probably not going to see all too much of that in this game. We got the Nibelung, or the Nibelung, the Nibelung. Giving a little bit of gold trickle. And finally, the wait, is that right? Yeah, a little bit of ranged soldier hit points there for the Girdle of Hippolyta. Now, that is a really, really good relic for Hades. Really, really good. Just on the fact that he probably wants to build archers in this specific matchup. We'll see if he's actually going to go for it, and we'll see what sort of an idea he's going for. He's going for the quick, not even the quick, but the delayed. The somewhat quick Volts of Erebus advance coming in. He's going Ares! Everyone's favorite classical age choice. In this specific matchup, I love the Ares. Reason? You get access to Hippaspist in the classical age. The Cyclops, I probably wouldn't build more than 2 of those in this specific situation, depending on how many Hursa are coming my way. If the Hursa aren't coming my way, I might build some Cyclops, right? Or if I've got the Hippaspist out, then I might build some Cyclops. But realistically, the threat of Cyclops plus Hippaspist plus the Toxotes makes a lot of sense here, especially with that boosted food income from these fishing ships. So we'll see how it's going to go. The only weakness here is that there's no restoration for big fight or second restoration or third restoration, but still you can run into your opponent's base and click a big fat pestilence nice and early. When you see all their buildings up, get that pestilence down because it's going to be a huge amount of resources that it's going to start stockpiling on this specific map because you got that, like I said, you got that boosted fishing ship stuff. So you don't want to do it straight away, but maybe at like, I don't know, 6 minutes, 30, 7 minutes, you can walk into their base or fly into their base with the Pegasus and drop the pestilence, and that's going to really, really hurt them, as they're not going to have the wood situation to put more buildings down, or they're not going to, or if they do, then they're not going to build any of the other sort of things. So we see just the 19 favor coming through. That's enough for Hippaspist. That is enough for Hippaspist. He's gotten some military cannons. It does mean he's not going to be getting this one, which I think is a pretty big mistake. Take a look at what our Hades player is actually seeing. Unfortunately, he misses the big relic there. He is grabbing out the Deimos' Sword of Dread. And on the other side, we see a Longhouse, lots and lots of Hursa coming through, raiding cavalry. And our Loki player now has to start thinking, how do I beat Hippaspist? What's the answer for this in the classical age? Well, there's 2 really, really big units you can build here in the classical age without going to the heroic age. The best unit is the Jarl. Don't have access to it. What are the next 2 best units? Raiding Cavalry and Troll. Obviously, Throw and Axemen aren't bad against those Hippaspist either, but yeah, you gotta be doing that there. Now is the time to drop that Pestilence down. You see this amount of buildings? Hit the middle of it. Unfortunately, he doesn't do it, but right now would be huge. You can actually see the resources starting to stockpile there, and you would really be screwing up that macro of the Loki player. And you don't even need to like take them out here or make anything happen. You just drop it, screws them up, allows you to mass up some more units, gives you a nice little position to be in. But nonetheless, the army starting to mass outside of the base. There's not that many here. He should not be here. This is not the power of Ares in the slightest. The power of Greek, as it always will be, is on a mass army, a deathball army versus Norse. You've got to be so careful versus Norse early on with Greek. Otherwise, they will come through and they will make your life very, very difficult. Nonetheless, there are some Hippaspist. He's a medium Hippaspist as well, mind you, as the Cyclops gets pulled back. Going to come up to try and take out these units. The Pestilence does get dropped down. Healing Spring comes through as well, as the Cyclops will be able to throw one little shot off, but completely misses the army there. And we are seeing Will of Kronos coming through, which is big. It's going to help him out on the fight ever so slightly, getting just a little bit of crush damage off here. The fight's still going on, and it does actually look like the Greek army manages to break past this Isomato army. The Greek army manages to break this Isomato army. all of a sudden, Izumato is in a really, really tough position. Hoplites coming through. Temple going down. Cyclops picking up the villagers. Does he know how to micro it? Answer, no. He throws it off into the middle of nowhere. Lots of damage onto these villagers. Can't quite pick off the low HP one. All of a sudden, Izumato pulling over onto this gold mine. Needs to get some units out. The trolls, however, are now starting to come in. Watchtowers through. AC needs to be careful. These towers are scary. He doesn't need to hang out on this position anymore. He's already got the damage done. Now AC pulling back. He's found himself a fantastic position now. Military resource differential 1.1 to 2.8k. Village differential equal. Fishing ship situation equal. But what AC isn't doing is, where is his Pegasus? He doesn't know he should be here. He doesn't know he should be here. This is where all the resources are. Yes, there are 2 elephants on this left side. Yes, there is a gold mine here. That's not where Izumato is. But he could also come over here and scout that out as well. He's still charging into this main base, and all of a sudden the towers are now starting to get value here. It's one tower getting any damage. The tower in the middle of this getting taken down. Probably not going to help out all too much as the trolls, they throw that big boulder at the Achilles here. AC trying to brute force his way through this base. It's just not going to work. A Draugr spawned here, and all of a sudden, Izumato is on the offense. AC pulling back. He turns around, ready to get going. These Toxotes do not have that upgrade. Oh, excuse me. They do have that upgrade. The Bow of Horror. The Hoplites do not have their upgrade, that Phobos' Spear of Panic. Turns around, takes a big fat rock to the face with those Hoplites. The Hoplites are tanking nicely. The throwing axemen here need to get taken out. Starts to target them down, but it's a slow burn there as the army of AC is now crumbling. AC pulling back into his main situation here. Needs his heroes back out, getting himself the Achilles. And where can Izumato turn to? Where are his heroes at? Now coming through. And all of a sudden, maybe, just maybe, AC can turn this fight around. He's got to get that Achilles onto the heroes, though, onto the back of the line. There he goes. Now he's going to take out the troll, but another Draugr spawn is huge. The Ajax coming in maybe too little, too late. The Toxotes here not targeting down those throwing axemen on the back. And all of a sudden, the front line melting. However, there's only a handful of raiding cavalry, but it looks like it might just be enough. As the heroes over here getting good value, taking these units out over here. The Draugr manages to get out of there, and now Izumato up 1k military resource value. The fighting continues, but the more important thing here is the more these guys fight, the more favor Izumato gets. The more favor he gets, the more trolls that are going to be able to come through, the less effective these pacifists are going to be. That being said, the unit which right now AC needs comes out of this temple. And he needs to wait for 2 or 3 of them. One big throw on top of those throwing axemen can change the entirety of this game. One big throw. That's all he needs. But look at this control from Izumato. Sniping units, spacing perfectly. Elder Cyclops needs to be careful there. More units coming through, but there's 0 Hersa in this army. That being said, there is a very scary amount. Well, there's 1 Hersa in this army. Is this what this Cyclops is trolling? This Cyclops is trolling. He's walking forward. A little bit of scared. A little bit of a scared amount of a Norse army here. 1 Cyclops enough to send Izumato packing. As the throwing axe gets a little bit more damage done. Toxotes coming through, but there's just not enough of them. And Izumato just doing a fantastic job of spacing at the moment. Getting him little by little into the advantage. Does he have a market up? No market, but he can buy 400 food very quickly and get to the heroic age. He can save all this gold, go Bragi, put a second temple down, spam Battle Ball, and that is a lot scarier than anything, I think, that AC can do to defend all of this. Raiding cavalry coming over onto this side. The villagers get spotted there as the army gonna make its way up to the top. Couple villagers falling. There's the hoplites coming around onto the backside, but lots and lots of villagers falling at the moment. Bragi is also on the way. Meanwhile, behind all of this, a handful of hearse are coming through as Izumato knows how important those are going to be to take out those Cyclops. There's only one here, but still very, very important to have them. Meanwhile, AC says, let me come through, let me take out this position. Realistically here, Izumato just needs to wait. He does not need to engage. He can go for a little bit of shoot and scoot shenanigans to snipe units, but there's no need to really risk anything here. Take his time. He's got all the units in the world queued up. He's got upgrades queued up with bronze weapons. The Toxotes on this side, shooting, scooting backwards. Another troll spawn here. That's going to be a lot of damage as they don't micro away. And the flaming weapons now coming down. One. I'm not going to lie. There's two Cyclops here. All these throwing axemen are dead. They're all dead. This fight goes heavily in favor of AC here. Literally, this couldn't be a worse time to... The dude is literally mid-air flying to take out all of these guys. All this guy needs to do is come over here, pick up one raiding cavalry, and this fight is over. Izumato would be in so much trouble here. He's not microing this. They aren't moving. It's about to get hit. At the very least, he'd have to go into spread formation, pull back and try and mitigate the damage from the second throw. But still, that already, like this one throw here, okay, so this is the base damage. The base damage is 65. Does it get bonus with the Cyclops thing? No, it doesn't. It's 65 hack damage with 37% hack armor. Let's do some quick math. 65 times 1 times 30.37. Is that 24 that it takes off? Takes off 24 damage. So 65 take 24. It's 41 damage. So 2 throws kills off a throwing axeman at this point. What was the score difference? Need I say more? Need I say more? This score means nothing. 0. 0. I've made my bet. I'm going to rest in it. No more score. Turning it off. Just kidding. I'm not going to turn it off. I'm going to leave it on. Just to spite you all. GG. Well played. As far as anecdotal evidence goes, it's pretty good for removing the score. CL4 mod that hides score for all. Nah, I can't do that. I can't do that. That was fun. Do you guys want to watch one more Champions League qualifier game? That one was not satisfying at all. I was watching a game where players were resigning before the game was over. The entirety of that game. Absolutely. The only problem with this is I have to check all the recorded games and make sure that they don't desync. That's the only issue. There's Avely versus Karma, which could be fun. Kyber versus Chasing the Sun. Did I watch that? I feel like I watched that. Did I watch that? Did you guys know how far AC was behind then? Did you guys feel like he was that far behind? Did you feel like he was like 8K score behind in that moment? Be honest. Nope. That's exactly right. Yep. He didn't seem like he was 8K score behind at all. Wild. Absolutely wild. Mini Yeti versus Darth Nox? That could be fun. All right, let's do Mini Yeti versus Darth Nox because Darth Nox is in here. Should be good. Dude, this was a round of 64 game? No, he just didn't update it. This guy. This is not a round of 64 game. Do any of these go out of sync? Does anyone know? I'll just check it. All right, we're gonna have to take about it's probably gonna take 10, 15 minutes to check all these recorded games. Maybe 10 minutes. So if you want to go get something done in the next 10 minutes while I'm checking them all, go and do it. But if you don't, and you don't care, you can just hang out with me. I do, however, really want a little cheeky snack. So I'm going to quickly go and grab a snack while this first game is running. I'll be right back. Darth Nox. You can't just do that. That's so... Come on, man. You're going to get timed out. That's a timeout. That is literally a timeout. I don't think I've seen more of a timeout. If I've ever... I've never seen more of a player more deserving of a timeout. Ah. All right, first game is good to go. Hang him. Like, we know who wins the series, right? Because we know if you've been watching, you'll know who wins the series. But I don't know who won which game, or what order they won. So there is like, or what the score was. I don't know any of that stuff. Plus the game ain't got time. It's only 10 minutes. He can come back and say sorry. That's the first word I want to hear out of your mouth, Mr. Darth Nox. The first word is I deeply regret my past decisions, and I will be a better person. I will be a better person as I move towards better shenanigans. Oh, that's right. Good. Fantastic. I'm going to unban, untime out Darth Nox now. Jill and Gil, thanks for the subscription. Dude, as if the Asura doesn't beat the Najjar. It's okay, I forgive. I think we've almost got these games checked. So far, so good. John Wick isn't really a 1v1 type of guy. He actually kind of sucks in the 1v1, doesn't he? Like, the only 1v1 he really did, from memory, was that 1v1 against the guy with the cane, right? The blind guy. Not the guy with the cane, the guy with the blind guy. And technically he lost that. Because he died, right? Or he didn't die, he got shot. Where John Wick shines is against multiple enemies. He's never lost versus any number of enemies before. He 1v1s each guy in every movie. No, because he's killing them all at one go. It's not a 1v1. At 4 p.m. GMT, me and JRA are doing a show match in Supers casting. Want to do a duo cast? When's 4 p.m. GMT? I can't. Who talks in PM when talking GMT? Who does that? Like, I don't even know when that is. Is that 1600? Removing the score will elevate this game to a new level. Do you agree? I think it would be better for the average player, yeah. 16 GMT. Tomorrow, I'll be here. What was I planning on doing tomorrow? I don't think I have plans. So yeah, I can hang out. Doesn't seem like a really fair show match though. You've got like what elo is John Arbiter at the moment? Have you given him odds? I feel like you have to give him odds. That's not fair. Let's have a little cheeky look. John Arbiter. Yeah, he's 1805. rank 90 versus Darth Nox. Rank 29, 1944. This isn't even close. This isn't even close. Is there like a specific like thing you have to give? Like what are you giving John? What does John get? Does he get to play Amaterasu every single game or something? Is that even enough? Oh, I was organizing this series. Okay, let me finish doing this because we just looked at everything. So it was Darth Nox. Dude, Mini Eddie had such a difficult route to okay, at this point, if anybody ever tells me that seeds matter, I'm just gonna say just look at Mini Eddie. Look at the people he had to beat to qualify. This guy is an absolute machine. We literally already said we know who won. Please don't at me. I don't know where. Well, now I know who won which game as well. Oh, I need to do this as well, don't I? All right. That's some maps. This is funny. Oh my god, this is actually so funny. Hold on. We're going to jump over to the draft now, guys, and you guys can both laugh with me. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. We have got ourselves the evidence required. We have got ourselves the knowledge of what truly is broken in a game of Age of Mythology retold. Gaia is clearly OP, clearly S triple plus tier, and in dire needs of nerfs. Not only is Gaia the ace pick, but following the Gaia pick is Kronos and Uranus. If Atlantean is not OP in this era, if you'll never believe it, gosh darn it, you better start believing it now. I'm just kidding. But seriously, Mini Eddie goes for the Gaia pick here in an attempt to catch Darth Nox with his pants down. That's what the strategy for Mini Eddie was here. Mini Eddie doesn't care. He'll play anything. He doesn't care. He'll beat you with anything. What he's trying to do was snipe Gaia away from Darth Nox. And also snipe another Atlantean. So he's able to get 2 Atlanteans from Darth Nox, as Darth Nox is an Atlantean main. But we'll see if Darth Nox will be able to play some other gods in this series. He's got his Uranus, which is a nice similar god to Gaia in a lot of different ways. I'm just making jokes. I don't particularly care who's strong and who's weak, because there's always going to be a strong and a weak god in this game. So I don't particularly care. It's fine. We've got Darth Nox grabbing the Uranus Odin, then Mini Eddie taking his Nuwa and Set. We did see Darth Nox banning out the Isis and Mini Eddie banning out the Amaterasu. And then we see Fushi Shinong from Darth Nox grabbing the Chiyo Chinese gods, and Mini Eddie taking the Freyr and the Loki. Not exactly surprised to see Loki featuring at this point in the drafts. He's had a lot of success in this tournament, I think, and also some success on ladder. I wonder if that trend will continue, or if maybe this is I don't really see it much of a counter pick. Loki into Gaia, Loki into Uranus could be okay, but Loki into Odin, Fushi, Shinong, Not so good. Maybe entered Tsukiyomi, but he didn't know that. Tsukiyomi, actually, yes, he did. So it would have been Odin, Loki as a counter pick into Gaia, Uranus, and Tsukiyomi if need be. I got to answer a quick little thing in the description. Okay. Alrighty. Let's jump into game number 1. As I load it up, get it all sorted. The Norse horns sound, and let's go. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have Mini Yeti playing as Freyr. The Freyr man himself. In the right-hand corner of the map, it is Darth Nox playing as Odin. We've got ourselves a Norse affair on this Elysium map. Let's take a little cheeky look at the relics. We've got the scales of Echidna. Always nice there to make those myth units cheaper. Going to be huge for whoever picks that one up in this matchup. Definitely Mini Yeti would love that one. And to do some Ulla shenanigans. Sharon's Obel over there, making the villagers give a little bit of resources when they die. Can always be nice. Tower of Cestus here as well, with the myth units plus 1x. And finally, up at the top side, we have Hecate's Torch, which is minus 10% for the God Powers. Now, I'm going to take a little look-see at chat. Chat, you guys tell me. Are we doing it like this today in this game? Maybe in this entire series? Or are we not? What are you feeling? You got about 1 minute to let me know in the chat what you guys are thinking. I see what one is score off. One is score off. Can I please learn how to pronounce Hecate? Is it not Hecate? Hecate? We can be like karate? Is it there's a 2, there's a 1, there's a 3, there's lots of 1s. Okay, let's turn it off. I think that's going to be the vibes. Yeah, okay. No score. No score for our viewers here. And then someone's going to complain, "Where's the score? I can't watch it without the score." I'll say it's just up there. You can see it's a 0-0. Hecate. No, I think it's Hecate. I think you guys are wrong. It's Hecate. Hecate. It's at this stage, I'm already pronouncing everything wrong. The only thing I have any serious knowledge in is the Japanese pronunciation, and I probably also get that wrong too. So you guys just have to learn to live with me. That's the story. I'm sorry. All right, let's continue along here in this one and see how things are going to go. Temple coming up for Darth Nox. We talk about the matchup a little bit. You can stay one town center on this specific map and play an incredibly aggressive game. Try and force the Freyr player into a one town center type game. Grabbing a second town center here mid-game from Freyr to try and secure, say, this gold mine up here is an angle to go for. You get Ghoul and Burst, you put a wall, you put down your fortress and things like that. That can slow things up. Another way to play here from the Odin is to say, hey, I'll just grab myself a fast second town center anyways, and then the Freyr player is left going, well, what do I do? Another idea here, which I really, really like, which we're not seeing from Darth Nox, is I'm just going to ignore Twitch chat for a little bit right now. I can't handle it. Another option here that I think is actually a lot better than the Freyr option is Heimdall with Odin, especially against Ulla. And even when you're playing against Freyr, the Freyr type of Freyr, I still think Heimdall is a perfectly winnable option. Part of the reason is you've got a nice undermine early game to take down a building that's almost completed. And you can just take the advantage there for the rest of the game. But with the Freyr, it's going to be more of that raiding playstyle, which can also work. But Ulla in for Mini Yeti. Didn't move over and grab this relic. Hasn't spotted it, I have to assume. If you grab in Scales of the Echidna, or Scales of Echidna, is so good. It's only food, wood, gold cost, so it's not a huge reduction. It doesn't actually make the myth units cost less favor, does it? No reduction in favor, but the amount of bonus Draugr while also getting other stuff out, that's the difficulty to break through, I think, for the Darth Nox, for the Darth Nox Freya sort of shenanigans here. As the Forest Fire comes in, oh no, I think this villager might go down here. No good, no, doesn't go down. Mini Yeti gets a little bit lucky there. Almost loses the Hersir as well. But the hill fort is on the way. More buildings coming down. And I think this one probably will be coming in. Probably will be coming in. We've got the Great Hall coming in. Darth Nox on the way for the cavalry spammage in this early stage of the game. Now, when you're playing on the other side of the coin here, when you're playing as the Freyr against cavalry spam, well, you can just open up with Herdman, maybe go into some cavalry yourself. But because he drops his Asgardian hill fort here, he doesn't really secure a gold mine. He does secure, however, the hunt, which is quite nice. Which is maybe all he really wants from this. As the Valkyrie is still searching for this low HP villager. And he gets it. Dead villager. Unlucky for Mini Yeti. It's kind of hard to not lose that one to the Valkyrie at that stage, but there is no Forest Fire anymore. Raiding Cavalry taking a lot of damage here from these units as the favor is going to start coming through as well. As it's mostly Hersir at the start here for Mini Yeti. I kind of like this idea. The idea here is twofold. One, you need the Hersir to deal with Valkyrie later on anyways. But you're also getting a hefty amount of passive favoring for more Draugr. But you cannot be losing your Draugr, because you need to get to a Draugr mass here. Nonetheless, the Raiding Cavalry come in, catching Mini Yeti out, picking off a bunch of units. The Valkyrie down to the bottom, just causing distractions as Watchtowers comes through just in the nick of time. And Darth Nox has to pull back, but he gets a huge amount of damage done there. But favor situation here, even though Odin has a quote-unquote favor bonus for his Great Hall units, it looks like our friend Mini Yeti here is actually pretty close. And this is mostly just due to all of the Hersir that he's been building. And meanwhile, we're also seeing Mini Yeti starting to put more villagers over onto wood. Okay. He's going for an extra ring earth, so he might be trying to just get another hill fort up. I don't mind this approach, but the approach of Draugr is so good in this situation, because you can just throw down, like 5 Draugr in a wall is almost better than a hill fort and a wall. Did he get the Valkyrie upgrade? No. Did he? No. Thundering Hooves now coming in though. Is the Raiding Cavalry just going to be saying, hello there, town center. Hello there, towers. Let me take some damage. Luckily, he has that health to regen. A couple of Herdmen. Is that going to be enough there to hold this? The villagers will need to pull back. A little bit of damage to come through. I think, does he want to just turn and shank? It looks like he does. It's a little bit risky from Mini Yeti. He gets 2 Raiding Cavalry there for 1 villager. Not a terrible trade. But also not a good trade. Meanwhile, Crenellation's now coming through for Mini Yeti. A must grab when playing against mass Raiding Cavalry, as the Longhouse Armory situation coming through for for Darth Nox. Mini Yeti now 8 favor away from another Asgardian Bastion. Will it be enough to hold this area is the big question. He's dropping Watchtowers down now, though. The villagers getting caught as Crenellation's just about to come through. And now the damage onto those Raiding Cavalry is going to be felt in a big way. Charges over onto this side. The Hersir pull off, ready to turn, taking this fight. The Watchtower 10 seconds away from completion as Mini Yeti gets caught out in a big way. Does turn around, snipes down that one, throw an action over there, but that does get the raiding cavalry out of position as more herdmen coming in to say, excuse you, please vacate. You cannot chase these guys, however, because then the throw an axeman will turn and get some kills off. Does manage to trade 1 for 1 there, as there is now room for another Asgardian hill fort. Probably the best bet here would be to get a wall up first, like as close as you can to this gold mine. Like, where could you go? Like maybe here, and then put the Asgardian Bastion behind it, so that if he tries to come forward, at least you're going to have that one down. But he does move over onto this side, drops that there, and we will see the raiding cavalry in full search. Do they know where to go is the big question. The Ravens not in the right spot. The raiding cavalry here searching. But the Asgardian hill fort will be coming in nice and quick. Villagers pulling back into the hill fort as the herdmen can come over and deny this. And so far, so good for Minietti. He's securing map. He's secured a gold mine. His villagers on the food, still completely safe here. There's a raiding cavalry searching for more cheeky villagers, but so far, nothing too crazy from Minietti. He hasn't expanded out into the beyond, into the unknown. Hasn't gone for anything silly here. Not going for those. Just going to throw up his walls. Maybe he can move over and grab this next. He's got the double Asgardian hill fort. He can go to the heroic age. It could be an idea to try and squeeze out a nice quick heroic age here for Darth Nox. He does have a really big villager lead. There's a raiding cavalry searching for more villagers to pick off. A good control there from Minietti. Pulls everyone to safety. Probably doesn't need to return to this gold mine. There's 30 gold there, but can move up to here nonetheless as the cavalry get in, get out. No harm, no foul. Market now coming up for Darth Nox as the dwarves all wandering forward onto the gold mine. And it will it be Njord? What would be the best call here? I think Scardy is maybe the better call than Njord, just on the fact that if you want to push through this position, you can just frost the army and kill off the hill fort. That's going to give you access to this. The frost giants are a decent idea against those rock giants, just because they can freeze them, prevent them from pushing through and taunting your throw an axeman. Nonetheless, Aegir is queued up, and I think Minietti is in some trouble here. He's behind on eco. He's equal on military, which means obviously he's not going to have a similar heroic time, which would cancel out a little bit of the villager differential that he's suffering from. Like if you can get medium infantry in, if you can get, say, all of his armory upgrades through nice and quick, his economic upgrades, he's going to be a lot closer in eco. But because he's stuck in this, or he's not going straight to the heroic age here, having some trouble with that one, he is trying to buy his way there now. It's going to be a challenge. And I think a quick rush up to full pop here, doesn't even matter what units you're building, Berserks, raiding cavalry, Hersa, Valkyrie, and rushing in here with a frost, breaking the wall, breaking the Asgardian Bastion, killing this off, taking a big fight, even if the Tempest does come. You're kind of in a good spot. Then again, maybe you want to hold off on dropping Frost for the enemy Tempest. But nonetheless, the army says it's time to go here. But no upgrades in for our Odin player just yet. No heavy cav or heavy infantry. He's missing both of those as the Frost does come down. Villagers here, they can make a break for it, but he's going to come up here and snipe a whole bunch of villagers. The Berserk's actually getting converted there as well, as the hill fort is going to be going down. Are the dwarves all stuck in here? The dwarves are stuck. They can't get out of this position. They cannot get out of this position, and therefore they'll pop into the middle of this hill fort here, and they'll all get slaughtered. That's 7 villager deaths. As an Asgardian hill fort gets dropped up onto the top side. 1 berserk in a dream as the rock giant to come through. Upgrades now coming through as this is going to be heavy. Tempest needs to get dropped down. He goes for it. The Herdmen are on the wrong side of the army, though, as the raiding cavalry get on top of those thrown axemen. The Gullenbursty coming through, and it looks like Darth Nox is going to be taking game number 1 in dominating fashion here. The entirety of this army goes... No, what? Hello? It completely swaps. I thought he had it. I legitimately thought he had that win. All of his units getting... What? I thought he had it. All right, game continues along. Dwarves are back in business. It's an 8 villager differential now. It's an 8 villager differential. Meanwhile, Mini Yeti coming over. I just thought because he had the raiding cavalry on the throwing axemen, and the throwing axemen were and the herdmen were attacking the throwing axemen of Mini Yeti. I thought it wasn't going to go all too well for him, but nonetheless, now the army returning in, freezes up the rock giant. There's not that many throwing axemen here anymore, and those are going to be... That means these Herdmen are going to be doing a lot of value, but the Valkyrie tanking out the majority of that damage is going to be an issue here, and all of a sudden, the army of Mini Yeti does end up falling. As the Asgardian hill fort for Mini Yeti gets taken out. But he is up onto this top side still. He's still pumping out units. He's behind on economy, but he's about to get himself that heavy infantry. Also, Feast of Renown will help out in terms of eco, but he's only got 2. So that's only 1 extra villager after having planted 2 extra ones. It could have been 2 extra villagers here if he didn't lose those. It's the raiding cavalry coming back up, trying to push off this spot. There are only 6 herdmen here, but that might be enough to help him survive with the backline of those thrown axemen. Behind all of this, because you killed off the Tempest, because you killed off the Gullenbursty, you can actually take your foot off the pedal a little bit here as the Odin and just drop a town center. As you see a hill fort coming down, another Asgardian Bastion. Literally every little bit of favor in this game is going into this Asgardian Bastion. It's what's 50, 100, 150 favor so far. So not a single myth unit being trained from Mini Yeti. Whereas all the Valkyrie coming in on the other side. These guys are a little bit lost, but that's okay. I mean, following this, a hill fort and some portable rams would really go a long way. The army of Darth Nox, he says, it's time to go. Keeps on charging through. The herdmen getting some big damage done. Still has to be careful with them. They're now attacking the wrong units. Pulls back into the Asgardian hill fort. But Darth Nox makes a good call. Going after villagers right now. No need to actually kill off this army if we can just take the economy of Mini Yeti out even further. Throwing action, getting some good damage. Do they have that bonus range? They do. They've got that Huntress Axe in, which is absolutely huge. Myth units look like they're tanking up a ton from this hill fort, and in that moment there, Mini Yeti does decide to tap out. And that's the win there for Darth Nox in game number 1. Taking a quick look at the post game. Tells a bit of a story. Realistically, I think everything that went wrong here was mostly on these villager losses. Mostly on these villager losses here for Mini Yeti. There was that other fight here as well. While he won the fight, he should have dominated the fight. I think that's what that means. Because the units were just on the wrong targets. He had to do a little flip around with the army. So the Herdmen were on the raiding cavalry, and the throwing axemen were like trading on the other throwing axemen. But I think if he did that, man, I think he probably would have won this game. But nonetheless, let's get into game number 2 and see how it's going to go. Is there any option to show their ranks? On Twitch there is. You can type into Twitch hashtag player Mini Yeti 67 and hashtag player Darth Nox. And then if I copy and paste it, I can send it onto the YouTubes. Here you go. This is how we're going to go ahead and do it. Success! Oh, you could just watch it on the screen there. I didn't even need to do that. It's right in front of you. It's right in front of you. All right. I need to get some water into me before we get into game number 2. Let me see what game number 2 is going to be. That's the wrong one. Oh, what am I doing? I can just open the regate. I'm stupid. Okay, next game, however, will be Noir versus Gaia. Give me a second. Oh, great. Okay, let's go. Let's go into game number 2. It's on step. It's going to be a Noir versus Gaia game. And we spawn in on the left-hand corner of the map, and Mini Yeti is indeed the Noir, and in the right-hand corner with his ace pick is Darth Nox. I want to know what the statistic is on ace pick win rates in this tournament. That's what I want to know. How many people... And you have to also get rid of the head-to-heads in that situation. No, you don't. I guess that's just a... Oh, I guess you get rid of the head-to-heads. Ace head versus ace head. Ace pick versus ace pick. But anyways, I want to know what the win rate is for the ace pick. That's what I want to know. Nonetheless, let's check out some relics. We've got the Ankh of Ra here, which is going to be a favor trickle, 0.06 favor per second there. Up onto the top here, it is Pandora's Box. Has anyone posted the win rates? You can go to aomstats.io and you can check them out yourself. They're all there. Population cap +4 there for the town centers in Eye of Horus. And on the bottom here, there is the Skulls of the Cercepes. Alrighty. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Mini Yeti is going to do something silly here. I may or may not have already seen Mini Yeti doing something silly with this god once. The question is, The question is, does Mini Yeti think he can get away with the same cheese multiple times in a tournament? Is he saving it for a later round? Is the big question. I guess we'll have to wait and see to find out. Mini Yeti building up his temple. Getting his Qualifier. Oh. His Qualifier has his own idea of which tree he'd prefer to chop down there. On the other side, Darth Nox in this matchup, it's not necessarily a bad matchup, I don't think, anymore for the guy. It used to be kind of difficult just on the fact that Noir's just got so much economy on top of everything else, and you always feel like you're chasing and trying to catch up. Just on the fact that you have this creation god power. Basically, like, I think you can think of the creation god power as just like a better version of prosperity, right? A better version of prosperity, because it's just, here, have yourself resources if you want, right? Like, you just chuck it down, you get the resources in. It's just bonus resources. No? Obviously, it's different based on how long you hold it. But anyways, we are going to be seeing him going up through Hull 2. No surprises. Here's Pioneer sitting on this position. Sitting, waiting, watching, dreaming. Does spot the gold mine. As Darth Nox gets his temple up. And he is now going up to the classical age through Leto. So no Oceanus series, a little bit peculiar. I think Oceanus is 9 times out of 10. Well, actually, Leto kind of makes sense here if you want to play for Automaton. Doesn't really have the stuff here, like the oracle's out though. I guess we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen as the creation comes down. And I've seen this one before. The house is coming in. The earth wall will be dropped. And these military camps are going to be very, very tough to stop. He's actually not even dropping the earth wall just yet. He knows how strong this is going to be. Pushing forward off of this gold mine. Double military camp. Now, you can just walk forward and shank this. Obviously, you lose some HP to do so, but you'll take it down very, very fast. As the automaton is out, a machine workshop coming through as well, as one tower going to be coming through. More dowels on the way. As the automaton starting to scratch away at this military camp. The machine workshop will finish up. And Darth Nox is now in for some trouble here. These military camps can target down the villagers. The tower here going to get picked off. This villager trying to shank down some pioneers over here. Getting some good value there. He does actually have himself all the stuff there. Charging in to take out the military camp. But he doesn't have this tech. Well, he does have the tech. He's got it. This is exactly what he needs to do to finish off this military camp. But there's so many units here for Mini Yeti. Where's the army on the other side? Where's the serpent lair, like the spider lair here, to help him take out these units? He doesn't have either of them. The villagers have to pull back. A military barracks coming up. He could send even more citizens forward to try and take out these military camps. They do so much damage to them because they're doing 4x. Look at this. It's 4x, so 12.5 times 4 onto those military camps. But now there's 2 towers in. We do see one cheeky little Terma to come down. And all of a sudden, Mini Yeti has got full control of this game. He's got his Chong-Chi hiding away on this gold mine. A sneak over onto this gold mine could be a way to go, as the citizens now slowly starting to move out over here, but they will get spotted. Oh, no, they won't. The Chong-Chi is leaving, trying to check out all the other spots, so at the very least, he'll get a little bit of gold in, but a little bit is only so much. Maybe mass spider lair at this point to try and hold on. Get as many of these spider lairs in as you can. As the Murmillo goes down, mana goes down, temple going down. Nope. He's back over onto this. Or maybe he kills off this. No, he's going to come over and try and take out the citizen here. A mana coming down onto this spot. The villagers coming through to have a little bit of a shanky shank. Says, let me have a little bit of a fight here as the citizens are really, really strong at this point. The spider lair is finally down, but he gets only 1 kill from it. If he was spamming it out early on, he'd probably be able to get 2 or 3 casts at the very least by now. How long is it? Yeah, you get 3 casts down easy at 7 minutes. Advance at 4 minutes. Immediately put the first spider lair down in a defensive spot there. And the next 2 on cooldown out on this gold mine. Could have been game-changing here for Darth Nox. As the citizen gets taken out. Armory finishing up. And now the citizens charging forward. It is time to take out these military camps. How fast is he going to be able to kill them off? At least 1 is going to go down. We see the earth wall. Citizens pulling in to, at the very least, shank this down. As he pulls back, the tower here is a nice little way for. Oop. Hello? He says, "I'm gonna take the fight." No. Wait. Hello? Garrisons into the tower, picks off a couple of units, losing a couple of citizens here. 0 gold in the bank. Spider lair is available. Citizens still falling. But more units are going to be coming through, and I think Mini Eddie has cheesed his way to get another victory with this strategy. I think he might have a 100% win rate here. I mean, this was not ideal for Darth Nox. If he's going, if he has Oceanus here, like he gets a couple of Caladria out, it could make a big difference. But realistically, as soon as he hit the classical age, he should have been dropping spider lairs down and charging everything at these military camps. As soon as he picks off these 2 military camps, guess what? Goldmine is safe. As soon as he does. So he just had to go a little bit more all in to kill off this position and also drop his spider lair, because that would have been safety. You can't like send a Dow swordsman there that early in the game. You're just going to lose them. But in the heat of the moment, it can be very, very difficult to figure out how to beat these things. You've got to sort of practice against it a little bit. And Mini Yeti is taking full advantage of that in this tournament. Now, unfortunately for him moving forward, I think he's done this strategy one too many times. People will be prepared for it, and he's going to have to start thinking about the next cheese that's going to happen. Nonetheless, we'll move into game number 3 and see what's going to happen there. He had 3 pioneers. Yeah, that's why you run the citizens at the pioneers while you click the thing. Shank, 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 shank. All right. Onwards and upwards. Where are we up to? Let's get into game number 3, which is going to be on what? I haven't been doing the little updates in this little... Let me get these in. So first game was a win for Odin. Second game was a win for Noir and a loss for Gaia. Alrighty. Let's go. Game 2. It's going to be Kronos versus Uranus. Alrighty, game 3. And it is going to be on the map Key. We have a Kronos versus Uranus affair here. Not the easiest of matchups for the Kronos at all. If you don't know what you're doing, things can go really, really poorly for you. Now, it is important on the other side of this matchup to respect the Kronos Rush. Cannot go too late to the classical age here as Uranus. You can use that in a tournament setting to your advantage. So if the Kronos Rush comes in first and foremost, you are going to be fine advancing 30 seconds later through Oceanus. No problems, right? At all. The other thing you can do is you can be scouting with those oracles super early. So Darthnox here, sort of doing it, moving forward. You want to get into his base and spot whether there's a mana there early or not. If you see a mana and a temple, all of a sudden, you're good to go. Now, one way to... well, the other thing you can spot is a straggler tree getting chopped down as well, like by a certain amount. You can sort of work these things out. But one way to kind of confuse your opponent is to time shift your mana away somewhere. Like, if you send an oracle over here, you just time shift the mana. Of course, you're not going to take advantage of the building speed, but you're playing mind games on them as to what's going on. Because if the Uranos player then goes for a later advance, that's also benefits them. So it just depends on what you want to do as the Kronos, what you want to do as the Uranos. Lots of mind games to get little bits of advantages early on. Another idea here is to drop a deconstruction just before this villager comes through. If you know how long it takes to deconstruct a building, it's buildings are unbuilt at 2.5 build points per second. 2.5. And a mana has got how many build points? Does it tell me? 25 seconds to build, and the citizen builds at how many build points per second? 1.5. That's so it's probably like 30 seconds to take the mana out, or 35 seconds. Anyways, I don't know. I don't. Maybe you can do a deconstruction on the mana and get a little bit of idle time there. But anyways, temple coming through. It's going to be a little bit of early game harassment, and Darthnox, he is not respecting this. He is just going for a very late advance. He might be fine, but he's going to be in for some trouble. One idea is definitely to just drop a Sky Passage, send a citizen forward, and try and drop another Sky Passage elsewhere. If you take a look at what Mini Yeti can actually see, there's a lot of options here for him to sort of sneak over here, for example, with a citizen, sneak over here, and just be out of there type thing. But he might also be fine getting out his Galadria and just saying, sorry, no value for you. Beyond all of this, even after all this goes down, the Uranos player will still have a fairly large advantage in this match, as we do see the citizens getting converted there. The Prometheans say, great, we got some somewhat early game damage, but not really. That's just still a boost for the citizens. The most important thing, I think, on the side of the Kronos player is to effectively just go for Terma and Caraballister. But every Caraballister you build, you must use Valor on it. If you don't use Valor on it, it's going to get killed by the Carnivora. Nonetheless, military barracks, counter barracks for Darthnox. No real surprises there. I didn't check out the relics. Let's have a look now. Demeter's throne in the middle of the map. Over here, we've got the Gugnir Odin Spear, making those hoplites and things a little bit stronger. And on this side, we've got the Ring of the Nibelung, which is the gold trickle rate, plus 0.5 per second. And finally, arrows of the Alpha, boosting up those building damage. The building damage. There's the Terma now coming forward. He can grab some relics if he wants. It's never a bad thing to grab a relic. Does spot the Galadria. The Galadria dodging, dipping, diving, dodging. I'm going to say it. I've said it once. I'll say it a million times. If you're chasing a flying myth unit, split your heroes into different groups and attack from multiple different angles such that they can't dodge it. Good control here from Mini Yeti. Going to be able to almost snipe a Murmillo. Where is the Galadria? It is in for the defense, so no snipe there. Whole bunch of citizens idle here as they've got to get to work. Still just Terma coming in from Mini Yeti at the moment. A little bit dangerous. No Caraballister through just yet, because here's the thing. Darth Nox is just going to mass up this army, and he can just sort of walk forward, drop his Shockwave, his Carnivora, and live the dream. Is this heavily Uranus? I think it's tricky for sure for the Kronos. I don't know if it's like favored or not, but one way or the other. But I do think it's tricky for the Kronos. Uranus has got a very, very simple way to play.
Scopus.
But then again, the mass Terma into just shoot and scoot the entirety of the game can sort of work. There are a lot of ways to play around that, though, as we do see random Prometheans getting some walks in. To play around the shoot and scoop, for example, dropping Sky Passages forward, as if the Terma are going to come forward, you can just drop into the Sky Passage and pop out somewhere. Not really a problem. Put a Sky Passage over here, for example, to sort of start raiding here or into the main base, and then when the Terma come at you, you can just run back to the Sky Passage, and you have like a nice garrison point that they can't keep chasing you through. Kronos can deconstruct the Sky Passage, but if you like, say for example, I wanted to deconstruct this one. These villagers will get this Sky Passage back up so quickly. It's a 30-second build time, and if you have that many villagers there, it doesn't really do much. Nonetheless, these Terma are getting caught out here. No Caraballister means these Murmillo have got nothing to fear. As Mini Yeti circling around, trying to take these bad boys out. The citizens getting pulled off this space. They're sniping down the Terma. Doesn't quite manage to pick that one off, but does get a decent amount of kills here as the Valor continues to get dropped down by Mini Yeti onto his villagers. Terma's getting sniped on the back. You have to shoot and scoot. Like literally every single shot here from these Terma, if you're going to be playing this way, like needs to be perfect. I think the Promethean may have gotten sniped as well. Hero is getting up onto this side. Promethean's going to be running around causing some problems while Darth Nox does end up actually losing a Caladria there. Who's AC? It's a different player to Army Corps. His name is just AC. AC the Great. A couple more manas coming up on the back here for Darth Nox. He is slightly falling behind on income, just on the fact that all of these citizens do actually matter. The upgrades are in as well. There's no economic guild through for Darth Nox. Hasn't been able to use his god powers just yet. I mean, at any point, he can though, right? He can just run forward, drop a plant, army runs away, shockwave him back into the plant, get more damage done. We do have Hyperion pre-queued now for Mini Yeti. He wants that Hyperion. He wants that transition into potentially Satyrs, as well as maybe even making Ontarius or something like that, I guess.
Scopus.
So Miller charging in yet again. The Promethean, good to go. Shockwave first from Darth Nox. Generally, you want to drop the Carnivora first and then Shockwave in these spots, but he's going for it. Charges in, snipes a couple more units. Mini Yeti grabbing himself watchtowers. The Terma face tanking the enemy Terma, not ideal. Carnivora there does get dropped down. It's going to be one dead Terma, as you can see, you just run away from it. It's not a problem. Watchtower's now up, and Darth Nox is losing a lot of units here. For some reason, Alluvial Clay coming through on the side of Mini Yeti, as he might be thinking about making a whole bunch of Prometheans. He is up onto this spot with that one Promethean to take out the Sky Passage here. We do see the army finally realizing maybe coming down to this bottom position and hitting these villages is a good idea. It is 40 villages apiece. They can both garrison into different manners here, no problems. Oop, there is a problem if they don't actually get in there. There's Hyperion now up. Terma shooting, scooting like their life depends on it here. Now, the reason I say it's tricky for the Chronos is because if you're going to make Kyra Ballista, you just have to heroize them all. So you have to know that the Valor is not for... You can't use the Valor on the Citizens. You have to use it on the Kyra Ballista, which is worth it. But you can see here that Mini Eddie is defending this pressure really nicely. But I also think Darth Nox is getting incredibly aggressive here for no real good reason. It's not like he falls off later in the game. He still has Shockwave. He still has Carnivore. He's still got the favor generation rate advantage in this specific situation, right? So you get a lot more Chaos off, get a lot more Satyrs out. He hasn't lost any villages. He's up by a handful now, but the Heroic Age will be in. This village is moving up to the top side. Military barracks getting dropped down over here. Hyperion is in. The Satyr are out. There's only 4 Oracles through at the moment for Mini Eddie, which might not be enough. Hero units getting converted from Darth Nox. It seems like he's wanting to be... He wants to end the game right here, right now with this conversion. Charging forward. There's going to be a whole bunch of Contarius coming in to take out those Terma. Where are the Satyr out? Oh, there they are. Coming forward now. But yeah, converting all those units into heroes... That does indicate he wants to stay in this classical age and just full send. But he doesn't have the favor for another Shockwave or Carnivore and Carnivore. He'll only have 1 for the next fight now, which is not ideal. It makes sense. If you want to charge forward, you get Chaos, you Shockwave the enemy for that Chaos duration, and you're good to go. But it will be nice to also have another Carnivore where that's concerned. But it looks like Darth Nox just pulls back and he's sort of wanting to go Hyperion, but also wanting to fight, and I'm very confused. Still no medium infantry either. As Darth Nox wandering forward. Chaos onto the back line there. Carnivora onto the Terma. They do manage to take the Carnivora down very, very fast, but no answer to all these hero units. As imagine if Darth Nox had actually produced a whole bunch of units here for this attack. Would have gone completely different. Meanwhile, up onto this side, the Contarius do manage to spot these guys. We see the Shockwave over onto this side. Both players are going to be losing a hefty amount of villages here, but these Mamilo charging through, getting some very, very big kills and value. Is there going to be enough to come out here, though, for Mini Eddie? I think there just might be. Villagers turning to start shanking as Mini Eddie says, this is totally fine for me. Takes down all of this army from Darth Nox, and you got to scratch your head asking, 1, why he resigned here, and 2, why he went Heroic Age and decided to fight at the same time. Imagine he waited and then attacked. Or imagine he didn't go Heroic Age and had out an extra 1,300 military. A completely different situation would arise here. All of these villagers would die. Or did you have armory upgrades? Or even if you had medium upgrades, or even if you had copper weapons, copper mail. All of that stuff would have made a gigantic, absolutely insane difference on that push. And Mini Eddie with half of his army trying to kill off 4 citizens or 5 Contarius, this would have been a complete nightmare for Mini Eddie. But Darth Nox makes some questionable decisions, and Mini Eddie goes up 2-1 in this best of 5. So one or 2 more games to come. See if Mini Eddie can clean it up in 4, or if there will be a 5th game at the end. Boom, 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 boom. Look, I think that the rule for anyone who wants to have success in tournament is don't resign unless you have no gold income. If you got no gold income, give it 30 seconds of trying and think about it. But just don't resign if you've got gold income. I think that's got to be the secret. Just from watching these earlier games, I think people are quitting really, really too easily. I think you won't see that from the strong tournament players. What do I think of Mr. Suggestion to add one more hero to the Greeks? I don't care. It sounds great. Yeah, let me get 2 Jasons out. I think that's fair. Just let me build a second Jason. Okay, here's a random idea. You get your Jason for the low price, right? And then you can pick between it's just too much in the UI, it's too much bloat. Guys, I have to pee. I hate to leave you while I need to pee because we're moving into game number 4. But I don't have another choice. I have to go to the toilet. So I'm going to go do that, and then we're going to jump into game 4. And we're back. Did you guys miss me? I think you guys missed me. That's what I'm going to lock in. Let's get into game number... What are we up to? Game number 4. You're saying not really? You really know how to hurt a guy. Alrighty, let's go. Alrighty, we are into game number 4 right now, and we've got ourselves Mini Eddie spawning in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Set, and in the left-hand corner of the map, we have Darth Nox playing as Huji. Meanwhile, we've got a couple of relics to go through at the start of the game, so let's check them out. Got that Eye of Ornu, going to be boosting up the counter infantry damage. Kind of a big deal in this matchup, to be honest. Next one is for both players, but mostly for the Fushi. Over here we've got the Feather of Jingwei. A little bit of wood trigger rate. Not that big of a deal, but still nice to have nonetheless. Over here we have the Staff of Dionysus. Always love that relic to help my villagers against those raids. Up here, Thundercloud Shawl. Human soldiers and heroes with the damage vulnerability to pierce -5%. Over here we've got the Anvil of Hephaestus. Armory and gold research cost -50%. Up on this side, we've got the Tail of Cerberus. Myth unit, special attack recharge time -25%. As pickaxe coming through for Mini Eddie, and I wonder if we're going to be seeing more cheese from him. I do recall him doing some pretty brutal stuff with Set and Plague of Serpents and Towers and Aggression for Temples and the like, especially on a map where you got a lot of Hunt you can convert. There's probably a brutal tower or a couple of towers that can come up over here. If we take a look at the line of sight, you'd obviously see it, but it's if you put them up here, they'd be hitting the gold mine, and then all of a sudden a little bit of challenge for Mr. Darth Nox to deal with. But he's also got to worry about this, and also the fact there's a Beach Blossom Spring there that could get some gold as well. Alrighty. So, onwards and upwards. Temple's coming up. It's going to be a little bit late for Mini Yeti, so I don't think there's going to be any crazy rushes. If he's gone for a monument, which he has, it's probably not going to be a rush. Now, in the Set versus Fushi matchup, just playing normally, I was trying to prepare for Mini Yeti to do some sort of a cheese. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. I could be wrong. Might still happen. But in this matchup, it's a little bit tricky just on the fact that the Najjar can run around and get a lot of early game damage. But luckily, you do have the ability to just eat animals underneath this second town center here. And in your main base, you can just house up this gold mine. And if he wants to run in here, he's going to take a lot of damage there. You could also lock it off as well if you want with a wall, like a gate or something. Does this work? If I do this here, like, can I do this? Like, you build a wall here, and then you house up everything else, and then the villagers can run around this way. Anyways, nonetheless, we are seeing Chiyo coming through, and a fairly delayed, but not too bad, advance time with the Anubis. And Darth Nox, we'll see what he's going to go for. Realistically, he's got a really nice second town center. This is a fantastic second town center map to play. And if your opponent's going to go crazy all in one town center, you just enjoy that. You stay classical age. You pump out all of the units you need to hold on to this sort of a situation. Is he going for it? Answer, nope. He does drop a military camp, grabbing this relic in, which is the Anvil of Hephaestus. Have not seen a Imperial Academy just yet to get his Najjar out. I have seen someone forget that already in this. Ooh, lots of houses. I've seen someone get the Najjar out, or forgetting the Najjar as well, with Fushi already once in this tournament. It's definitely an important unit there, as the Yatsa spots a priest and says, "Have at it!" And the priest is just going to turn around, get all the damage done, but it looks like, with some boars to come in and help out, it's going to force old mate to get out of there. But another Yatsa to come through, and I think that will be a dead priest after all is said and done. Plus all the balls going down as well. In the main base, Mini Yeti dropping a whole bunch of barracks. And Darth Nox making Dour Swordsman. I think this is a little bit of a no-no if you ask me. The only time you want to add in like a front line of Dow is when you don't really have any myth units there and you don't have your Najjar there. If you don't have a nice front line, then yeah, but what do you really want the Dow for at this point? To tank against Spearmen, I guess. You can just go Fire Archer and you can go for some Javelineer if need be. I don't even think you open... Maybe if you're worried about a fast heroic, I guess. We'll see how things are going to go. And nonetheless, it's going to be a whole bunch of Spearmen. And Mini Yeti is going to be getting himself super early Serpent Spear here as well. So his Spearmen are going to be ready to go. And we do have the Najjar coming in as well. An armory coming through as an interesting idea from Darth Nox to try and get to the heroic age here. If you go fire, I mean, but then again, I would just open pure fire archer, get heroic age, and then we're going to start making some white horse cavalry. If this is what I'm facing. And you see the slingers, doesn't really do a whole lot. Yourself watchtowers, sit in your base, get heroic age, put ballet down. With a dream. Dao Swordsman isn't worse than Halberdiers. Yeah, but you don't want Halberdiers either. I don't think there's a single unit you want Dao against, to be honest. In this matchup, Dao are pretty average unless you got the upgrades. And you just got the techs, of which Fushi doesn't have them. If you need Rush All and or Huang Di. Spearmen do, but the Fire Archer. Fire Archer for Spearmen, Horse Archer for Horse Cavalry for Slinger. That's the comp, I think, in this matchup. Nevertheless, Mini Yeti slowly starting to move across the map. Drops his spy down. His vision down. Misses all the animals. He's got to be thinking there's a heroic age coming in. This is a great bait from Darth Nox. These two Yatza, do they have their special attack? Or their third upgrade? They don't even have the first upgrade in. Not ideal. Meanwhile, Spearman up to the top side is the Najjar trying to chase them away. One villager down. The Spearman turning onto the Najjar there to get another one. There's going to be another villager getting picked off as these units do need to retreat away from the Yatza there. As the Yatza go, as the Najjar goes down, the Dao goes down, the villagers are off that food. Darth Nox takes some damage. Mini Yeti deals some damage, receives some losses on his military. He's about to come back in with a handful more dudes. Turning in to take out the Yatza on this side. Yatza 10 HP remaining. Back into the main base. No real way to heal this one up until you're in the heroic age for the Sage. You have a machine workshop, military camp coming down for Darth Nox. He looks like he's in full spammage mode, but he will have the resources to get to that heroic age in. So I'm a bit confused as to what he's trying to do. He's probably thinking, oh, I'm running out of gold. I might need to spam units and get that second gold mine in. But realistically, just watchtowers is more than enough to dissuade this set from charging into your base. Watchtowers and a handful of units, but this is like all Dao. And the Dao do tank. They will not die versus the Slingers, and they're obviously not bad versus the Spearmen. Some Javelineers coming in. Fire Archers as well. Spy comes down. Mini Yeti says, this fight is more than winnable. Lightning Weapons gets dropped down, and that's going to be a retreating Mini Yeti as he's trying to take little bits of this fight here. Now he says, okay, let's go. He's got the numbers. Lightning Weapons is done. Generally speaking, Lightning Weapons is best used when you have a lot of ranged units, of which there's just not that many there, because you can get more shots off to get the stuns in and whatnot. But nonetheless, now Darth Nox down. Down on a lot of things here. He's down on army. His villagers. He is in front on villager count, actually, which is good for him. But he does have a lot of qual through here. So he will have to use this speech bosses where he can come up onto this gold mine potentially and try and secure that. Maybe with a couple of military buildings getting dropped and getting the tower attachment. Mini Yeti's still pumping some dudes. Now does decide, okay, better get some axemen in. Now, these axemen, we'll see how they're going to go. 88 HP versus the Spearman. How much HP does he have? 88. They both got 88 HP with the Pierce Armor a little bit higher on the Spearman, so those axemen do die just a little bit quicker. As the Dao coming through. Slinger's going to try and take out those Javelineers there. Axeman charging forward as the Slinger's moving in to try and get that final little bit of damage in. And Darth Nox there does say, all right, I'm going to tap out. GG, can't kill this army. Egyptian OP. He does have 1,300 resources in the bank. A couple of bigger, just maybe not really understanding how to play against this. Opening up with Fire Archers makes the most sense. You don't really need to, if you scout Spearman, make Fire Archer. Dow don't really make sense. If there's Slinger there, you're just kind of play defensively in your base. Try and get to the heroic age. Maybe even dropping in the second town center against this would have been a really nice way to play. But nonetheless, well played there by Mini Yeti, as he does win this series in 4 games. And goes on to the next round. Of which we already know that he did qualify. So GG's! Hashtag spoilers, they say. Hashtag spoilers. I think that's going to be it for today's class. I'm going to play some games now. I'm going to take a quick break and eat some food, and then I'm going to play some Gimme games. So if you guys want to stick around and hang out with me, you can do that. I'm going to change away from this scene and go over into this. Yay! And we will just be back in, I don't know, I'm just going to heat up my food. But I'll be playing some games now. So yeah, I'll see you guys in a short amount of time. Alrighty. Oh, my thing's wrong. Alrighty. Oh, my thing's wrong. Alrighty. Oh dear. Oh, my thing's. No. We're getting loops. My thing's wrong. Damn. It's not last weekend. It's qualifier 2. I need a new image, Uros. I need a new image. It's all over for me. No, I think Oceanus is the right call for Uranus versus Kronos. If the Kronos player goes full Terma like that, you don't build a single Terma. You just make Catapulties, get Weightless Mace, get Empyrean Speed, and you're like good to go. Even heroize the Catapulties. There's like nothing. The Terma are just useless. They have to make Kai Battles for them. My favorites to win. That's a good question. Let me look at the signups. Let's have a look. There's Garneth. He'll be the most interesting, I think. Nellis got close last week. If he's training this week, I think he's going to have enough time to get through. He's got so much skill. He is oozing RTS skill, that boy. Alpesu, maybe. He got so close last week, but I actually reckon if Alpesu won that Hades versus Nyan's China, I think he would have gone on to win that series just with momentum. So he's got the potential. Ulysses, ooh, maybe. He got sort of dealt an unlucky hand. He had to play Nyan. Unfortunately, that series goes out of sync, so I can't watch it. Who else is here? Hells is playing really well. Hells has got good potential to win next week as well. Tiger Boss can also get through. Mosca. Okay, Mosca's getting in. There's no way Mosca doesn't get through. So we got Mosca as a 1 for sure. There's the Eric factor, the Zookt factor. Those are the big names. Okay, so who's getting in then? So I said Garneth. Let me write them down. Eric, Garneth, Zookt, Hells. I'm probably missing some. Tiger Boss. Chasing the Sun. I don't think he's playing very well at the moment. He was playing better last thing. So he might show up on next Sunday and he might show some people how to play. But no, Ulysses. Moscow. I don't think Shelty's going to be able to qualify. Just from his watching his games. He's got some training to do this week if he wants to get there. Okay, so from this group of people, or Nullus? Joe or Avely. Avely as well. Who else? Do I think AC? I don't think AC can get there. He's resigning too easily. Joe, I don't think Joe's going to get there. He's playing a bit funky. Okay, so my picks are... It obviously depends on the seeding. I don't exactly know how that's going to work, but I would pick Mosca. Mosca, Nullus, and then the other two are a little bit up in the air between like Hells, Eric, Zucht, Avely. Garneth is a question mark as well. So the only two I'm gonna guess on is Mosca and Nullus, I reckon. Mosca and Nullus. Divine, I don't think Divine will. I don't think Divine will get to champions, unfortunately. He showed me one game that he has the potential to be an insanely good player. Oh, Yuli as well. Maybe it's those three. Yuli, Nullus, Mosca, and one other person. Whoever doesn't have to meet those guys. But they might knock each other out as well. All Divine needs to do is go, I've done enough 2TC play. Let me play 1TC for the next month. And I think he'd be really, just like every single game, play 1TC, try and work it out. And then he'd be able to do both. And that's when he'd be ridiculously scary. I think if Eric matches up against Nullus, he might have a chance. I don't think he wins versus Yuli or Mosca. Only reason is because Nullus is like doesn't know everything yet. Yeah, Divine's got the potential for sure. Mosca didn't play in the first qualifier, no. I asked him and he said, yeah, he's playing the next one. Eric's overrated? No, I think he's rated exactly where he is. He's that player that is just sitting on the cusp of top 16. So he's got potential to get in, but he also has to get lucky and he also has to play well. Ulysses isn't overrated. That boy is very good. I was saying earlier how aggressive meta at the top level is different and Divine just doesn't have that killer instinct. So at the top level, these players will take everything from you. So for example, they know exactly how much pressure is going to come their way. They'll be on resources that you don't realize you can be on without any risk. So when the timing's hit, they've still got spare resources left in their base. And while you can break them with the aggressive players, it's like, it's quite difficult. It's really hard. You have to play really, really well. I think someone like Tunison is probably one of the best players to be doing it. He's one of the best players to like take you down that aggressive route and try and kill you. But yeah, it's tough. These guys don't die. The games don't end in the top level like easily. I don't think. And like people at lower levels just try and finish games when they shouldn't be. They should be taking the small edges and building on them. Who do I think's going to win? Well, obviously the top three are Mr. Kavoth and Recon. I think Matador's the dark horse at 4. And anyone else can probably take someone down from above their thing. B is obviously going to be fun to watch. The Rapple has got a chip on his shoulder to prove here. If he can get better than if he can get better than 4th in this tournament, that'll prove a lot, I think, for himself. I don't see him quite getting to 1 or 2, but if he can get to like 3, 3rd place, that'd be really good for him. He might, he has to get through Recon and Kavoth, all of the Mister. Like you have to get through one extra player to be able to get to that top thing, and it's a lot. He might be able to get through Kavoth. He might be able to get through Recon. I doubt he gets through the Mister. But yeah, like the Mister is like the favorite, right? But just because you're the favorite doesn't mean that Kavoth can't beat you. Doesn't mean that Recon can't beat him. Mosca's another wild card, I think. Actually, Mosca might be able to get really deep. He might be able to go really deep in this one. Soup. I hope Soup does well. He's my favorite. He's my favorite player to watch because he does stupid shit. It's great. I love watching Soup run berserks into enemy town centers at the 1 minute mark. All right, it's time to play some games. I have to give you guys the link. Someone come play me. Who's the player I said was like Soup but crazier? Mini Yeti. Mini Yeti is like Soup, only crazier. Soup goes, here's a stupid idea. And then he'll go and work it out and be like, yeah, it's a little too stupid. And he won't do it. Whereas Mini Yeti goes, here's a stupid idea. Let me go do it. And then he just does it regardless of, he just does it. And for whatever reason, it works. It should be fun though. I'm looking forward to it. We get to see a lot of games. The other thing is, how do I put it? The groups are really interesting. I haven't going to turn the score off in game. No. I just won't resign just because I'm losing on score. Does he use forest protection on the side? Only a silly Billy would do that. Only a silly Billy. A very silly human. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the groups. So basically right now, I don't think this is even fully understood, but the groups at the moment are let me just not screw this up. Wait, that's not right. Ask Soup Tunison. And then it's currently grass, B, Nyan. And then who's next? Mini Yeti, right? Yeah. I think that's right. I could be wrong on this. I haven't double checked this. This might be wrong. But these are the current groups. So don't take this as gospel because I haven't actually fully worked it out. I could have made a mistake. But those are the groups right now. So Mr. Tunis and Grass, Kavoth Soup B, Recon Rapple Nyan, Matrius Matador Mini Yeti. That's not 100% locked in, but I think that's what it is. Why wasn't Grass invited? He was not in the top. What does this mean? Yes. So these guys in a group, these guys in a group. I think that's what it is. I could be wrong. I have to like actually sit down and make sure that this is right. But basically it's like seed 1, seed 8, seed 9, and seed 16. And this is 15, and that's 14, and that's 13. All right. It's got nothing to do with me. I don't pick this stuff. You guys picked it. Your history picked it. The Elos picked it. I'm just the messenger. I don't do nothing. I'm playing against Jack here. He's playing Tsukiyomi. I got sets. Okay, let's go. A little bit of sets on Tsukiyomi action. Come on, finish. Yeah, you show him.
Gerek. Kid.
Antioch.
Inich erek. Kid.
Inederifir.
Inito. Tayo. Ayo repair. Gerek. Entio.
My love, my beloved set.
Wedge. Entio.
It's been a long time.
Inbak.
Init.
Inito. Kid.
Agri. Initayo. Ayo repair. Great. You. Tayo. Ayo repair. And you. Ayo repair. Ayo. Kid. Bea. Inito.
Alrighty.
Great. Inich erek.
Can I get this thing? Do I get it next? I can never remember. I definitely can afford it. Okay. One day I'll remember. It doesn't really matter. I lose out on like a tiny bit of gold, but it's nice to get these things in quick.
Entio.
Rig. No.
Okay, over to golds. So there's a nice hefty amount of food here. What's this relic? Tail of Cerberus. What's this relic? Jade hair. I definitely want to go up and grab those. I don't want to let him have jade hair and then be able to run around the map with Tengu or something, right?
Jirej.
Inich erek. Gereg. Nu. In wedge. Irifer.
I wonder if people have worked out how strong the Tengu is.
Antioch.
So everyone's too busy frothing on the Raiju to realize, I think. Oh god. Oh shit. I knew that was gonna happen. Gosh darn it.
Inich ear bear.
Rig. EU refer. Kids.
Gereg. Kid. Entio.
I feel like I could be wrong on this, but I feel like when the priest starts ooming the animal, it just shouldn't move. It shouldn't be allowed to move. It should just say, okay, I can't move anymore. That's what should happen. That's my take. Yes! Attack me! Take the deeps!
Inich you kid. Kid. In
Rig.
wedge.
Up. EU tayo. Init. No. Rig.
In high Jirej.
Was that not kind of fast? I feel like I'm getting rushed. Does that work? Is he allowed to do that?
In wedge. Antioch. Erifir. In Edhayo.
and we tayo ayo refer.
Ak.
Inito tayo ay ayo refer.
Antine jire. Ayatio.
Greek tayo and we you I Ini ayo you I ayo refer. Ini and we you I
In wet erifir.
ayo tayo.
Ak. Entio.
Ini you I ayo refer.
Any baya. Rig. Up.
Antayo.
And we you I Greek. Ini ayo refer. You ayo refer. You I
Ak. Erifir.
Any baya.
and we Greek tayo. Inito
Rig.
and you I Greek you I
Ine jire. Ak. Tayo.
An interesting attempt.
and you refer.
But just an attempt, nonetheless. You agree with Boyd? Is it Susan Estate? Thank you. Oh, we got a back gold mine as well.
Greek tayo you I and tayo ayo refer. Greek tayo you I ayo refer.
And you refer baya. Rig. No. Ini. No. And you I Rig. Up. No.
Ini tayo ayo refer. And with you I tayo. Greek ayo refer. Tayo
Ini you refer baya.
and you tayo refer.
And no.
Ini you tayo and with ayo refer.
Rig. You refer. No. Ini. Up. No. Rig.
In ak.
You I tayo.
And tayo.
Greek
Ini you refer. Tayo.
ini ayo refer. Tayo you I ini tayo. Greek ayo refer. Tayo inito and ayo refer. Inito
And ini. Up. Baya.
Greek you I ayo refer.
You I And you kids.
And which tayo inito you I and which Greek ayo refer. Inito
Ine
I
jire.
don't like losing that. That's not good.
and which you I
Rig. Up. And which kids. You refer. In tayo. Kids. And you I Rig. In up. Up. You up. You I
ini tayo ayo refer. And tayo you I in ayo tayo
Finito. EU refer.
In wed bea.
In which are you? Kids.
Nanti a girej. Erifi ha tayo.
Rig.
In wedge. Erifak tayak.
No. Gray you refer. In which.
In a girek. In a girej. Antio girej. In a erif. In wedge tayak. Entio kid.
Finito. Rig. Kids.
And I will refer.
In which. Kids.
I'm playing it ethically? Nah. Nah.
Girek.
Rig. In
I don't have ethics. I forgot my ethics.
UIR.
Girek. Anti a tayo.
Finito. But rig. In which. Kids.
Enito. Ayo. Adayo. Eni. Ayo refer.
Rig. UIR.
Great dayo. Ayo refer.
Get into you.
No. EU. Rig. UIR refer.
And wedge.
And dayo.
Into you.
UIR.
In which. Rig. Finito. Act by.
Girek. In you. Into you.
UIR.
Rig. Dayo. No.
And dayo.
Into you. You. And wedge. Go into you. And wedge. Into you. You. Into
In
you.
which. You refer. Act. Kids. Rig. UIU.
And wedge. You.
In
Refer.
which. You react. Finito. Rig. Intro. Iatawi.
In Gerek. In you. Refer. And Gerek. In you. Into you. Refer. Into you. And Gerek. Into you. And wedge. You. Refer.
Ah.
Into you. Into you.
Pro.
And Gerek.
Iatawi.
Into you. And you. Into you. In Gerek. You. Refer. Into you.
Enito.
Is he on one town center still?
And
Surely
Gerek.
not.
Into you. In Gerek.
Surely he's not on one town center.
Into you.
Rig. Into
You.
If he is on one town center, sheesh.
And wedge. In UEL.
Rig. UIR. No.
In Gerek.
UIR.
Okay.
In EU.
Sheesh.
Into you. In a and Gerek. In
Samurai.
UEL.
Let's wander into his base. Waste meteor because I don't need it anymore.
EU refer. In UE in into UE get you into you and
In the UIR.
into you into UEL
And which.
No.
Any. I
into you into you
Dayo. Dayo.
and when UEL refer Gerek
In which.
Ingering. En wedge. Into you.
Any are you
Ingering.
refer?
Into en wedge. EU refer.
T-U-I-R. Tayo.
I need another Migdol, I think.
Rig.
Gering. Into you. Ingering. EU refer. En you EU
Are
refer.
you refer?
Into en you EU refer.
In U-I Grayo.
Into you.
You need to EI. Ro ear baya.
En Gering. UER.
Are
Into
you
you.
refer? In which? In Greek. You are you Tayo. U-I-R.
Because I got so many
EU. Into you.
resources in my bank right now.
Tayo.
En wedge. Me into you refer. Ear at you. Into you. Gering. UER.
Tayo.
Into you refer.
Incorrect. Yes. Into kids.
Rig. Kids.
Any Greek. Tayo.
At you. Into UER. ER. In UER. EU refer. At ER. En Gering.
I-U-I-R. And are you refer? Tayo.
Into you.
U-I-R. Are you refer? U-I-R.
Ear at you.
In which
Gering. At you. Ear at you.
Ethical gameplay. Just wanted to remind everyone, just in case you forgot how strong this god is. Just in case you forgot. Never forget. I got rushed. I built 0 military buildings. And I fast mythicked. This god is stupid. No towers. I also don't need watchtowers. I didn't even build watchtowers. Have I seen my set elo on AOM stats? No. It's probably pretty bad. I play ethical too much. Too much ethical set. What is it ethical set even? It's when I do things like fast 3 town center or fast mythic into the wrong god. It's my highest? Of course, because that's my best god, for sure. Except for all the other gods that seem to be good too. I can't believe his heroic age was that slow and he was on 1 TC. I don't even know what he was trying to do. I reckon if he went mass Tengu, I would have been in I would have had problems here. That was his mistake.
Gary.
If he went mass Tengu instead of samurai, I would have had problems. Maybe. Who wins, CA or Horse Archer? Well, Horse Archer loses because these guys space. Like, Chariot Archer has been the best unit in the game since launch, but for some reason they got buffed. I don't know why. Jack's like, I don't want to use cheese to win, but he advanced at 3 minutes. Did you even pick a villager with that advance? Can I play a Poseidon game? I play random, so if Poseidon comes up, I will play Poseidon. What if farms affected shrines? What if that would happen? Actually, let's look at this. Let's look at this because Mr. said some things. He doesn't normally say things. I love it when Mr. says things. He normally has a lot of good stuff to say. So let's have a little look see at what he had to say. Hold on one second. Can I hide? Can't really. All right, let me do this. Hopefully I'm not. Usernames have been truncated. Meanwhile, not truncated at all. All right. Mr. says, just fix the Greek hero issue. It's been a problem since launch. Greeks don't need stronger heroes. They need more. Not in the mythic, but in classical and heroic. Give +1 archaic hero in classical and +1 classical hero in heroic. All right. Aside from the fact that this is outside of the design of Greek, think about ways in which there could be a way. Think about ways in which you could solve this problem without increasing this, without going outside of the design. What are some other ways you could go about solving the problem of myth units in fighting against myth units in the classical age as Greek? One really simple idea. One really simple idea would be to look at the unique upgrades and have them give bonus damage to human units against myth units. A small amount, similar to how the Berserk works. They're already pretty good versus myth units, like the human units are. You know what I mean? They're like super high quality units that can kind of go toe to toe. That would be an interesting take. Instead of just giving, like, I mean, but aside from the UI constraints with adding extra Greek heroes, which, you know, that's a thing to think about. Rapple, you got to calm. You got to calm, my friend. You really got to calm. That's a not calm thing to say right there. We take a look see at upgrades. What could you feasibly change? First and foremost, this upgrade is without a doubt the most nerve changed upgrade in the game, I think, outside of maybe Valley of the Kings. You could definitely throw it onto the Sarissa. You've already got a technology here, which is a technical buff versus myth units for your hoplites. This one gives divine damage. So technically, this is a buff for your hoplites versus myth units already. So you could throw it onto Phobos' Spear of Panic as well. And then for the Cav upgrade, you could just say, well, Spirited Charge here is going to give some bonus versus myth units for the Cav. I mean, that's somewhat simple. Just give all of those upgrades a little bit of bonus versus myth. And then you ask the question, why would I build myth units versus Greek if all they have to do is build Cav or build Hoplite or build Actually, you need one of these to... Maybe you get onto this tech, actually. Onto Enyo's Bow of Horror, not onto the Hoplite. Over onto Enyo's Bow of Horror. You give this to this one. So this gives bonus versus myth units, right? So each one of the units get bonus versus myth units if you get that tech. Why? And then you go, okay, so then you ask the question, why would I build myth units versus Greek if they can do this? Well, then you say, okay, well, they're going to have to go into their... either into Hoplites, into Toxotes, or into Hippias to deal with myth units. Therefore, if I go for myth units, then I can tech into the counter for that unit. So for example, if they're going to build Toxotes, I can say build Slinger and Wadget, right? And that can be a way through. Yeah, something like that. I don't know what the numbers would be, but I mean, I'm just saying that if you look at the actual design of Greek and you ask yourself, how can we not fuck with the design of Greek and help fix the problem? Because the problem is I don't have enough heroes. I don't have enough damage against myth units, right? That's the problem. As opposed to Odin, who gets berserks with bonus damage versus myth units, of which won me a game in the Mythic Wars tournament. So, I mean, you can say what you want, but I won that game because of that upgrade. They don't need more heroes, do they? Does Norse need more heroes? No, they just need to have different types of heroes, of which they got with the Sesrumnir change. So now they can make Hursa or Godi if they need to, right? Berserks come in if in niche circumstances where it can help you. But in this situation, you'd be able to grab Hippias or Hoplite or Archer or Toxotes, and you'd be able to deal with myth units a little bit easier. I think that's a completely reasonable approach to try. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't know. It's probably going to give more bonus damage to myth units than an extra archaic hero would, for example. Like, say, for example, you were to get, I don't know, Zeus could get, everyone gets like one extra hero, right? One extra Jason, one extra, or get an Ajax. You get a Theseus. So like Zeus gets Jason and Ajax, but Ajax costs more. Hades gets Ajax and Theseus, but Theseus costs more. And then Poseidon gets Theseus and Jason, but Jason costs more. Like, that's another way to go about it. But I don't know if there's like room in the UI for that. Let me have a quick look. No, there is room. You have one spot. You could totally do it. Does it work in the fortress? Does that spot ever get taken? You'd have to move advanced fortifications, but that can move. That's not a problem. I don't even know why it's here. Shouldn't it be down the bottom? Maybe there's no room down the bottom. Maybe there's some conflicts. This is just the easiest place to place it. Anyways, yeah, you could arguably do that. You could add the Jason plus, right? You could arguably do that. But it would be breaking the design of Greek, which is probably not what the devs want to do. It would be better to find a solution elsewhere. So I think that's my take on that. Let's move on to the nerf Qualifiers or Chinese favored generation rate. Yeah, I think that the Qualifiers shouldn't be giving. I really think the Qualifiers shouldn't be giving bonus economy to China. But I've already said my piece on that. You can watch the Chinese video on that one if you want to do it. Nerf spearmen or slingers slightly, buff elephants. Yeah, that's probably fine. I do think that there's some... The hardest part about Egyptian for the devs is... I was seeing Hagrid write this the other day, and he's totally right. there is a bell curve, not a bell curve. There is literally a curve that goes on with Egyptian where depending on, right now, depending on skill level, you get an extra 5% win rate. So for example, if you're a 1000 rated player, you're sitting at 40% win rate with Egyptian. If you're a 1500 level player, you're sitting at 45% win rate with Egyptian. And if you're a 2K player, you're sitting at 55% or 60% win rate with Egyptian. So nerfing this and not figuring out how to fix that problem is the issue. That's the problem. Is the slinger too strong? There is an argument that it is too strong against, yeah, it does a lot of damage. It's doing quite a bit. Now, Mini Yeti, my take on the Qualifier is that you get rid of the favor cost on it. That's my take. Get rid of the favor cost and you make it basically worth a little bit more than 2 villages, like the dwarf works. Is that a problem or no? My point with this thing about the Egyptians is, if you nerf it down to being 50% win rate at the top level, what ends up happening is at the 1000 level, it's at 30% win rate. And then at the 1500 level, it's at 40% win rate. And then at the 2K level, it's at 50% win rate. So you got to figure out the actual reason why this Civ is not easy to play, and think about how you can fix that. So for example, the clear thing is that every single unit that Egyptian has requires micro, with the exception of the spearman. The spearman doesn't really require micro in most cases. Some cases you need to make sure that it's sitting on top of your army, but if both players are going to just move into their army into someone else, which is what's going to happen at low levels, right? Then the player with the other army, the player with the Norse army is going to win, because the slingers are going to be hitting raiding cavalry, right? And the spearmen are going to be hitting raiding cavalry, and the throw an action without doing anything are going to be hitting spearmen. So not exactly, I'm really not sure what if I had like the keys to this, I'm really not sure what I would do. Really, really not sure what to do. I'm also really good with Egyptian, so I am biased here. Like, I know that like Egyptian is a civ that I'm good with. So some of my thoughts on Egyptian might just be like, I am just good with this civ, and I will always be good with this civ, regardless of if it's at regardless of if it's in a C tier. I'll still think it's an A tier civ just because I'm good with it. Do you know what I mean? Slight nerf on raiding cavalry speed. Give it back with each upgrade. I don't disagree with this. I don't think it's a terrible shout on the nerf for the raiding cavalry, but I think most people just say that the Norse economy is the problem, in terms of why they're so dominant right now. I don't know how you give it back with upgrades to medium heavy. That would be a very unique thing. What's a false statement? Yeah, so perhaps the actual answer is to say, okay, now Norse is in a good spot, not getting abused too hard, with the exception of Egyptian. So you fix whatever's going on with Egyptian, and you take and also China. We have to talk about China as well, right? You fix what's going on with Egyptian, and you nerf the economy of Norse. You're probably getting somewhere to fix some problems that are happening with Greek, for example. And maybe you don't even need to touch Greek, and you can just leave Greek there. But maybe you can also do the thing that I said anyways. I'm surprised he didn't really write anything else about Chiyo. Like, I'm genuinely surprised. I don't. Maybe the Mister crew aren't playing around with Chiyo very much, because they're just gonna go for how to abuse, because that's really easy to do. I don't know, but yeah, Chiyo is fucking stupid. I guess what he's trying to say here is you just do these things and the game gets closer to being balanced. Or you fix these issues and the game gets closer to being balanced. What does he say? Qualifier work gold and with it 3x, yeah, 3x, 3 pot. Chinese use the training at 2x. You can't spam. China passive, etc. I have Japan takes. Actually, that's a lot. No, nothing more really being said here. Nothing more really being said here at all. There's a where's that? Did I just say a Kavoth? No. There's too much stuff. Oh, the Mister again. Greek heroes from archaic and classical receive damage nerfs, obviously, and HP nerfs. 2x archaic age 3. No, I mean, there's a lot of things you'd have to like fiddle with to make sure that it's good, but oh. All right. Well, that was a good chat. I think I'm surprised there was no mention of Atlantean in that big nerf list. Apparently no one's been following the new meta of first picking Gaia. If you brought back the ranged hero and classical for Greek, it'd be fine. That's actually a totally another option. You don't even have to do it for every Greek. You could say, well, Poseidon's not really struggling, is he? He's got access to Atalanta. That's fantastic. You know, Zeus, he's kind of struggling. So why don't we give Zeus Odysseus in the classical age, and we'll put Heracles back into the heroic age, and he can be a big fat tank for the like a mini Polyphemus in the heroic age, and Odysseus can be kind of like a shitty hero. Hades is kind of stuck in the middle here, where you don't really want to give Chiron in the classical age because he's a horse cavalry, which is not good in the classical age. It's annoying as fuck. And then you got this Achilles who's kind of good, kind of not good. Let me ace pick Gaia. Remember when Prometheans could easily kill all Greek heroes? I don't remember that. Norse Academy and Amaterasu are out of control. I'm sure the devs realize that this god is out of control. I'm sure they do. There's no way they don't. Actually, let's have a look at the stats. Amaterasu at the 1500 plus level is at 55.82%, with 11% of games played total being the third most popular god behind Odin and Skjomi. Meanwhile, Skjomi is at a 50% win rate, being the highest. That tells you how well that god is designed. If that doesn't say anything, look at this shit. If this doesn't tell you that a certain god is literally perfect, I don't know what does. Look at this. Like, it's literally a perfect god. The only thing bad about this god is this. Mr. Fujin. Fujin needs some help. But the problem is you fix... Actually, no, it's a good thing. Fujin over here as well can help out. Look at how much they like. Look at how much the people love. I wanna remind you. Look at the Chinese play rates. Actually, go back to when China was released. Look at the Chinese play rates compared to Japan. You can't tell me that this Japan Civ is not incredibly fun to play. No matter what anybody says about the balance, the devs fucking nailed it for fun to play. on this god. Like, this civ is like peak fun to play. Doesn't get any more fun to play than this civ. I think props where props are due. I think I need to do a review of this civ now. I haven't done my review of Japan. I've been too focused on the tournament. But it's like I love the campaign. I love playing the civs. Yeah. I just need to fix the bugs. You're absolutely right. Like I can't credit them for the amount of bugs in this game right now. We're playing against Tunison. You got a Kronos versus Zeus game. Okay.
Skopos, hedgehows. Skopos, bureg. Skopos, hedgehows, bureg. Yuji.
Bureg, Akadiot.
All right. Susano will win its first tournament game soon, guaranteed. Just wait for Soup to pick it. It'll be all over for everyone. That guy just... I already want them to nerf the bloody Kusanagi villagers. I'm gonna off myself, I reckon. With that one. That one's gonna be too much. Oh dear.
Yuji, Herjo, Schwest. Bureg. Hedgehows, Yuji, Eschloss.
Skill issue.
Yuji, Hedgehows.
I'll tell you one myth unit that I'm not gonna lie. Can't say. I'm not even gonna tell you. I'm not gonna say what the unit is, but what I will say is I told you so. Just because I couldn't work it out in the 2 seconds I had to work it out doesn't mean I didn't tell you so. Oh dear.
Herr Joe's.
Let's go.
Aked, Diot.
Bureg. Yuji, Bureg. Mak.
Do we go town center here against Zeus on this map? Probably, right? Town center every game?
Yuji, Aked, Diot.
Actually, come this way. Oops.
Yuji, Hedgehows. Skopo, Mak, Eschloss, Hedgehows, Skopos, Bureg, Osto. Hedgehows.
Herr Yuji. Skop, Eschloss.
Skopo, Mak. Skopo, Yuji, Eschloss. Mak. Yuji, Bureg, Osto.
Bureg.
Skopos, Bureg. Skopos, Yuji. Hedgehog, Mak, Yuji. Skopos.
Definitely don't want him to have Ogre Bitten Helm, but what can you do?
Yuji.
Bureg, Diat. Bureg, Osto. Yuji, Mak, Osto. Herr Joes, Yoji.
Es los eken.
Herr Ken.
Bureg. Schloss. Ostermark.
Oh, fuck.
Yuji West.
Skomak.
Bureg Schwest.
Yuji. Ken. Mos intem.
Yoji. Yoji.
Are we playing town center or not? What do I have to do? Okay, he is going for this.
Skopos.
Bureg.
Skopos.
Mos Schwest. Herr Joes. Schwest.
Herr Joes. Schloss. Osto. Bureg. Mak.
Bureg. Ken. Skopos.
Yoji.
Yuji. Voliat.
Osto. Yoji. Osto.
Herr Joes.
Herr Joes.
Skopos.
Schwest.
Yuji. Most intim. Also es los.
Od Voliat.
Bureg mak. Es
Oh my
los.
god. What is that pathing there?
Bureg. Mak. Skopos. Diat. Herr Joes.
Skop es los. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji.
Bureg. Yuji.
Bureg. Ken. Mos intem.
Yuji. Tilis moke.
Herr Joes.
Skopos es Yuji.
Skop. Yuji.
Bureg. Mak. Es Yuji. Es los.
Mos in Schloss.
Bu. Schloss.
Yuji.
Bureg.
Skop. Mak. Mak. Herr Mak. Mak. Yoji.
Mak es Yuji.
Herr also most intim.
Bureg. E poro fras. Es mak es Yuji. Es mak es Yuji. Es mak es Yuji. Es mak es los. Yuji. Mak es los. Tilis moke. Mak es mak es Yuji. Mak es Yuji. Es Yuji. Skop mak.
Voliat.
Yuji. Es Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji.
Voliat.
Herr Voliat.
Bureg. Mak.
Yuji. Voliat. Voliat. Mak most Yuji.
Yuji. Skopos.
Skopos.
Yuji. Es mak. Yuji. Mak. Es los. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Yuji.
Bureg. Voliat.
Osto. Diat.
Skopos. Es los. Also. Skop es Yuji. Also.
Skopos. E poro fras.
Diat. Mak. Ken. Mos intem.
Bureg. Es mak. Yuji. Yuji. Es los. Skopos.
Skopos. Herr Joes. Schloss. Diat. Bureg. Ken. Mos intem.
Yuji.
Herr Voliat. Skopo. Voliat. Yuji. Voliat. Bur. Yuma Osto. Herr Joe. Schloss. Voliat. Osto.
Mak. Tilis
Yuji.
moke.
Yumak. Osto. Herr Joes. Bureg. Schloss. Skop. Yuji. Mos intem. Herr Mak. Ken. Yuji. Ken.
Bureg. Yuji. Mak. Es most intim.
Es los. Yuji. Es los. Mak. Bureg. Yuji.
Yoji. Skop. Osto. Bureg. Mak. Herr Joes.
Herr
Schloss.
Joes. Osto. Ken.
Yuji.
Es los. E poro fras. Yuji. Ma es los. Ma. Yuji. Es los. Yuji.
Burek. Ma. Aked.
Burek Schwest.
Skopos. Eschlos. Fest. Herr Joe. Most idiot.
Burek. Ma. Yuji. Es ma.
Yuji. Yuji. Aked. Fest.
Yuji. Ma. Es los. Yuji. Ma.
Burek. Os. Aked.
Herr Eke most intim.
Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Ma.
Scopo. Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji. Tilis moke. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Es los. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Skopos. Es los. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Es los. Yuji.
Forgot I can't raid against Zeus.
Most Aked.
Stupid god.
Skopos. Herr Joe's. Diot. Aked. Diot.
Es los. Yuji. Es ma.
Also. Eke most intim.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Es los. Burek. Yuji. Ma.
Yuji. Schloss. Fest. Skopos. Yuji. Aked. Mak. Aked. Diot.
Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Es ma.
Yuji. Aked.
Yuji. Mak. Diat. Herr Mo Diat.
Skopos. Yuji. Es los. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Es los.
Burek.
Herr Joe's. Burek. Osto. Diot.
Skopos. Ma. Burek. Skopos. Burek. Yuji.
Skopos. Aked. Diot. Yuji. Di. Herr Joe's.
Yuji.
Aked. Fest.
Yuji. Ma. Burek. Skopos.
Bur. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji.
Yuji. Es ma. Tilis moke.
Skopos. Mak. Herr Joe's. Diot.
Burek. Yuji.
Burek. Osto.
Ma. Es los.
Yuji. Aked. Diot.
Ma. Yuji. Es los. Burek. Ma. Es los.
Herr Joe. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Os. Yuji.
Herr most intim. Diat.
Yuji. Burek. Ma. Es los. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Es Yuji. Ma. Es los.
Skopos. Osto.
Burek.
Bur. Diot.
Yuji. Ma.
Skopos. Herr Eschlos. Mos intim. Yuji.
Skopos.
Yuji. Ma. Es ma. Es los. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Es los. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Es Yuji. Ma. Es Yuji. Ma. Es los.
Herr Bur. Mak.
Ma.
Bur. Osto.
Skopos. Ma. Es Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Herr Yuji. Eschlos. Mos intim.
Es ma.
Yuji. Aked. Aked. Bur. Mak.
Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Es los. Ma. Yuji. Es los.
Herr Skop. Yuji.
Burek. Yuji. Herr Mak. Es Diat.
Ma. Es los.
Yuji. Osto.
Yuji. Es ma.
Burek. Mos intim.
Es Yuji.
Herr Joe's. Skopos. Yuji. Bur. Aked.
Eke.
Yuji. Aked.
Skopos.
Skop. Aked. Aked.
Jos. Also. Eschlo.
Ma. Es los. Ma. Yuji. Es los.
Herr Joe. Eschlos. Aked.
Burek. Mak. Diat.
Burek. Ma. Es Yuji. Ma. Es los.
Burek. Yuji. Aked.
Mat.
Aked. Boo, mat.
Eshu mat.
Also.
Eshuji. Eshlos.
Yuji. Ma. Eked.
Mat. You eshlos.
Uji. Osh. Mos intem. Bure. Sko. Aked. Uji. Skobos. Jos. Aked. Bure. Uji. Aked.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Skobo. Uji. Os. Aked.
Eshlos. Kopos. Yuji. Bura. Eshlos. Yuji. E poro fra. Eshlos. Mat. You eshlos. Yuji. You mat. Ilus moke. Yuji.
Also. Rule. Ma.
Eshlos.
Yuji. Eked.
Bure. Skobos. Uji. Aked. Dion.
Bura. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eshlos. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Ebu. Ma. Eshlos. Yuji. Ma. Eshlos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eshlos. Ma. Yuji. Eshlos.
Oh, I'm just dead.
Skobos.
This is a weird one. I should have gone for this town center, obviously. I kind of thought he had a gold mine here, so I have a gold mine here type vibes, but I didn't have one. And then I didn't adapt when I realized I didn't have one. Though I think I was starting the town center before I even figured it out. Because my oracle kind of scouted out and I was like, oh, there's nothing here. I thought there was a thing. But I also had hunt behind it, but I didn't need it because I had hunt here. I should have been on this town center. Oh well. What's the gathered east? Man, I lost so many villages to just bad building placement in the start. Well, it's not like my town center was empty. I had hunt on it. It's not like it was a bad town center. It just wasn't like for this matchup. I needed the forward one. And I needed not to lose any villages early. I lost so fucking many. Just building placement was fucking awful. Like I should have been as soon as the town center finished, I should have started shifting time shifting shit everywhere. Not ideal. I didn't need any buildings on the back town center. I needed it all in my main base to just protect my vills on that gold mine.
Something. Yow. 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 You bin.
Actually, I probably should have just played classical fight there off of 2TC. Because all of the resources. I thought he had Aurochs behind his town center. That's why I went for the fast heroic. But he didn't. I need to not make that guess. I thought that that's how the game worked.
Something. Till Orstenslag. Yow. Yow. Yes, something. Yow. Yow. Cycle from something. Yow. Yow. Tilbuin. Yow. Something. Raus. Tilbuin. Till something. Yow. You will. Cycle from something. Raus. Yow. Til yow. Yow, yow. Skipan tilbud. Yes, yow. Yow. Skipan tilbud. Something. Já. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Til skipan.
What to do here?
Já. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Little scout on the TC, see if there's anything there.
Tilbúin.
Looks like it's
Já,
kind
ég
of
samþykkt, ég
fine.
vil. Já. Já, skipan, ég vil. Skipan, veiðimaður. Tilbúin, samþykkt, ég vil. Já, tilbúin, veiðimaður. Já. Hver er veiðimaður? Já. Tilbúin, veiðimaður. Já.
There's not really much I know about this map just yet. A little bit worrying.
Hver er þar? Tilbúin?
I think I'm gonna grab that.
Hver er þar? Satt veiðimaður.
I don't think I'm gonna grab that pierce armor there.
Já.
I want those resources.
Tilbúin samt veiðimaður.
Rather than the extra vilt.
Já.
I might grab it later, but
Til skipa. Ég vil, já. Já. Hver er satt veiðimaður? Grjótsveit. Já. Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Sjá. Já.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Til skipa. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
no idea where his spy is, so how am I supposed to play around Undermine? Put buildings on both different sides of my base.
Skip.
Maybe don't build a
Samþykkt.
Já. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já.
don't build a
Já.
thingamajiggy. Am I scared of anything at this point?
Já. Fer. Já. Satt. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Já.
Til. Já. Satt. Ég. Já. Skip. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Samt tilbúin. Já. Satt.
Quickly put
Ég
barracks
vil.
down, get this guy out of here.
Til. Ég vil.
Hver er þar? Já. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, satt. Skip. Ég vil.
Já. Til orðstöðslag. Hver er grjótsveit?
Já. Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Hver sem ég vil.
Tilbúin. Að ráð. Tilbúin samt timbursveit. Já. Samtæki.
Já. Ég sjá. Skip. Ég vil.
Til. Já.
Til. Skip. Samt. Ég sjá. Ég vil. Satt. Ég sjá. Ég sjá. Ég já. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Ég vil.
Já.
Skip. Samt. Já.
What are you doing here? Let's let it die.
Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Til orðstöðslag.
Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég já. Samþykkt.
Já. Veiðimaður. Satt. Já.
Ég já. Ég satt. Tilbúin. Skip. Hver er það? Já. Ég vil.
Hver er það samt timbursveit?
Tilbúin. Skip.
Já. Ég vil. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Að ráð. Já. Samþæki. Ég að ráð.
Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já. Tilbúin. Ég timbursveit. Skipan. Tilbúin. Skip timbursveit. Já. Samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin. Skipan. Tilbúin. Já. Sjá. Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Ég vil.
Já. Ég vil. Sækið fram að rás.
Skipan. Já. Já. Ég vil.
Já. Til orð að rás.
Ég sjá. Atrás. Til ég satt. Samþykkt. Ég já. Satt. Ég vil. Skipan. Til já. Samt já. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Satt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Tilbúið. Já. Satt. Skipan. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég já. Samþykkt. Já. Til að. Ég já. Já. Ég já. Satt. Ég vil. Hver er það? Já. 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 Ég já. Samþykkt. Til orðuslag.
Skipan. Samþykkt.
Til hver er það? Já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, 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 ég já, ég vil fyrst samt að, já, skip, já, ég vil, já, ég samþykkt, satt.
Tilbúin, hver sá timbursveit?
Já, ég já.
Já.
Til samt, já.
Tilbúin, grjótsveit.
Satt, ég samþykkt.
Skip, ég við, hver er þar? Grjótsveit. Skip hann, tilbúið samþykkt, já.
Satt, já, skip samþykkt. Ég vil. Hver er það? Tilbúin, samþykkt.
Tilbúin, ég vil.
Satt, ég vil. Tilbúin, já, satt. Hver er þar? Ég vil.
Skipan.
Samþykkt, til, já, já. Satt, ég vil, satt. Samþykkt.
Já.
Hver, já, ég vil.
Já, skip hann, ég vil.
Tilbúin, já. Skip, samt, ég vil.
This is such a hard fucking position to wall, no?
Hver satt? Samþykkt.
Hver er það? Tilbúin, skip samt timbursveit.
Já, já, til ég vil. Hver er satt? Samþykkt.
Okay, that is walled off.
Já, satt. Skip, ég vil.
Tilbúin, já. Skip samþykkt.
Já, satt. Skip. Hver, já, til, já. Ég vil, já, satt. Hver samþykkt. Skip, ég vil. Já. Til, satt. Samþykkt.
Ég vil, já, samþykkt.
Já, ég vil. Já, satt. Skip samþykkt. Tilbúin, satt. Já.
There's walls up everywhere, I think.
Ég vil samþykkt. Satt. Já, já, satt. Ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt. Skip, já, til samþykkt. Skip, satt. Já, ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Skipan. Já, ég já, satt. Samþykkt. Hver, já, ég satt. Til atrás. Já, samþykkt. Ég satt. Já. Tilbúin. Já, satt. Já, ég vil. Til orrustuslag. Samþykkt. Satt.
Skipan.
Skipan. Ég já, til ég satt. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Skipan. Samþykkt. Satt. Ég já, samþykkt.
Já. Ég vil, já, samþykkt.
Já. Hver er það? Ég satt. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Satt. Hver? Já. Ég já. Ég já. Satt. Ég já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég satt. Já. Ég já. Já. Jeg vil. Já. Jeg vil. Satt.
What the fuck? There's a bloody wall here!
Já. Já. Satt. Jeg vil. Tilbúin.
You cocksucker.
Já. Jeg vil. Skip. Já. Samt ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Satt. Já. Satt. Já. Tilbúin.
I hate you.
Skip. Jeg vil. Til orrustuslag. Já. Jeg vil.
Fight fair.
Já. Samþykkt.
Walls are for keeping children in, not for keeping me out.
Skipan.
Yeah, run, you little bitch! Get back here! You don't want to fight me, do you? That's right! Yeah, turn into your little stupid micro. Think you're good? This guy. Bloody building walls. Screw this. Give me more on wood. I've had enough of this shit. He's up here somewhere, maybe.
Something. Yo.
Kill that little fucker.
Skip til orðstöðsvar. Til samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil.
Samt já. Skipan. Ég vil.
Já.
Tilbúin. Já. Hver það? Ég vil.
Skipan.
Já.
Tilbúin. Timbersveit. Já, ég vil.
Hver þar?
Tilbúin. Já.
Skip satt. Samþykkt.
Já, skip samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já, ég satt. Ég samþykkt. Já. Hver tilbúin? Til orrustuslag. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já, atrás.
Skipan. Atrás.
Skip. Já.
Til satt. Ég vil.
Já. Til ég vil. Sækið til orðstöðslag. Skip timbersveit. Já.
Já. Hver það? Já.
Já, timbersveit. Tilbúin. Já. Skip samþykkt. Ég atrás.
Walls are too strong. Take too long to kill.
Satt. Til orrustuslag.
Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Já.
Já.
Tilbúin. Hver skipan ég vil? Hver samþykkt? Ég vil.
Skipan. Já.
Fight me.
Ég vil.
Ég satt.
Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég já.
Já.
Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Ég vil. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Já. Sækið. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin. Skip. Já. Ég samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Timbersveit. Já.
Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Hver tilbúin? Ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt. Já. Til atrás. Tilbúin. Ég já. Samþykkt. Ég já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Ég já. Samþykkt. Skipan. Tilbúin. Ég já. Ég vil. Ég já. Til orðstöðsslag. Já. Ég vil.
Alright, we won. All right. I hope you all enjoyed that. Hey, you're not allowed a wall. You're only allowed a wall perpendicular. You're not allowed a wall any other way. The only good walls in this game are walls that stop other people from walling. The only good one. The only one. wall me in. This guy Heimdall rushes into bloody mass walls. Big jerk. Rejoins like he didn't do anything. This guy joining my game. Bloody jerk. Ugh. Nah. Nah, I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I ain't playing it. No, thank you. Actually, there's actually not a bad... It's not a bad shout for the... For those guys to be practicing mirror matchups, but I'm not that guy. I don't have to do it. The evil tournament host. Oh, I got Set versus Gaia. This is a free win for Gaia. Literally impossible to play this one as Set.
Rig.
Image erect. Kid.
And which you are
Finito.
I'm like 90% sure I lost this matchup versus... No, I played Ra.
Entio. Image erect.
and which are you refer?
Are there mirror matchups in the tournament? There is a possibility of mirror matchups in the tournament, yes. Not in Challengers League.
Kid.
Oh, fuck.
In which kid?
I fucked up. I was too busy looking at this thing.
Gereg. Kid. Bea.
Gosh darn it. Mirrors are still unlikely. Well, even if they both, even if they both pick the same god in the draft, then there's still like a pretty low chance that you run into your opponents. You might see the same. Obviously, if they both hit the ace god, you'll probably see both gods in the same game. But
No.
Entio. Gereg. No.
Enito. And
Inejirek.
Rig. You know.
Antio.
I'm gonna do something stupid in this game, I think.
and which?
Finito.
I gotta give him good practice.
No.
In which?
So I gotta do the stupid strats.
Enito.
Entio. Bea. Kid. Kid.
Finit Baya.
And which?
Rig is Baya.
Inejirek.
In will you I a Baya.
In where you in no.
Finit you know.
In which
in at baya
Jira refer.
Greg tayo you refer at kids 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 kids
Tayo, ayo refer, and which, UIR, inito, Greek, ayo tayo, UIR,
ini UIR tayo
Gerek. Entio. Ak. You refer.
In which ark.
in which inito kids
and which, ayo tayo, UIR,
Greg no
And tayo.
Inikid.
inito, and which, ayo refer, Greek,
Gerek.
in which ini ak baya
En Bea. Kid. Bea.
in kids 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 Greg crow iata kids in which kids
In wet you you.
inito kids
Ent ak. Kid. Kid.
in which
ini tayo, ayo refer,
Greg you refer kids kids kids
and tayo, ayo refer,
inito kids in which kids
Inich. Gerek. Gerek. Kid. Kid. Bea. In which. Kid. You refer. Inich. Kid. Bea.
inito baya Greg tag kids in which baya inito baya
Entio. No. In which. Inich. Ak. UER. Kid.
tayo,
Gerek. In which.
ayo refer, tayo, UIR,
In which.
Greek, ayo
Go.
refer,
And into you. And you EU.
in which EU kids
inito, ayo refer, tayo,
Entio. Inich. Erect. Bea. Entio.
Greg kids
and which,
Gerek.
Gerek.
UER.
in at baya
In which. Inich. You. Bea.
In which.
Greek, inito,
Into you.
inito
Greg.
in which
Gerek. Ak. Bea.
Greg ini tayo UIR in which kids
Go EU.
ayo refer,
Greg ini to at EU refer
UIR.
Rig. Ini UI tayo.
And you into you.
Ayo refer. UIR. Ini tayo. Ayo
In a
refer.
jirek.
In which act. Kids. Ini EU refer. Kids.
Greek. Ini UIR.
Into you refer.
And tayo.
You refer. Into you.
Rig. In UI tayo.
In which. In UER.
Ini UI kids. In which. Kids. Ini in which. Kids.
In which.
Inito. Greek. UIR. And which.
Gary. You refer. Into you. Into you.
Inito. Greek. Ayo refer. UIR.
Into you. Gary. You. Into you. UER. Into you. Into you. UER at you. Into you.
Ayo refer.
Rig. Enough. No.
And Gary. In
Ayo refer. Ayo refer.
Rig. Tie. Kids. In which kids.
Greek. UIR. Tayo.
into
Ayo refer. Ayo refer. Tayo. UIR. Ayo tayo.
I got OP.
Gary.
Ayo refer.
Into you.
UIR.
UIR kids.
Into you.
Gary.
Inito. Tayo.
Into you. EU refer. Into you refer.
UIR. Tayo. Ayo refer.
Inito. EU kids.
Greek. Tayo.
I thought I'd be able to get some damage there with the like proper units, but and him spending everything on the wrong stuff there.
Ayo refer. Tayo.
Rig. Baya.
Gary. EU refer.
In which Baya.
UIR. Ayo UIR. Inito. Tayo.
Image array.
Inito. Ayo tayo.
Into you. And into
Man, you gotta be kidding me. Like, his army doesn't die, what the fuck?
Gary.
Jeez. I'm just gonna resign. Like, I don't think I killed a fucking single unit. 51 to 9. He had one Caladria. Like, what the fuck? What was going on here? Hang on, did I make a mistake? We were like, I think I walked forward. Obviously, losing this is bad. And he just scales. I'd be much closer here if I just sat back and just waited. I got impatient. I thought I could get some damage done. Realistically, I'm 2 versus 1 town center. I should just sit there and just spam units and wait. I sort of knew that, but alas. What can you do? Fell for brain dead. Fell for brain dead challenge. Well, I mean, it's not like I didn't make priests. I had a few of them. They just died. I should have run as soon as the Carnivora was dropped. As well. Actually, no, I just shouldn't have even walked forward. Like, I think I played perfectly around Mass Contarius. I just didn't need to even... I didn't need to move out of my base. the top 3 overall strongest gods at the top level? I don't know. Doesn't matter. I don't play at the top level. I'm trash. No, my spearman. Oh, I don't want to play on this map. Especially not against. Whatever. Let's go.
In wet arc, Jirej, Erikayo,
Entio, Kid, Greek, N-U-I-R.
Antio, arc, Erikayo,
In your kid. Greek, Tayo, Ayo refer, Tayo, U-I, Tayo, Ayo, U, Tayo, Ayo, U-I, Tayo. Kid, Ro in Gawit.
in arc, Erifir,
In wedge, no. Enti kid, Kro in Yawit. Gereg.
Tunison can play too hard for me. That was Tunis. That's all on Tunison. Sorry for that, guys. I don't particularly want to... I already played set too many times today. Isis versus Uranus.
Jirej, in a arc,
Enito. Ayo refer. In wedge.
Tough matchup for Isis here.
Entio, Kid, Bea.
Jirej,
No. And which?
In which
Antio,
you are no need to your kids.
in Erifir,
In your ear, Bea. In wedge.
In kids, no.
Gereg.
and arc,
Rig,
Enito. Tayo. Greek, you are Tayo. Ayo refer.
And this map is actually quite hard for me. I'm actually not sure what I'm supposed to do. I didn't build a monument. Fuck, what am I doing?
need to. In which you are no. Rig, kids.
Jihayo,
Enito. Tayo. Ayo refer.
I think I have to play classical fight here, which is not... Oh,
In a-
shit.
In arc, no. In which kids, no.
in wet Erifir,
Rig, Tayo, no.
Arc,
And which? Tayo. In Greek. Entio.
Inito.
and Erifir,
In arc, no.
Jihayo,
Inage. No, no. In Atayo. Irifer.
in arc,
Ger. No.
in Erifir,
Inito. Rig,
Jirej,
in which
Enito. You ayo refer.
in which kids,
Inage. Erect.
in Hayo,
Greg,
Into you.
in which you know.
I haven't played. I feel like I haven't played Egyptians in forever. I've just been gifted. I don't know how many set games.
In Greek. UIR.
What does this actually do? Fine damage of ranged attack. Yeah, I want that. Makes my slingers better.
In which kids,
Gerek.
Greg, kid, Baya, ini Baya,
Greek. Ayo refer. UIR. Inito.
in with you kids, 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 kids,
Image erect.
You knew. And we ayo refer. UIR.
Ak. Kid.
Greg, no. Ini ak, no.
Grayo. UIR. Inito.
In which no you refer no. Greg, in which you I air. Ini to tayo no. In which kids Baya,
Greek. And ayo UIR. Greek. Tayo. UIR. Ayo refer. And which. And which. UIR. In tayo. Ayo refer. And which. UI tayo. UIR. Ini ayo refer. Tayo. And UIR.
Greg, kids, in which kids,
Antio,
Inito. Ayo refer. Greek. You and tayo. In you ayo tayo. UIR. And we ayo refer.
Image erect. Ayo kid.
Greek tayo. And which. Inito. You ayo refer.
ini Baya, in which Baya,
UIR.
And kid. Kid.
And which ayo refer. Greek tayo. UIR.
In which.
Inito. Ayo tayo.
Into you. In
And
which.
we UIR. Ayo UIR. Tayo refer. UIR. Inito.
Go into.
And ayo refer.
Into you. UER.
Ayo ref UIR. Tayo. Greek. Ayo ref UIR.
In which. Into you refer. Into you.
Greg, ak, kids, 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 kids,
Gary.
And we ini tayo. Greek. Ayo in
Into you.
UIR.
EU. Into you. UER.
Tayo.
Gerek. You. You. They.
Into you. Into you.
in which
Girej, Antio,
Gary. UE into you. UER. EU into you.
Ayo UIR.
In Gary. EU. UER.
Tayo. Ayo refer.
In EU into you. Girl, in the into you into you into you into you er.
Greek. You refer. You Tayo.
Gerek into you. Into you into you refer. And with into you.
You refer. You Tayo.
In you refer, kids. In which you act, no.
In a tile.
Enito. You refer.
Greg, kids.
You Tayo. You Tayo refer. Enito. You
Inito.
In which?
In which, kids, no.
Greek. Tayo.
Gerek in you into you. In you into you.
And with you
And
with Greek. You refer.
Gerek in you
Tayo.
into you. Gerek into you. And with Gerek.
You refer.
In at you. Gayur and with in you Gerek in you into you. Gerek
And which. Enito.
and wedge into you.
Greek. Tayo.
You
refer.
and you
And which.
In its bear. Kid.
in you refer. You
Enito. You
into you.
Greek. Tayo.
You refer.
You refer.
Inito.
Enito. Tayo refer. You
and you
Greek. Enito. Tayo you
Gerek into you. Into you
And
refer.
which.
Jirej. Antio.
Greg, no. No.
In a jirifir.
And you
Greek. Tayo.
Gerek into you. You into you. And with
Enito. And you. Tayo.
Gerek into you. Gerek into you. Into you.
You refer. Tayo. You refer. You refer.
Gerek.
In you refer, kids.
And we. Tayo. You. Tayo.
And you Gerek.
And you refer. Greek. Enito. And you Tayo refer. Greek. Enito. And Tayo refer. Tayo. You refer.
I need slingers.
Into you. Into
I
you.
mean, maybe my.
And with. Into you. Gerek.
In a jirek.
And Tayo. You refer. You Tayo. Tayo.
Maybe my Anubites can work.
Into you. Into you. And you. Into you.
You refer.
Which are bear.
A Greek in you and
Gerek. Into you. You refer. Gerek. Into you.
in you refer. Greek
Irifir.
and you refer. Greek
Into you refer.
you refer. You Gerek, you refer. Greek, U-I-R.
You into you. Into you. At you. And girl. U-E-L.
And we, you refer.
Into you. Kid.
Finito,
which?
Greg tayo. Kids,
Greek, tayo. U-I-R.
in which ak, EU refer. Kids,
Finito, you refer.
In kid. Kid.
And which, tayo. U-I-R. Tayo. U-I-R.
Gereg.
In Greek, you refer. U-I-R. Greek,
Into you.
Greg, no.
Greek, tayo. You refer.
Into you.
Greek, tayo. U-I-R. You refer.
In U-E-L. And you. Into you.
Finito, Greg, UI, kids,
in tayo ak,
Tayo. And you refer. U-I-R.
U-E-L. Into you.
And which, Enito. Tayo. Tayo.
Gereg. Into you.
And which, you refer. U-I-R. Enito. Greek. And which, you refer. U-I-R.
Do we snakes?
You refer. Tayo.
Or do we prosperity?
Enito. Greek. Enito.
Into you.
I at you.
Enito. Greek. Enito. And we Greek.
Into you. Into you.
You refer. You refer.
in kids, no.
Kid. Kid. And you refer.
Greek. Enito.
Girl. Into you. Into you.
And U-I-R.
Into you. Girl. You refer. Into you. Into you.
Tayo.
Into you. And you refer. Girl. In girl. And wait. Into you. At you. In it. U-E-R. Kid.
Greg, Finito, in UI tayo ak, kids,
Into you. At you. Girl. In you. Into you. Are you.
Greg,
GG. ISIS number 1. He has to get heroic age. If he can't get heroic age, then he can't beat my army. He needs satyr. If you get to satyr, then it's all good. I think after he won this fight with the villagers and then shifted up to the top, he should have just cut units completely, gone heroic age, and made satyr. I think he would have won. Well, at the very least, he would have made it very, 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 very hard for me to get him to get a gold staff. The game would have continued. I would have to try. I would have to go in for something else. But that the Sky Passage pop out with the citizens was like bonkers. If he didn't lose the Sky Passage and he just popped out, got some kills, and then bailed, it would have been really, really good. Oh, well, GG. Thanks for the games, too innocent. Thanks, Threshless. We did what we can. Oh. You missed both games? I lost with Set versus Gaia, and I won with Isis versus Uranus. But the game with Set, my brain left my body. And I thought I could. I thought, you know that thing with, that saying with Yasuo? Where it's like, you just think you're so powerful, so you just do stupid shit and you throw. That's what it felt like when I was playing that Set versus Gaia game. I die. But I do think that Uranus is like perfectly playable against Uranus. Versus Isis is perfectly playable against. Sorry, Uranus is perfectly playable against Isis. Fuck me, my brain has left my body. John, you got to ask yourself this question. What's the question you got to ask yourself, John? In a game which has as many balance patches as this game does, I feel like you got to ask yourself the question, are you just trying to win with a god or a strategy that's strong, or are you trying to get better at the game? If you're just trying to get better at the game, doesn't matter what god you're playing. Win, lose, doesn't matter. Hey, Tiger Boss! Yo. I did just play versus Uranus, but okay. Good luck this weekend! Exclam. No troll drafting. Okay. Yeah, but I'm sure that a Greek will get some help if it's struggling, if it's actually struggling. There's two things, right, with the balance patch. Like, you're aiming many different directions with it, right? Like, there's aiming for design, there's aiming for balance, there's aiming for all types of shenanigans. Dude, can I build this dock? I'm so upset. Now you gotta also ask yourself the question, if something was nerfed, it probably deserved to be nerfed. It was probably too strong. Like, do you know what I mean? Who won the 5th match between Eric and Mini Yeti? It's in the description of the video. I put it in the description. You have to click on that link and it'll take you directly to game 5. It's even got a timestamp. I did everything. I held your hand as best as I could. Cyclops have gotten 5 nerfs, and yet they still erase the backline. The question is, what should the Cyclops be good at? It can't be good at both of these things, right? Either it should be able to fight, right? And kill off a whole bunch of melee units, right? Either it should be able to do that, or it should be able to get massive damage done on a throw, right? Those are the two things. Those are the two options. At the moment, it's getting massive damage done on the throw. It's doing 65 hack. That's a lot of damage. And two hits from 2 Cyclops will kill a archer. So that's what the Cyclops is good at right now. The attack. Sorry, I have to concentrate. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to find this thing. The attack right now on the melee still also does damage. Like it's not doing damage. But yeah, it's doing damage. Good thing. Is it killing entire armies by itself? No. Should it be? No. Wow. I was talking, Tiger Boss. Pestilence is ass compared to Restoration? I didn't now okay. So 1, you might be right. That's like a fair statement. But my brain could at least help me get this temple up. I'd be in a good spot. One temple, please. One temple, please. One temple, please. But they're not crap. That's the thing you're missing. You say they're crap, but they're not crap. Dude, I'm trolling. I'm so trolling. God, I don't think I could be trolling any harder than I am right now. What do you mean test them? I did. I literally told you. Their throw will 2-hit an archer, which means if you have 2 of them, you'll be able to kill an entire backline that is smooshed up. Or if they're split into spread formation, which is #micro, they will kill around about 6 to 10, depending on how well you throw the thing. You'll be able to kill 6 to 10 Toxotes in 2 throws. So they're absolutely fantastic at that. I think I should go next stage. I don't think I should be doing this. But what am I going next stage for, though? Upgrades? A ballet? Stronger Dao swordsman? I guess. Stronger Dao swordsman.
是的，请下命令出发。建筑工。什么？
I mean, you probably missed the whole thing, but I did suggest quite a few nice buffs for the actual problem with Greek, as opposed to just creating different problems, like trying to make the Cyclops be just an overpowered unit. Go.
是的，建筑工。
是的，请下命令，建筑工矿工。
出发。
准备好了，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工。
出发，遵命。
Oh fuck.
遵命。
Well, that's not ideal.
行，遵命。出发，请下命令。出发。
是的，建筑矿工。
遵命。
请下命令。
建筑工准备行。是的，是的。 遵命，请下命令。准备好，前进。遵命，请下出。是的，遵命。准备就攻击，请下命令。
遵命出发。
是的，请下命令。开战。
是的，遵命。
准备就绪。遵命，前进。遵命，行。遵命，行。出发。
准备好了，请出发。
遵命。
是。 准攻击，前进。
准备好，遵命。是的。
是出发。
开战。
好的。是的。
什么出发？遵命。是的，出发遵命。
遵命。好的。
请下，准备好了。遵命。遵命。
下命法。遵命。
I think I might just be dead.
准备出发。
好，出发。是的。请下命令，被就绪。被就绪，请下命令。出发。是的，是出发。出发。遵命，出发，请遵命。出发，遵命。
This is all John's fault. I personally blame John for this. We got owned. John, you can literally go back like an hour and you can hear what, maybe it was 2 hours ago. I don't know when it was, but you can go back through the stream and you can listen to exactly what I would do if I could change Greek at the moment. But it's not like these gods are bad at like lower levels. Like at lower levels, you can do whatever you want and win. There's like people aren't actually like taking the maximum amount of their god's advantage and trying to point it directly at the weakest part of their opponent's god at 1500 level. Like that's not what's going on. So who knows why it's got low win rate down there. It's probably because the lower level players don't realize when their god is strong. Like every god has got a different... If you look at the win rates... Actually, we could actually probably do this. If you look at the win rates, you'll probably notice that at the 1500 level, the majority of gods that are strong early have got a higher win rate. And as the god gets stronger later into the game, it probably falls off in some sort of win rate to some degree. That's my guess. The stronger the god is late, the worse it is. Sorry, that's wrong. The stronger the god is early, the higher the win rate. And the weaker the god is early, the lower the win rate. And I'm talking early. I don't mean like 10 minutes. I don't mean 9 minutes. I mean 5 minutes, 6 minutes into the game. Right? Let's have a look. Amaterasu. Well, Kamikaze, Kamaitachi, you just run in and you win, right? Okay, check. Nuwa, well, Nuwa doesn't really get attacked early on because you just put this down. You see this 56% win rate on how to? That's because they don't get touched in that early game. Odin, oh, this god, really good early. It's got a Valkyrie. It runs into your base, causes mayhem, and they just pulled on that. Uranus, well, Uranus has got that Oceanus with the Murmillo and the Caladria, and that really helps them get the win there. And with Prometheus, they've got an answer to any of that early game pressure by just turning their villagers into heroes. Kronos, well, Leto's not doing so well, probably because early rushes with Leto aren't very good. But with Prometheus, they're really, really good. So he's getting success with that one. Thor over here, well, has that Valkyrie, right? So 55% there, 49% the Forseti here. Oh, that's not really a very strong early game god, is it? It's more of a mid game to even late game-ish centric god. Valkyrie, that one helps you out a lot. That's why that's at 55%. All right, Freyr. Ulla, a little bit high at 52% considering how bad this god is in the early game. But the Freya, that definitely makes sense at 55% there. But maybe this is a comment here on Freya being quite strong just in general. But nonetheless, moving on. Gaia, same thing as Uranus. It's got that Oceanus. Leto, kind of doing a bit better for Gaia. I wonder why. Maybe it's because Gaia is just a little bit more defensive orientated. The players just want to sit back in the early game, and automatons are fantastic at sitting back. Maybe that's just a stylistic thing between the Gaia and the Chronos players playing completely different. I don't know. Tsukiyomi here with the Amano Uzume. Well, of course, you get the weasels. You can run into your base, get some big damage done there. Shenong having a little bit of trouble here. The early game Yahtzees, not as good as they once were. They're actually not getting that early game value. We have the HAL 2 here. This one's getting that 50%, so you can drop that down and you can play a nice, easy defensive game against everything if you drop it down straight away, right? But this guy, you're going to lose that Yahtzee because all they need is a couple heroes and they're good to go. It's not very fast anymore. So yeah. Over here we got Isis, 53% win rate with Anubis. Why? Well, there's a really, really nice, strong early game with Anubites, Plague of Serpents, and all that other stuff. Set here, similar deal, only at 50% here. Sucking with, both of these gods sucking with Bast and sucking with Tar, but you know, the strong early game is popping off for the Egyptian players here. And we keep on going down. Loki here, 47%, 35%, kind of struggling because both of these gods not the best early on. Heimdall might seem like an aggressive god, but realistically, you don't get much from it, so you're not going to be able to do a whole lot. Ra, kind of struggling for a similar reason. Can't really do any of that early game stuff. Fushi, struggling for a similar reason. Can't do any of that early. Hades, can't do any of that early stuff. Susanoo, can't do any of that early stuff. Poseidon here, you know, that's a confusing one. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. You've got Hermes. Hermes, very, very good early on, yet only a 42% win rate. But that might just be an outlier because there's not that many games being played. 201 here. I mean, there's 201 games on most of these. So maybe this isn't an outlier and maybe there's something going wrong with that Hermes. I don't know. Zeus, similar deal, but really not very good on early at all. Not good. Maybe you're just struck. Maybe Poseidon is just getting bullied by all the other gods that are good early. I don't know. Unlucky, I guess. It could be the speed. Sure. There was a nerf to the speed for Poseidon. But it was only one speed, no? 0.1 of a speed. Do I understand how hard the speed has been? Let's have a look at it. Sure. I hate soup. Let's have a look at the speed. Poseidon. Hippias. This guy starts at 5.5 speed. And gains 0.1 speed per age. Does that mean it goes up to Does that mean it goes up to 5.6 in the archaic age and then 5.7 in the classical age? It used to be at 5.8. It should mean that? I don't actually know. I think it's at 5.7 in the classical age. It used to be 5.8. And I guess that's the same for the Centaur as well. It used to be 5.9 early on, but was too strong. That's why it got nerfed, because it was too strong. You could see it was too strong. The win rate was through the roof. Yeah, the Centaur's going from 5. They're at the same speed, right? They're both at 5.7, which is still pretty quick. It's not 5.8, but 5.7, 5.8. I don't know how much different that's going to make. Alrighty. We got Shenong again. We just lost badly with this god. Like super badly.
好的，是的。请向出发，建筑工，猎人。什么？遵命。出发。出发。是的，遵命。
I don't know. I'm personally not that offended by Hippias going down to 5.8 speed or 5.7 speed in the classical age. I'm not that offended by it. I think that there was too many people playing pure Cav Centaur and not interacting with what their opponent was doing. That's my take on it. Whether that's a good take or not, I don't know. Hey, that was those. I was here first.
是的，遵命。建筑工。起什么？遵命。出发。遵命。起是的。出发。遵命。说什么？出发。遵命。出发。
Hey man, I'm down for some Norse nerfs, but also Norse kind of sucks at the top level. So if you nerf Nurse, if you nerf Nurse, yeah, if you nerf Nurse, then what happens? And you'll never see Norse at the top level ever again. But if it happens, so be it. Now you can start working out how to fix other things, I guess.
是的，出矿工。是的，遵命，出发，出发，遵命。什么
Why are you idle, Mr. Villager? You're supposed to be working.
请下命令。
什么？出发，猎人。
请下命令。
准备好了，出发，遵命，出发。是的，出发，猎人。
We
准
shoot
备好了。
this. We shoot this.
是的，遵命。准备好了。遵命。
好的。
什么？是的，
好的。请遵命。伐木工。请下命令。遵命。什么？出发。遵命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。请下命令。这什么？
准备好了。
遵命，出发。是的，出发。出发，遵命，遵命。请下命令，出发。遵命，出发。遵命。是的。
准备好了。
出发。建筑工。是的。建筑工。什么？出发。出发。请遵命，出发。是的。遵命。出发。出发。遵命。什么？出发。 准备好了，建筑工。准备好，出发。请下遵命，猎人。是的，请下命。遵命。什么？出发。准备好，遵命。是遵命。是准备好，建筑工。
是的，建筑伐木工。
出发。遵命，遵命。是的。
Don't do that. God damn. God. Shit.
出发。什么？攻击！请下命令。遵命。遵命。遵命。前进。出发。是的。遵命。出发。建筑工。出发。好，出发。建筑工。出发。出发。遵命。伐木。建筑工。请下命令。出发。遵命。开战。出发。出发。出发。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。
请遵矿工。
请下矿工。出发。遵命。出发。建筑工。准备什么？出发。遵命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。准备好。遵命。建筑工。建筑工。遵命。伐木。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。好，遵命。出发。遵命。准出发。是的，出发。请下遵命。请遵是出发。准备好了，出建筑工。什么？猎人出遵命。遵命。出发。
什么？
是的，建筑工。出发。建筑工。出发。好的，出发。什么？出发。是的，遵命。准备出发。矿工，请下命令。出发。遵命。出发。请下命令。伐木工。建筑工。什么？建筑工。请下命令。遵命。出发。请下遵命。遵命。出发。遵命。是的。是的，遵命。出发。遵命。好的，出发。遵命。出发。请下遵命。遵命。出发。遵命。是的。好，出发。遵命。遵命。请遵命。准备出发。出发。请遵命。遵命。是出发。请下命。遵命。建筑工。遵命。请下命。遵命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。什么？出发。遵命。伐木工。是的。准备好了，遵命。请下命令。出发。出发。出发。伐木工。出发。命。出发。遵命。出发。是出发。攻击。是的。攻击。开战。畏惧了。攻击。开战。什么？遵命。出发。准备好。出发。猎人。出发。遵命。出发。出发。是的。遵命。遵命。遵命。是的。出发。出发。遵命。出发。出发。
You gotta need to save up for another.
准备好。出发。 出发，遵命，出发。
For another thingamajiggy here.
什么？请下命，准备，出发。
Play defense for a little bit, and then maybe we.
准备好了，建筑工，伐木工。
准备好，出发，请下命令。是出发，是遵命。
Hopefully, we don't have to play defense for too long. But I don't know.
遵命。准备好了，出发。遵命，遵命。出发。是的，什么？遵命，遵命。
How long is it up? It's so far away, man. I don't think I can wait that long. Either we go for an attack now and just see what happens. We also risk getting hit with.
出发，遵命，出发，请下命令，出发，遵命。
是的，出发，建筑工。
是的，什么？遵命，出
An
发。
answer for that. That's a lot of them as well.
准备好了，遵命。
是的，
好的。什么？请出发。
请下命令，伐木工，建筑工。
准备好了，遵命。请什么？出发，遵命。请遵命，出发，出发。
建筑准备好了，建筑工。
请下命令。
准备好了。
遵命，猎人。是的。遵命，出发。请什么？出发。是的。请出发。遵命。出发。遵命。请什么？
请下命，遵命，建筑工。
是的。出发。遵命。出发。出发。遵命。遵命。准备。遵命。遵命。遵命。请下命令。
是的。
上出发。猎人。
是的。
遵命。
是的。建筑工。
什么？出发！遵命！遵命！请下命！遵命！遵命！遵命！建筑工、伐木工。
好，是的。
准备好了，出发！遵命！出发！是的，遵命！出发！遵命！遵命！出发！遵命！遵命！遵命！遵命！准备好了，出发！出发！遵命！
请下命令，准备好了，出发命令。
出发！出发！遵命！出发！遵命！请遵命！遵命！遵命！遵命！什么？出发！
是的，准出发。猎人。
是的，出发！遵命！出发！遵命！遵命！出发！攻击！开战！请下命令！攻击！请下命令！开战！攻击！前进！开战！出发！是的，攻开！是的，请下命令！出发！遵命！遵命！出发！出发！遵命！出发！出发！出发！遵命！出发！遵命！出发！遵命！出发！遵命！出发！遵命！请下命！出发！出发！遵命！出发！
Should have just ran. I thought maybe I'd be able to kill off enough units quick enough, but apparently not.
是的，出发，遵命，出发。是的，出发。
I think I might be dead.
准备好了，出发。
请下命令，出发，遵命。出发，遵命，出发。 出发！攻击！请下遵命！是的，遵命！开战！遵命！攻击！出发！是的，遵命！出发！遵命！出发！出发！出发！遵命！遵命！遵命！出发！遵命！ 攻击！是的。是的。好的，出发！出发！出发！出发！
It's literally Iran is 2.0. There's not a fight you can take. How is nobody winning with this god? How is this god not just like fucking infinite win rate? Someone explain. Ugh. It's got nothing to do with soup. All he did was use god powers and spam out samurai, Naginata rider, and then he goes this guy. He just makes units. Like this is like, soup's obviously really good, but he's not doing anything. He's just making units and using god powers. You can't go 2 TC on this map. That wouldn't work, right? He'll just kill me. How would that work? Like, which gold mine do I get with, like, what do I do? How do I get a gold mine with a second town center here? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, John? Of course you can go 2 TC, but you're gonna die probably faster than I died here. Also, he's gonna run around and he's gonna be dropping. It's not like my villages are safe either. He's going to run around. He's going to use his bloody Kusanagi thing on my villages and kill me. Very, very tricky. You don't think this is live? What do you mean? I'm here. I'm hanging out. I don't know if I want to play against this fucking god again.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγει μάλιστα. Τέκτο. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσταγμα πάνι. Βούλομαι. Έτι θηρευτής. Λέγε θρητό. Πρόσταγμα. Ορφάνι. 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 Λέγει βούλομαι. Ορθός. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτο. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Λέγε έτοιμος. Λέγε ορθός. Πάνι. Λέγε.
So what do you want me to do in this one? 2 TC and sit in my base? Is that what I was supposed to do? At least I have lure. That'll help. That'll help with the 2 TC sitting in my base game plan.
Λέει πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Ορφάνι. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη. Λέει έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Λέγε. Ορθός.
Ares sort of makes sense. 2 town center Ares sort of makes sense. What do I need a ceasefire in this matchup?
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
He's got a back gold mine. He's got or a side gold mine. It's kind of the TC is kind of in the middle of the map, I guess. God, that town center is a thing of beauty. I could ceasefire to take that versus any sort of early pressure, I guess. It's just such a good town center. Maybe it's worth it.
Έτοιμοι. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Ναι. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Make sure that finishes up. I think I should have enough food here.
Λέγε.
Off of that one gazelle, hopefully. Let's just check what's on this side. If this town center is any good, I'll go down to it because it's just a little safer. If it's terrible, I'll risk it all on the forward town center. It's almost good. What's the relic? I want to grab that relic and I want to go to the top. Oh, that's shit. I had idle villagers. Slightly late advance. We'll go this one. I think Ares might be the better call, but I'm gonna do this one.
Βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς. Λέγε. Πρόσεχ. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσταγμα. Μεταλλεύς. Έτοιμο. Έστω. Ταπεινός.
Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς.
Should I leave my centaur back so I can have something to kill off the Kitsune raids, maybe? Maybe we can send it forward and harass that, I guess. Come here and grab this relic.
Λέγε.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Let's scout and see what he's doing.
Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Might be stable, double stable. Thick. Okay, so it's suicide to go and take that, right? That town center is okay, actually. Let's go take this one. These guys here are in danger.
Ναι, μεταλλεύς. Έτοιμοι. Ναι. Έστω.
Ναι.
Ορθός. Πάνι. Ορθός. Ετοίμος. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Έκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσταγμα.
Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Πάνι.
Λέγε.
Βούλο. Ορθός. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Βούλο. Μάλιστα.
Ναι, μάλιστα. Έτοιμος. Έστω.
Πάνι. Ορθός.
Εισβολή. Εις μάχην. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή.
Λέγε.
Έστω. Βουφορβός.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόστα. Βουφορβός.
Βουφορβός.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Ετοίμος. Λέγε. Έστω.
Πρόστα. Βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς.
Ετοίμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Ναι. Έστω. Βουφορβός.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε.
Μάλιστα.
Λέγε.
Really? Okay.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Ορθός. Πάνι.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πρόστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Ετοίμος.
Έτοιμος.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Λέγε.
Yeah, well, this is a fucking great idea, wasn't it? Just sit back and boom!
Μάλιστα.
Lose all my shit. Meanwhile, he's getting all the Bushido, and I can't do anything. Wonderful. Glad we played this strategy. Jesus Christ.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Έστω.
Λέγε.
I can't even go onto that, can I?
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Προβούλομαι. Τέκτον. Προς τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε.
Βούλομαι. Έστω. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Ναι.
Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Έτοιμος. Έστω.
Ετοίμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Θρητόμος. Τέκτον.
Προσέκτον.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη. Έστω. Βρυτόμος. Ναι, μάλιστα. Βρυτόμος.
Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Τέκτον. Λέγε.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς.
Βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα. Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Θηρευτή.
Μεταλλεύς. Τέκτον.
Λεύρη. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Μα έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος. Έστω. Ναι. Εισβολή. Βούλομαι. Εις μάχην. Μάλιστο. Εισβολή. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Καλώς. Μάλιστα. Εις μάχην. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Λέει. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Έτοιμη. Θηρευτέκτον.
Έστω. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμο.
Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Εις μάχην.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε. Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Τέκτον.
Μα έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόστα. Ναι. Βούλωμα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Ετοίμος. Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
Προβούλω. Μάλιστα. Βουφοβός.
Πρόσταγμα. Ετοίμος. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Καλώς.
Λέγε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Λέει. Θρητόμος.
Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέει. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε.
Έστω. Θηρευτής.
Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Ετοίμος. Πρόσεχε. Βουνέ. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βουνέ. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλ. Ταπεινός. Πρόσε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέει. Τέκτον.
Ετοίμος. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλε. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Λέει. Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος.
Μάλιστα.
Ναι. Έστω.
Ναι. Έστω.
Έστω.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Ταπεινός. Τέκτον. Ταπεινός.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι. Λέει. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μα ναι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Βούλομαι.
Πάνω.
Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Θηρευτής. Λέγε. Τέκτον. Θρητόμος.
Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα.
Ναι.
Μα βουνέ.
Προσετοίμος. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Μα ναι.
Έστω.
Ορθμάν. Ορθός.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκ. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι. Πάνω.
Πρόσταγμα. Μα τέκτον.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Έτοιμο. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Ναι.
Έτοιμο. Λέγε. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμος. Βάνι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμο. Εισβολή. Καλός. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Πάνι. Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθβούλαν. Ορθβούλο. Βούλο. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Χώρο. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Εισβολή. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Καλός. Έτοιμο. Βούλάνι. Χώρο. Λέγε. Ορθβούλ. Ορθός. Βούλάνι. Εισβολή. Ορθός.
Μαλβούνε. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Καλός. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ισμάχιν.
Ορτίμος.
Έτοιμη.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Χώρο.
Ορτίμος. Πρόσεχ. Μάλιστα.
Έστω. Ναι. Βούλο. Λέγε. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Πάνι. Καλός.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Μάλιστα.
Βούλο.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθβάνι. Ορθός. Εισβολή. Βούλάνι. Ορθός. Ορθός.
Έστω. Μα ναι. Έστω.
Why is this not walled off though? I don't understand what is happening in this game.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Ισμάχιν. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Καλός.
Ορτίμος. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι.
Ναι. Έστω.
Έτοιμη.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Θρητόμος. Τέκτο. Λέγε.
Το λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή.
Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμο. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε.
Έστω.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγουνε.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Ετοίμος. Μα ναι.
Πρόστα. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Λέγε. Ναι.
Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Ετοίμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμη. Πρόστα. Λέει. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσταγμα. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος.
Λέγε.
Dude, like, what are you supposed to do versus that? Ugh.
Ισμάχιν.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Θηρευτής.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω.
Πάνι.
Έτοιμη. Βρες. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Λέει. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Dude, is it even open?
Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ορθάνι. Ορθός.
Τέκτον.
Oh my god.
Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Πάνι.
Why am I not sitting on it? What's wrong with me?
Λέγε. Πάνι. Χώρο. Πρόσταγμα.
Stop using that fucking god power!
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Ετοίμος.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Βρυτό. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι.
Βούλο.
Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Ναι.
Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Πρόσημα. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλες. Μαλ. Βούλες. Ναι. Βούλμαν. Έστω.
Okay, maybe we can take this fight. Fucked if I know.
Έστω.
Can't micro anything.
Έτοιμο. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Ορθός. Πάνι. Λέγε. Καλός.
Just spam cav. No matter what. Open cav. Center. I can't do it. It's too hard. Thanks, Max. John, for someone with as many opinions as you sure play a lot of gods, my guy. And stress can cause hair loss. That's true. That's true. John is blind. He still doesn't think that Amaterasu needs nerfs. Like, he's literally blind. He thinks Cyclops should be strong. He wants the fucking Ying Long to be able to regen. Like it's baffling. The takes that is coming out of this guy's mouth is baffling. Now I have to play this fucking matchup. God damn it.
なんだカーリーなんだカーリー準備できたよ建築採掘
指示は建築コリ
Oh, I did this thing again, didn't I?
Nani? 採掘
カリ
指示あるカーリ
John gets up. What's happening, my guy? Thanks so much for the $10. You're a Greek fan from when I was a kid. How are they in ranked? I saw my magic looks really strong, but the samurai pop makes it hard for me to manage. The Greeks have been in a better spot than they are at the moment, but they're not bad. Definitely play them. Pretty much anything works. If you want to play them, you can.
指示は行くぞはい建築担当
神楽指示ある
ん木こり
準備できたよ採掘
指示は任せろカリ準備行くぞカリ
何行くカリ
なんだ
指示ある
指示は準備完了
なんだ任せてはい準備できたよ何了解指示ある
ん
なんだ
指示は了解了解狩り
何
準備行くぞ狩り
眠い
なんだ
僕も眠いな。
行くはい
I don't know where to put this guy.
了解
I need him in my base, but there's nowhere to put him. Apart from here, which I don't want to put him there, because that's just not going to help me at all. So I'm just going to leave him idle. Does this increase healing?
建築担当任せろ指示は狩り建築担当
なはい
Alright, hit that guy. Where's the temple at?
指示ある
準備完了狩り建築担当
何まずはい指示あるいく了解何はい順任せ了攻撃よなんはいくまくれはいくね何でまくれいくはいくね何攻撃よふふ送ってよ準備できたまくれ了解あら何のこと
なんだ指示は建築採掘
指示任せていくね
なんだはい建築たきこり
はい任せて
順任せろ行くぞ家畜
何行くね何レオ攻撃よ準備ではいまいくまはいレオいくまはいくレオまいくレオはいくね攻撃よ何まくれまくはいくね何レオ対なんだかぐら指示やはいまはいくれよはいなんまいくまはい攻撃よ
指示は了解
準備できたよ
建築担当任せろ建築担当準備
Oh my god! Cow!
指示は
準備できたよ何行くね何はい攻撃
命
よ
令してみて
指示ある何なんだまかいくまはい何了解準備できた建築担当
建築担当
何攻撃よいかい何指示あるまかぐらなんだかぐら
なんだ採掘木こり
何は了解
準備完了指示を建築担木こり木こり準備はい家畜
何を
指示あるくね
わしによる前進じゃ何よかろ名誉かわしがやろう
なんです了解なんだ建築担当指示は建築担当建築担当準備完了なんでしょう
よかろ用意出るぞよわしがやろうよし用意はできておる
準備できたよはい
指示を
指示を申せ用意何か
指示を前進
わしに任せよ よか用意はあそ
もう準備はでき
何事じゃ名誉結構よあそこへ行こう
なんでしょう任務遂行準備完了行くぞ木こり指示は建築担当に指示をなんですはい
用意は出るぞ何か足がやろう
準任務遂行よ出発する攻撃
何事じゃ用意指示あそこへ行こう
なんです
わしに何がよかろう
向かおう任務に従いますはい
何かよかろう
なんでしょう出発する
指示をもうあそこへ用意
準備完了建築担当なんで任務遂行
用意わしがやろう
任務に従いはい戦闘開始
用意よかろう
準備了解指示を
何か押し出せ
なんでしょ
出るあそこへ行こう出るよわしがやろう撃て
準備了解し出発する
次はなんだ
向かう準備はい進めなんではいはい向かおう
用意戦の
指示了解
何よ修羅の国
任務準備完了
何突撃
了解突撃
わ出るぞあそ用意前進じゃ出るあそこへ行くよか押し出せ
はい準備了解攻撃はい戦闘進め前進
Dude, I don't get like
向かおう
anything from that guy.
仮の時間よ
Oh, he didn't get turned. I thought I turned him.
なんでしょう
Well, that's fucking stupid, isn't it?
向かおうなんだ建築担当に指示をなんでしょうはい出発するご指示に向かう了解任務出発する準備任務遂行なんですなん向かおうはい
Fucking dummy I am.
よかろ
任務に従います指示を了解しましたはいはい建築担当に向かおう指示を了解
I swear I clicked it. Like, I almost guarantee that I clicked it.
了解しました出発する
準備は万端
任せよ
任務に従います向かおう任務遂行準備完了
ただ私が
任
やる
務に了解なんです了解しました指示をはい了解しました任務遂行出発する準備完了なんです向かおう進め了はい突攻撃了はい戦闘開始出発するはいはい出発する戦闘開始準備はい了解向かおう了解はい出発任務遂はい
向かおうよし任せて向かおう
任務に従い了解
行くぞ
準備完了解しました任務遂行はい了解任務向かはい
命令
了解なんですはい了解任務遂行指示を建築担当行くぞはい
命令
指示を任務遂行向かおう
任せ
はい了解しました了解任務出発する進め前進
何
準備完了向かおう突攻撃はい了解し了解任務遂行はい出発するでしょうはい了解しました前進突撃戦闘開始進めなんだ
マカ建築担当
はい
次はなんだ
出発する準備完了向かおう
何よか
指示をなんで了解
よかろ
向かおうなんでしょうはい任務遂行
次は
なんで出発する任務遂行準備完了ごしはいなんでしょう向かおう任務出発するはい了解し了解任務遂行向かおうごし任務遂行はい了解了解しましたはいはい了解任務遂了解はい向かおう了解戦闘開始任務向かおう突はい前進攻撃進め
なんだ何よか
はい出発に向かおう前進なんでしょう向かおうはい了解しました任務はいご指示を了解しはい了解し任務するはいなんでしょう了解指示をはい任務はい出発向かおう準備完了了解任務するご指示をはい向かおうはい向かおう了解はい任務出発準備なんですはい任務了解しました準備完了なんでしょう任務遂了解
理解了解任せ
指示を
Nani? Kenji
何です 準備了解しました。指示を。はい。任務遂行。了解しました。出発する。
準備できたよ。カーリー。
指示を。
何指示ある？行くカーリー。
わしに任せ。
レオカーリー。
何の指示を任務に従います。準備完了。攻撃。
あー
はい。任務遂行。了解しました。よし。指示を。戦闘開始。何で任務進め。
よかろう。わし絵を着何か何
何です。はい。ご指示を了解しました。
指示をも何事あそこへ行こう。
了解。
はい。
準備完了。なんで。はい。進め。
なんだ？
了解。はい。任務遂行。了解しました。指示。任務。はい。了解しました。任務遂行。準備。はい。なんで。任務。了解しました。なんでしょう。任務。はい。了解。準備完了。指示を。
Dude, I can't fucking fight this army.
任務に向かう。出発する。
So stupid. He's probably got like 0 villages, and I can't kill this army, man.
なんでしょう。準備完了。了解。攻撃。任務遂行。前進。了解しました。戦闘開始。
It's all because my fucking guy didn't turn into a thingy, and I didn't even notice. Ah, it feels bad. If I got all the value out of my guy, then I would have had a bunch of samurai to deal with the shinobi. I got 0 value, and then he can kill me off with the thunderburst. I should stop playing. I should go to bed. Yeah, it's probably time for sleep at this point. I'm pretty. Oh my god, I got this. I don't want to play this map. And I don't want to play this god again. No, I got 1 game left in me. Kronos versus Hades.
Capros, Schwest.
Bureg, Yuji, Skopo, Mak, Osto.
2 gold mine as well. I lost against Zeus earlier in this matchup with this god. Yeah, it's normally 4 AM is when I finish up, but that playing against that last game did not satisfy me in the slightest. I guess I'm just making stupid mistakes at this point. I should have won that one. I played really well at the start. You have to play. I worked out how to beat the weasels. Or at least I worked out how to beat someone being stupid with the weasels. I don't know if someone plays smart with the weasels, maybe it's a little bit hard. なんか発見あったな。前にアルペスさんと話したことをやってみたんだけど、ペガサスじゃなくて、そのキツネで追いかける。追いかけた。2匹殺した。ミコとジョログモでキツネ2人で2匹殺した。
Hedgehogs, Yoshi, Bureg. Muck.
Bureg, Diot. Skopos, Mos Intem, Yuji, Diot.
Skopos,
Herjos, Diot.
Shbureg, Yuji, Hedgehogs, Eshlos, Bureg. Yuji, Skopos. Bureg, Mosto. Mak, Yuji.
Kawaii. Thank you. I do my best to be kawaii.
Yuji. Mak, Hedgehogs. Yuji. Osto. Eshlos. Skopos. Mak. Osto. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Yuji. Osto. Mak.
You didn't know I speak Japanese? Oh no! Maybe I don't speak it. Maybe it's all just smoke and mirrors.
Her Diot. Mos Intem.
Bureg. Skop. Osto.
Yuji, Mak, Eshlos.
Bureg.
Yuji. Skopos, Mos Intem. Herjos, Aked.
Yuji.
Yuji. Mos Intem.
Hedgehogs. Yuji. Schmuck. Eshlost. Hedge. Muck. Bureg. Eshlost.
Bure, Osto, Diot, Mak. Yuji, Diot.
Yuji, Mak. Yuji, Osto. Eshlost.
Eked. Schwest.
Osto. Bureg. Yuji, Mak. Eshlost. Osto. Eshlost.
Skopos.
Voliat. Es Mak. Yuji. Osto. Mak. Es Yuji. Eked.
Yuji, Mos Intem.
Head you Mak. Osto.
Bure, Aked.
Bureg. Yuji. Eshlos. Yuji. Osto.
Yuji, Herjos, Osto. Skopos, Mak, Vayan.
Bureg. Herjos.
Bure.
Yuji. Schwest. Skopos. Eked. Diat. Herjos. Eshlost. Oso. Mak.
Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Eshlos.
Bureg.
Eshlos. Mak, Osto.
Yuji. Eked. Diat.
Skopos, Mos Intem. Bu, Diot.
Skopos.
Skopos.
Bureg. Yuji. Oso. Eshlost.
Yuji. Hedgehogs. Bureg. Yuji. Mak. Ma Yuji.
Herr Joe Mock. Esh Diot. Yuji. Aked.
Ma Esh Yuji.
Skopos. Herjos.
Skopo Diot.
Yuji.
Mak Esh Lost.
Bureg. Osto. Bureg. Mak. Eked. Mos intum.
Mak Esh Lost.
Esh Lost. Tell us Mark.
Mak. Yuji Smok G.
Yuji Osto.
Yuji. Mak. E Poro Fras.
Poro Fras.
Yuji Herashu.
Yuji. Os Mak. Esh Mak.
Esh Mak.
Skopos. Yuji.
Skopo. Yuji.
Yuji Mak Esh Lost. Mak.
Yuji Schlost.
Yuji. Oso. Schwest.
Yuji. Esh Lost.
Bureg.
Mak Esh Yuji.
Bureg Schwest.
Bureg. Eked.
Herr Joes. Aked.
Bureg
Bureg Osto. Vian. Yuji Aked.
Mak Yuji. Yuji Bur Esh Yuji Mak. Esh Yuji. Mak Yuji. Bureg Esh Lost. Yuji Mak.
Herjos.
Herjos.
Yuji Esh Yuji Mak.
Yuji. Yud. Vian.
Esh Yuji. Mak Esh Lost. Mak Yuji Mak.
Skop Vian.
Esh Mak. Yuji. Esh Bureg.
Herr
Yuji.
Yuji Schlost.
Mak Esh Lost. Yuji. Mak. Skop Yuji.
Bureg Skop.
Esh Lost. Yuji.
Bureg Osto Schlost.
Bureg. Esh Schwest.
Mak Yuji. Esh Mak.
Skopos. Yuji. Mos Intim.
Yuji. Mos intum. Herjos.
Bureg. Yuji Esh Lost. Skop Mak Yuji.
Yuji. Mos intum.
Yuji. Bureg. Mos Intim.
Skopos. Esh Mak. Yuji Mak.
Herjos. Mak. Os Yuji. Esh lost. Vian.
Esh Lost.
Skopo. Aked.
Bureg. Herjos. Mos intum.
Herjos.
Oso. Schwest.
Yuji. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Skomak. Mos Intim. Diot.
Bureg. Yuji Esh Lost.
Mos Esh Vian.
Mak Yuji. Bur Mak Esh Lost.
Herr Aked.
Yuji. Schwest.
Bureg. Schwest.
Skopos. Eked.
Skopos.
Skopole Diot. Yuji Mak. Aked. Aked Diot.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji Esh Lost.
Mos Ost. Yuji Schlost.
Skopos. Bureg. Mak Yuji Esh Mak. Bureg. Yuji Mak Esh Lost. Yuji Mak. Yuji Bureg. Skopos. Yuji Esh Lost. Mak Yuji Esh Lost.
Herr Joe Mak. Bureg. Mos Intim.
Yuji Bureg. Mak Esh Yuji. Yuji Esh Mak. Yuji Esh Mak. Dilis Moke. Yuji Esh Mak Esh Yuji. Bureg. Mak Yuji.
Bureg. Osto.
Skopos. Yuji Esh Lost. Bureg. Yuji Mak Yuji.
Herjos. Mak. Eked.
Yuji Esh Lost.
Herr Joe Ost. Aked.
Bureg. Yuji. Volia. Schwest. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Oso.
Mak Yuji Esh Lost. Yuji Mak Yuji Bureg.
Bureg. Schwest.
Esh Lost. Yuji.
Yuji. Skop. Herjos. Vian.
Skopos. Aked.
Yuji. Mos intum.
Skopos. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Bureg. Skopos. Yuji. Esh Lost. Yuji. Mak Esh Lost. Yuji. You is lost. Skopo mak. Burek. You is
Uji.
lost.
Eshlo. Mak. Aked.
Burek. Diat. Eke esh lost. Eke diat.
Bureg.
Skopos. Mos intum.
You skopos. Use ma. Use it.
Skopos. Her mos intum.
Use. Use.
Skopos.
Use. Skopos. Ma is use.
Erjos. Uji. Eked. 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 Uji.
Uji diat.
Ma is lost. Use ma.
Skopos. Mak. Mos intum. Erjos.
Bureg. Aked. Aked.
Use. A poro fras. Is lost. Use. Burek. Skopos. You mak. Skopos.
Skopos. Mak. Schwest.
Burek. Use. Use mak. Use mak. Is lost. Use. Skopos. Use mak. Use mak.
Burek. Os voliat.
Bur volen. Schwest.
Skopos. Use. You is lost. Mak. Is lost.
Skopos. Uji. Es uji. Eked. Mak. Mos intum.
Burek.
Uji. Es lost.
Skopos.
Skopos. Schwest.
Use.
Her mos intum.
Burek. Use.
Burek. Uji. Also uji. Mos intum. Burek. Mak. Es lost.
Uji. Aked. Bureg. Aked. Her jo. Aked. Skopo. Aked.
Uji. Eked.
Ma. Use. Use mak. You is lost.
Uji. Osto. Mos intum.
Erjos. Eked.
Mak.
Her jos. Aked.
Use mak.
Uji. Mos also uji. Eked.
Skost diat.
Burek. Skopo. Is mak. Use mak. Is lost. Mak.
You mak. Osto. Eschloss. Schmak. Osto. Eschloss. Mak.
Diat. Diat.
Use.
Skopos. Also eked.
Bureg. Mak. Mos aked. Aked.
Use. Is lost. Mak. Is lost. Use.
Her jos. Eschlost. Mos intum.
Uji. Eked.
Skopos. Use mak.
Erjos. Uji. Es lost. Uji. Skopos. Es lost. Eked.
Burek. Is lost. Use. Mak. Is use. Use mak. Burek. Is lost.
Burek. Diat. Diat. Erjamak. Os diat. Uji. Diat.
Use.
Burek.
Mak. Is lost.
Uji. You mos aked. Bur aked. Her
Skopos.
eschlost.
Burek. You is lost. Use mak. Is mak. Is lost. Mak. Use. Is lost.
Burek. Eked.
Mak. Is use. Mak. Is lost. Mak. Burek. Use. Is lost. Mak. Use. Mak. Use lost. Mak. Use mak. Is lost. Mak. Use. Is mak. Is lost. Use. Burek. Mak. Use. Is lost. Use. Burek. Mak. Is lost. Burek. Use. Dile smokej. Use. Is mak. Burek. Is lost.
Uji. Diat. Erjos.
Use. Use. Mak. Is mak.
Uji. Eked. Eked.
Use mak. Is lost. Mak. Use mak. Use.
Skopos.
Uh,
Use. Is lost. Mak. Use mak. Is
Burek.
lost.
Uji. Mak. Uji.
Skopos. Uji. Aked.
Burek. Use. Skopos. Burek. Use. Skopos. Use. Mak. Is lost. Use mak. Is use mak. Is use mak. Is lost. Use mak. Use mak. Use mak. Use mak. Use. Burek. Use mak. Is lost. Use mak. Is use. Mak. Is lost. Use. Mak. Use. Is lost. Mak. Use. Is lost. Mak. Is use. Is lost. Skopos. Mak.
Skopos. Es lost. Erjos.
Uji mos intum.
Burek.
Bureg. Mak.
Uji. Eked.
Burek, Yuji. Yuji. Skopos, Yuji. Epor, Yuji.
Os. Eke.
Bu. Eke. Mos intem.
Yuji. Skop, Yuji. Yuji. Mak.
Thanks for the raid, Ragnaroks. Appreciate you, man.
Eshlos, Yuji. Mak. Tilis Moke. Yuji. Skopos. Eshlos.
Yuji. Eke. Eke.
Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji. Josh.
Burek. Mak. Yuskopos. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Eshlos. Burek. Mak. Yuji. Burek. Yuskopos. Eshmak. Esh Yuji.
Burek. Eke. Diat.
Skop. Diat. Yuji. Diat.
Yuji. Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Eshlos. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji.
Attacking that gold mine's gonna be challenging. I do have a
Eshlos.
I do have a thing, so maybe it's okay.
Mak. Yuji. Eshlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esh Yuji. Mak. Esh Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Esh Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eshlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eshlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esh Yuji. Mak. Burek. Eshlos.
Yuji. Os. Eke. Eke.
Yuji. Mos intem. Oso. Diat.
Burek. Esh. Diat.
Skopos. Yuji. Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Burek. Yuji.
Herjosto.
Eshlos.
Skopos. Eke. Eke.
Yuskopos. Yuji. Mak. Eporofras. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Eshlos. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Burek. Mak. Eke.
Dil Eporofras. Yuji. Mak. Skop. Yuji. Yuskopos. Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Eshlos.
Skop. Eke. Eke. Eke.
Yuji. 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 Mak. Yuji. 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 Burek. Yuji.
Burek.
I think this is the last 2 gold mines up here.
Eke.
Mak. Yuji.
I think I just squeeze.
Eke. Burek. Eke.
Herj. Eke.
Yuji. Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Eshlos.
Just get all my upgrades in.
Mak. Yuji. Eshlos. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Tilis Moke. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Eshmak. Eshlos. Skopos. Yuji. Burek.
Eke. Eke.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Mak.
Well, that went well. I mean, just deconstructing the fort gives him the resources back. Stealing the Petropolis and killing it slowly removes the resources from him.
Eporofras. Yuji. Yuji. Eporofras. Skopos. Yuji. Eporofras. Moke. Yuji. Yuji. Eporofras. Yuji. Eshlos. Eporofras. Yuji.
Wait, GG. Okay, I gotta win. We beat hashtag worst god in the game, right? With new best god in the game. After losing to the true S tiers, Susanoo. Who else did I lose to? I lost this matchup against Tunison, basically against Zeus. I lost so many games tonight. We had a tough run today. We had a tough run. I did get my satisfying win. We won there. Look, Hades won there. Frustrating loss here. This one's just on. I clicked the button. I don't know what happened. It shouldn't have. I didn't cancel it. I clicked it, like left clicked it, and then the thing went away. It was supposed to have gone through. I lost this one because S tier god. Lost this one because S tier god. Lost this one because John Arbiter distracted me. I won this one because ISIS OP. This one we resigned. This one I was stupid in. This one I resigned. This one I got owned by walls, but I was so far in front it didn't matter. This one, look, Tunison won with the Zeus, and we beat the Tsukiyomi Rush. That's a lot of losses today. Wait, actual games? Hang on, that one doesn't count, right? Wait, was that the first game we played? No, that was a different day. So we went 1-1, 2-1. That one doesn't count. 2-2. That doesn't count. 3-2. And then 3-3. 3-4. 3-5. 3-6. 4 and 6. Terrible. Yeah, this one doesn't count because John Arbiter distracted me. That one doesn't count. I wasn't paying attention. All right, who wants a raid? Is there anyone? Wait, is PK Clan doing a thing? I can't tell if this is a tournament or not. I think they're not even there. All right, I'm gonna head off. I'll see y'all later, guys.